Hope we can play Dom here. You're a Dom.
The Lord of the Rings Woobles collab is...
I don't care about the Lord of the Rings Woobles collab. I just wanted to do a sound check and make sure my mic sounds okay. Hey gang, how's it going? So, we have video games to go play. Do we like video games? No, not really. Segos. You're in chat, bruh. I'm almost done with Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I'm almost done. I'm on season 7. I think I'm halfway through episode 1 of season 7. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna make a video series on how trash it is. No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've been enjoying it. Don't get it twisted. It's pretty good. I heard that like season 7 came a lot later, so it was kind of jarring to go from season 6 where the animation style is the same as seasons 1 through 6, and then season 7 you start out and like the animation is significantly better, and it was just like, huh. Watch the Kenobi series? I never watched it, but I have a YouTuber I really like that absolutely hated it, and he like went through every episode and just tore it apart, and I really like that content. So I am prone to disliking it, but I will admit I have not gotten that firsthand. I got it secondhand. Siege of Mandalore's peak is coming. It's coming. It's at the end of the season. So welcome to the Star Wars Show podcast. And that's what we're doing now. That's what we're talking about. So what we have here. So what we as a group have. You remember yesterday? You were like, wow, this is cool. We have a bunch of new players who are the best of the new players, and they're playing each other as new players in this survival format that's really cool and interesting and unique. Wow, this is fun. Yeah, this ain't that. You got 4 of the sweatiest sweaty tryhards playing their sweatiest tryhardedness for $200. Now, to be fair, first place gets $100. Second through fourth all get $33. So all of them have already earned 33 Steam buckaroos. But we'll see who gets the actual $100 grand giga prize. This is not survival format, because survival format is too cool and too fun and too interesting for sweaty tryhards. This is traditional best of 5s, and the final will be best of 7, just picks and bans, which are going on behind the scenes, and I will announce what each player is picking and banning in a second, but I'm busy doing the intros, so too bad. Same as the other stream, I will announce that this was supposed to be on the new patch, but the new patch got delayed a couple times and is now on March 25th. And we had already delayed this stream further than I had wanted. So I talked to the players, and some of them are going on vacation. Some of them are just busy in April and late March and stuff. So we ended up just saying, well, I guess we'll finish it out. But this was supposed to be on the next patch. So I guess you'll just get a lot more Beastmen, Tomb Kings, Khorne. So it'll be silly. As for the picks and bans, first up is Sipa versus Sexy Boy. They each get 1 global ban. Global ban means you cannot use this faction. Neither player can use this faction for the whole best of 5. Sipa says no Empire. Sexy Boy says no Ogre Kingdoms. So neither player can ever pick Empire or Ogre Kingdoms. Okay. After that, Sipa has picked Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, and Tzeentch. Bans Skaven. And then Sexy Boy picks Beastmen and bans Tomb Kings. So Sipa had between Dark Elves and Tzeentch to decide what to use. He goes with Tzeentch. So we have Beastmen versus Tzeentch for game 1. Grace got her Wordle at the same word count as I did, and I don't like that, so I guess my day is ruined. One of the worst series I've ever tried watching. Which one? The Kenobi series or the Clone Wars? Watching the hour-plus trashing of Disney Star Wars shows is pretty much the same as watching it with friends. You wouldn't miss out. Why don't you use this opportunity to promote our Human Boy meme command in the Discord? I will not, sir. But if you type !HB, you get a silly meme in our Discord. So that's kind of fun. So that's kind of neat. Oh yeah, I gotta tell the players they don't have to wait for me. Not that their builds are done anyway, but just saying. Intro done. Start whenever. But I did tell them don't start the game 1 until I let them know. So I have a blocker up. Yesterday the blocker was just sitting on the map setup screen or going over to the Photoshop to highlight the survival cool aspect stuff, but not this time, because I don't know. I had a blocker ready, so I might as well use it, and then I can watch the armies form. Sexy Boy's army is trash, so I think Sipa will win. Sipa's army is trash, so I think Sexy Boy will win, so okay, it's kind of a wash. Oh, I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch two terrible players go at it. God, why couldn't we get the real top 4? The real best players. Let's see, me, and then Coops, and then me again, and then Blood Penguin. That's the top 4 we deserve. That's the top 4 that should have happened. But whatever. Fine. What up, Adelmo? How you doing? Who do you think is gonna win and why, Sexy Boy? If you want my honest rankings, so I don't have a graphic because it's only 4 players and it didn't feel worth it. So we have Alfredino, Segos, Sipa, and Sexy Boy. My honest off-the-cuff ranking would be Alfredino first, Sipa second, Segos third, Sexy Boy fourth. They're all very good, and any of them can win. I'm just saying, like, what I would rank. But Sipa has been really impressive recently, and I have been taking some heat for quote-unquote glazing him so hard, but I don't know, man. He keeps winning events. Or coming in second to Alfredino. So, at some point, you got to give the man his flowers. Nah, he's trash, but he keeps winning everything all the time. So, I don't know. I whenever somebody criticizes me for, like, saying Sipa's good, I'm just like, I don't know, man. Beat him. Like, I don't know what to tell you. So, it's pretty good. I mean, he still loses to Alfredino every so often in the finals of events. So, I put Alfredino a little higher. Segos and Sexy Boy are all obviously both very high caliber, scary players. But Segos, in the chat, but also in DMs, has been telling me he's been busy with his education, so maybe he isn't as up-to-date on the game as he could be. Segos, you have to learn the new meta, dude. I mean, the last patch was just a brief 3 months ago, so yeah, there's a lot to learn, Segos. you have no idea what's strong anymore. All right, but we're in game 1, so let's focus up for Sipa and Tzeentch. We have a Burning Chariot of Tzeentch, and then a Herald of Tzeentch also on a Burning Chariot. Now, I was under the impression that the Herald's Burning Chariot was significantly worse, so I don't really know why he's on one. It does not spawn the vortexes that you're used to, as far as I'm aware. So the regular Burning Chariot got some serious buffs in that its missile strength now spawns 3 little vortexes that do damage. But, like, the Herald doesn't get that, as far as I remember. So, if that is true, then I have no idea why he spent the extra money on the Burning Chariot. For the rest of his build, we have 2 Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, the Sour Guts and Chromatic Abominations, blue and pink horror RORs, Frontline of Marauders and Zongors, and then 2 Spawn of Tzeentch with their Armor Sundering. I'm going to side for the Beastmen. Zongor frontline. It is funny that the Beastmen Zongors that Tzeentch gifted them are uniquely amazing versus Tzeentch, but it is true. So their magic damage against the front line of Tzeentch will be great. 2 Manticores and Malagor Dark Omen, some Archers, some Centaurs with throwing axes, regular Centaurs as well, and then Harpies. A lot of anti-air protection against Changebringer Kite. Beastmen can get kited pretty badly by Changebringers. as Sipa showed me once in our Vermin League games. It was sad. But for now, a little bit of skirmishing as both sides try and set up and figure out what to do. The Zongors do keep falling back every so often. I don't know if they'll keep doing that. Looks like they are. I don't know what the Beastmen are trying to achieve. Looks like for now they're just using their little throwing axes. You're getting countershot by the Sour Guts and the Chromatic Abomination, so it's not like this is going to be free value. Ooh, can the Burning Chariot fire at this clump? I don't think he has Fire at Will on, otherwise it would have shot by now, because it's definitely reloaded. Could have been a good clump shot. Centaur is going to try and take a free charge over here. Good impact damage under Marauders of Tzeentch. Now they'll have to fall back as Chaos Knights and Blue Horrors are laying in a bit of fire. But overall, great trade, obviously. They took out a whole Marauder for pretty much nothing. Ooh, Manticore gets hit with a blue fire and then some Sour Guts shots. That does end up making him land because he's rampaging. Now he's getting shot and surrounded by Chaos Knights. Will take a lot of damage. It is just a Manticore, though, so it's not the end of the world. But, I mean, you never want to take free damage on something like that. As the Burning Chariot dives into troops, this is why this thing has gotten some buffs and is now kind of better, is it can just go into melee, and if he still has Fire at Will on, it will fire at stuff around it and just cause those little vortexes. Ooh, but you just charged Centaurs with throwing axes. Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't realize that. I thought those were basic Centaurs. Yeah, then that is a big mistake, because they just chuck a whole bunch of armor-piercing missiles into the Burning Chariot and force it away. It loses down to about, just under half HP. It's pretty brutal. This is definitely... Sorry, watching this blue fire. What's he trying to do? I think he's trying to rampage the Manticore again. Nice damage. This is definitely the Burning Chariot model, but you can see whenever he fires, that he just fires that little pink ball that he always fires. So yeah, the Burning Chariot of the Herald of Tzeentch is terrible. Malagor's just spamming out Flock of Doom as the Manticore did get picked off by Tzeentch. But overall, the Beastmen coming out on top. Chaos Knights lost half their HP. We have a Marauder getting run down in the distance, and the Burning Chariot, wherever that is, there we go, lost about half its HP. So you'd much rather be the Beastman in this situation. Both sides more than happy to spell kite it out. Herald of Tzeentch has infinite winds of magic between the Chromatic Tome and the Tier 1 army ability of Tzeentch. Malagor is also happy to spam Flock of Doom on all these things. Blue fire, can it even hit Malagor? Oh yeah, it can. Malagor is crazy small, so some spells just miss him entirely. Centaur's charging the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Get a good counter charge onto them. But not having armor piercing is going to be significantly troublesome for the poor Centaurs as they just get run down. Herald's going to land on them as well as they start to back off. Zongors will move up and fight. And neither front line has really done anything. The Beastmen are just picking off any Marauders that stray too far from the pack. And Tzeentch is just trying to get a fight without taking on all the Centaurs at once. Burning Chariot lost its barriers fighting Malagor. Now it's going to start to fall back. The finals Hummus should play against himself. Easy. Easy win. More blue fire cast on a Malagor, but he runs into the trees, and the trees should intercept some of these missiles. Wow. Trees intercepted literally none. That's funny. All calculated. Calculated by Tzeentch. None of it random at all. You think the Burning Chariot mount allows the Herald of Tzeentch to cast Blue Fire 360? Dude, if that's true, like, cool, but I don't know if I'd pay like 300 more gold just to be able to 360 cast Blue Fire of Tzeentch. Pink Fire down onto the Ungor Raiders. Takes about half their HP, so that was undercast. Overcast would nearly kill them. And that was a weird loud sound. Malagor and his Manticore trying to fight the Burning Chariot. Still trying to poke that thing down since it's already so low. Not really going to bother with the Herald. He's significantly healthier, and that means his barriers are also thicker. Just trying to get good damage on the Burning Chariot of Tzeentch and reduce its potential for future shields. Bolt of Change hit Malagor while we weren't looking, and he's getting pretty low. 2,000 HP left, but still, another Bolt of Change, another 2 blue fires would take him out. Centaur's going in for the flank. That throwing axe is using all their ammunition on those heavy Chaos Knights, since their throwing axes are the only armor piercing that the Beastmen brought at all. So between Malagor's Flock of Doom and the throwing axes, you got to take out those Chaos Knights somehow. Manticore gets rampaged into his doom again, surrounded by Chaos Knights. Now, they don't have anti-large or armor piercing. They're just relying on generally high stats. So they will take it out eventually, but there goes the Malagor or Flock of Doom we were talking about. We do have Centaurs with throwing axes, so Sexy Boy is properly leveraging his anti-armor potential as more Centaurs move around the flanks. The frontline fight is going heavily in the favor of Tzeentch. The Chaos Spawn and the Marauders doing fine versus Zongors overall. But no one cares about the frontline fight. The fact that it took forever to start is kind of indicative of how much each of these factions values their frontline. It doesn't matter. What does matter is the Burning Chariot almost getting killed by the Centaurs here as it tries to fire at itself, deploying all of those little vortexes that damage the Centaurs, trying to stay alive. Barely clinging to life, less than 1,000 HP and falling. The Herald of Tzeentch is also going down, Arcane Surge giving him more winds of magic, but he's completely surrounded by Centaurs with throwing axes, unable to get away, throws up a desperate blue fire onto Malagor, and again the trees do little to save him, so he gets very damaged in the process. But he will survive for now, as the Burning Chariot did escape the Centaurs. It did actually rout them off while they were trying to chase it, because it fires at them and, you know, spawns a little vortexes, does all that stuff. Herald of Tzeentch is gone, and that leadership debuff on the rest of the demonic units, specifically this Burning Chariot, should make it easier to clean that thing out. And that's probably the doom of Tzeentch. I want to see these Ungor Raiders from Sexy Boy rally and turn over and shoot at this thing to finish it off. It looks like demonic instability will take care of that. And without the Burning Chariot, without the Herald, there just isn't enough oomph here to really hang on. Tzeentch gets army lost, just leaving 2 unbreakable Chaos Spawn. Robert Zimmer, I can't tell if that's sarcasm, but welcome to your early morning stream, dude. Now you know how it feels to be a turn sub in Europe. Yeah, he's switched to late night gaming mode. Herald of Tzeentch's Blue Fires did well. The Burning Chariot just didn't have great targets, unfortunately. Whenever it did land, those Centaurs were ready to deal with it. Chaos Spawn won the frontline fight, but both sides kind of shrugged and said, who cares? The other side, Zongors did okay. Centaurs throwing axes were the real heroes of this matchup, either paying for themselves or getting a lot of value. Not quite double, but a lot. Manticores both got expertly rampaged into their death by Sipa. You still need the flying pressure, though, in case you get Changebringer kited. I understand it. Blocker back up. Boom. Game 1 done. Players are just saying GG. Ah. Trying to wake up myself. The stream started at 7:30 my time. Early morning. Get up at 3:30 and there's nothing happening ever? True. True. I don't know. All 4 of my top 4 were Europeans, and since we were going to play it on a Sunday, if they waited till noon my time, we'd start at like 7 or 8 or 9 their time, depending on where they live in Europe. And then it's like, well, it's a Sunday, so people work on Monday. It can get pretty late. We decided to go nice and early. So it's midday for them. No one can complain of, I got to go to work tomorrow, so we got to end this stream. For game 2, Sexy Boy starts out. Now remember that Empire and Ogre Kingdoms are global banned through the series. So he goes Demons of Chaos, Grand Cathay, and Khorne, banning Demons of Chaos. See what Sipa decides to counterpick with. I hope the patch does something to make infantry matter more. Hashtag make infantry amazing. Maybe not amazing, but a lot of high-level play, you just see infantry getting completely disregarded. And it's so sad. Like, a lot of Khorne games, people know Khorne is so good at melee, so they're going to hard kite them and take, like, barely 400 models on the field. But then Khorne just takes a bunch of dogs and Minotaurs and cavalry of various types, Valkia, Karanak. So then there's no infantry in those matchups. Ogre Kingdoms, the infantry don't matter. You just have Noblars to buffer between your ogres that carry the game. Beastmen games is just Centaurs. Centaurs are throwing axes. Couple single entities. I don't know. Infantry needs some love, man. Alright, so if you remember, Sexy Boy went Demons of Chaos, Grand Cathay, and Khorne. Ban Demons of Chaos. Sipa goes Tomb Kings, banning Khorne. And Sexy Boy goes Demons of Chaos. We get Tomb Kings and Demons of Chaos. Interesting that chat yesterday was trying to say that Devil got all good matchups in the finals, and one of them was Tomb King's Khorne. Now we're at the top 4 players in the community, and Sipa picks Tomb Kings and bans Khorne. Seems suspicious. Infantry heal blob, peak of Warhammer gameplay. Okay, obviously there's toxic things that can exist, but just hoping infantry aren't literally worthless doesn't mean make them OP so you can just heal blob with them. Segos. And yeah, I mean, infantry is supposed to be chaff, but they also need some sort of purpose. I think the current state of things is like when Centaurs... The biggest one I noticed is I was playing versus someone, I honestly forget who, but it was Beastmen versus my Lizardmen, and my skink frontline got obliterated by Centaurs charging them. Like, should a Centaur beat a skink by cycle charging? Yes. But what I experienced was literally on the charge, a 700 gold Centaur straight up deleted a 325 gold skink, and I'm like, that feels excessive. Like, it should at least take 2 charges to straight up kill a unit. That is far too much damage. So with a lot of monsters getting collision attacks and then cycle charging with... Well, that's the thing, is you don't even have to cycle charge. Single charge with cavalry just taking out infantry flat out is really brutal. And it's like, wow, this blows. You can kind of go with heavier infantry, but then cycle charging can still take them out. So it's like, all right, what do infantry do? And I think it's just a paradigm shift, because you don't even have to buff infantry that much. And honestly, what's funny is to make infantry relevant, I'm not advocating as much for infantry buffs. The only infantry buff I want is I wish collision attacks were affected by armor. And that would help elite infantry not just get killed by everything else that kills all infantry. So it's like, oh, okay, there are chosen with halberds. I shouldn't run my Stonehorn through those, right? That's a bad idea now. Where currently it's actually still a good idea as long as they're not braced. Just bump and then walk out of them. You're fine. So that's the only buff I would give infantry, is make armor affect collision attacks. So collision attacks deal less damage if you have armor. But how I would make infantry meta is make all ranged, not all, but we're speaking in broad strokes, but I don't want to caveat everything I say with make ranged units deal more damage, except for Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses, Chaos Dwarf fire glaives, Way Watchers, rattling guns, poison globes. But like generally across the scope of the game, make ranged units deal more damage and make artillery better. Those are the 2 big things that would make infantry matter again. Because if people are taking archers, if people are taking artillery, they have to hold a static formation because most artillery can't scoot and shoot, which if you notice, all the good artillery right now is artillery that are single entity chariots that can just scoot and shoot. Skull Cannon, Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, Soul Grinder of Nurgle, things like that. The Thunder Tusk, for God's sakes. So for some reason, we keep making fast single entity artillery that also has collision attacks, so screw you infantry, I guess. But if people are trying to hold a position with Empire cannons, Empire mortars, Dwarven cannons, things like that, then infantry have a set location they can push towards, and then they'll be fine. Also, if you have like archer lines or whatever, or handgun lines and whatnot, infantry counter those by just having a lot of infantry for a cheap price point and high health pools, and they're usually shielded. So I think to make infantry relevant, you just need to make what infantry counters relevant rather than just straight buffing infantry, because infantry is supposed to get countered by cavalry. Do I think it's too intense right now? Yeah, but infantry is supposed to be countered by cavalry. broad strokes. But specifically, halberd infantry aren't. Yeah, but halberd infantry are a small subset of infantry at large. So hard to make a generic conversation about that. Yeah. So that's what I would like to see. Make armor impact collision attacks so that elite infantry don't get bodied by anything with a collision attack. And then just make ranged units better. Ranged artillery specifically has been struggling for a while. Because back in Warhammer 2, we didn't see cavalry meta because, one, collision attacks weren't nearly as strong, so cavalry didn't do as much damage on the charge. But two, like an Empire cannon shooting at a Bretonnian Knight of the Realm, in the time it took a Knight of the Realm to spawn and charge at them, it probably was about half to 2/3 HP, and that is not the case now. If a cannon's shooting at a Knight of the Realm that's running at it, it'll lose maybe a quarter HP. Like, I don't know. As a artillery enjoyer who played a lot of Warhammer 2, trust me, artillery is not feeling good right now. And it bums me out. I used to run a lot of Empire 3 or 4 cannon builds, and those are all trash right now. Makes me sad. Just play dwarves, you like infantry? Sorry, I'm checking out chat quick, but I gotta breeze through chat, and then we have a game to cast. Imagine Cav good into Skinks. No. You're misinterpreting my argument. Cav should be good into Skinks, but literally deleting a unit on the charge with a 700 gold unit is ridiculous. 700 gold is like less than a Savage Orc Biggin. Do you think a Savage Orc Biggin should like obliterate something within 5 seconds of contact? That's insane. Now, should like 1400 gold Cav obliterate something on impact? Oh, for sure. But we're talking about 700 gold Centigores. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, speaking of single entity artillery, you want to see 2 single entity artillery? Anyway, I gotta focus on the game. So we have 2 single entity artillery units for Sexy Boys, Demons of Chaos. We have the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch and the Hellforged Bellowers. So we have single entity sniping from the Soul Grinder and multi-entity sniping from the Soul Grinder, the Hellforged Bellowers. We have pink and blue horrors, 2 fiends, 3 seekers, and another pink horror over here with a Herald of Tzeentch in the sky with blue and pink fire. So Demons of Chaos can try and kite. They picked a relatively small map to try and kite on, but it is what it is, I suppose. For the Tomb Kings, we have 4 Skeleton Horse Archers. No, just 3. Just 3. Sparkle Stalkers, Ushapti Melee variant in the front line, Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spearmen, the Chosen of the Gods, Ushapti Greatbow ROR, and then we do have a Necrosphinx and Setra the Imperishable, so yes, double cat. For a second there, it honestly looked to me like Setra was riding a Hyro Titan, and I had to blink like 6 or 7 times to figure out what I was looking at. Alright. Demons of Chaos trying to kite back. They are leaving blue and pink horrors in range of the enemy to just like, listen, if you want to trade damage with our barriered up chaff, we can shoot at you for free. We're fine with that. And Sipa is just trying to get into melee. Now the map is very small, which is I think why Sipa went with mostly in a melee rush type build. He's just going to push the Demons of Chaos back until they hit the white line, then they have to fight him. But in the meantime, we have lost over half health on a Sparkle Stalker, about half health on the Chosen of the Gods, and we did lose an entire Skeleton Horse Archer, which Seekers are going to now try and finish off. Necrosphinx extending a little bit. Looks like Seekers are going to jump in, though I imagine Sipa will retreat. There we go. So he is just trying to push that Necrosphinx back, get himself a little bit of space, but it's a bit of a dotsy-do. Both sides want to take the fight on their terms. Viserian's Incantation of Vengeance is very strong from Setra the Imperishable. Very, very good spell. And if you're not dealing with Khorne units that have spell resistance, then it'll do quite a lot. These Seekers are already missing about a quarter of their HP from that one spell. Though Setra is trying to get away, get back to his spears. And Seekers are very powerful at dealing damage, but with 5 armor and not that high of melee defense, even basic spears can take them out quite quickly. So Sexy Boy is not going to enjoy this fight whatsoever. Looks like he's accepted defeat. No, he is trying to retreat, trying to save him. 5 leadership. Not quite. Demonicus stability crumbling. They will get to safety. Necrosphinx already down to half HP, though. Sparkle Stalker is getting finished off. This is looking like a Demons of Chaos shellacking. Over 2-to-1 damage value for Sexy Boy. As some Seekers try to get on the back line, deal with the Chosen of the Gods, but it looks like the Chosen of the Gods plus some spears peeled them off with relative ease. Hellforged Bellower is still full HP, still a lot of ammunition. And it is firing point blank range into the Tomb Kings, but it's also slowly getting ammo and healing back because a couple Ushabti happen to make physical contact with it. So actually, it's funny, that few Ushabti making it through is actually beneficial for the Demons of Chaos because he's not taking enough damage to care, but he is still getting ammo back from being in melee. I saw another Assyrians going down onto the Heart Seekers. Oh, those are Heart Seekers. Ugh. Yeah, losing them will be a little scary, especially the Chosen Gods moving back up. The Hellforged Bellower is still killing a lot of skeletons. Demons of Chaos starting to lose their edge, though. The early game went so well for them, and now they're just kind of maintaining a 2,000 damage value lead, which is something. I'm not saying it's nothing, but significantly less than when they were 2-1 up. Seekers are starting to run out of gas, and as we know about demonic units, when they get low, they tend to just give up entirely. And that is looking like it's happening across the entire Demons of Chaos frontline. I see a lot of units on the border of just ending it. They're like, nah, I don't want to fight anymore. I'm done. Skeleton Horse Archers helping to finish off Seekers that are fighting Ushabti. And Pink Horrors get to safety, but they're just going to shoot at Skeleton Horse Archers for a little bit before their Seeker bodyguards die off. We're going to have to see how much the Demons of Chaos kite units can carry after this. Some Fiends get onto the back line. Yes, that is a beautiful pick. Good job getting on the Chosen the Gods, shutting those guys down to save the last of whatever you have for multi-entity models. Another good Assyrians, though, should finish off the Heartseekers. There is no way they survive that spell. Even if they were non-demonic, I think that spell just kills them outright, even if they're a mortal unit. As Fiends dive onto Tzeentch, they do have Skeleton Spears to worry about, so this is probably the end of these Fiends, but they will get some damage onto Tzeentch on their way out. Meanwhile, the Hellforged Bellowers get to continue firing. Damage value very, very close for this point in the game. I mean, 2,000 lead is still a lead, but Tsipa has closed that gap quite a lot, so good for him. Balance of power is getting pretty evened up as the Tomb Kings continue to just chase these guys around. Herald of Tzeentch almost out of ammo for all that matters. Really, it doesn't. The Soul Grinder still has 5 volleys left. Hellforged Bellowers have 2. And there is a lot of Skeleton Chaff infantry for it to charge into later and get some more of that ammo back. Tzeentch is going to get hit with another blue fire in the back. Oh, his charge saves him from most of the shots. Most of the shots end up missing. Still have a Necrosphinx at about half HP. Tzeentch is still alive, 3,000 HP for him, though Blue Fires and the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch are focusing him down pretty heavily. Tzeentch is going to try and chase around the Hellforged Bellowers. Get some good damage out on them. Another Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance is out. This one onto the Pink Horrors to just finish them off once and for all, as the other Pink Horrors are busy getting run down by Ushabti, having difficulties getting to safety. So it looks like the last of Sexy Boy's random infantry will get cleared out, and then we'll just have 2 very wounded Fiends, the Hellforged Bellowers and the Soul Grinder. Ushabti Summon is available for the Tomb Kings. As we can see, their last Realm of Souls proccing, so their whole army's getting a little bit more of a heal, one that Tzeentch desperately needed. Bounce power's back to about 50-50. Looks like the Soul Grinder might be Tzeentch's next target, as he was trying to keep up with the Hellforged Bellowers, but it's just not happening. Last of the ammunition from the Skeleton Horse Archers is used. Wasn't there one, like, way over here? Huh, must have looped around there already. Pink Horrors fade away. Demons of Chaos are officially down to just some cavalry and single entities. The Hellforged Bellowers tries to get a shot off. It cancels mid-animation as it gets double-teamed by the cats. Good shot in from the Necrosphinx as well as Tzeentch. And that guy is retreating. Hellforged Bellowers, for being a regiment of renown, it does actually have some leadership issues. Soul Grinder's down to 3 ammunition, but Tzeentch thinks about fighting it. I don't know if you can really do enough damage to Soul Grinder. You might just have to accept the 3 damage, the 3 ammunition has left to fire. We'll see as the Fiends are getting chased down. Another Assyrian's Incantation of Vengeance, partially to slow the Fiends so Tzeentch and the Necrosphinx can catch back up, but also, you know, damage is damage. Hellforged Bellowers get a good shot onto Tzeentch. He is doomed at this point. Either a Blue Fire or a Soul Grinder shot is going to take him out, but it's all about whether the rest of the Tomb King's force can win. The Blue Fire is coming for him. Should be the end of Tzeentch. Hellforged Bellower is going to execute him. I don't know if that's even necessary, as he's probably going to crumble, but there he goes. Tzeentch is down, should cause faster crumbling for the Tomb Kings, some of their more injured troops. Bolt of Change onto the Necrosphinx. Necrosphinx is trying to go after the Soul Grinder, but it really needs to stop and just fight the Fiends. You got to take them out. The Hellforged Bellowers is the next most important target, because the Soul Grinder has limited ammunition. It's not very good against infantry. The Hellforged Bellowers can kite out all the rest of these infantry and kill them. So it needs to die if you're going to be able to rely on your infantry to carry this for you in the end. Necrosphinx not able to get a charge attack off for some reason, just kind of derps around following the Hellforged Bellowers. It is starting to crumble. Gets hit with a Soul Grinder shot. Should be honestly the last Soul Grinder shot. Yes, it is. It's out of ammo. Necrosphinx has to stop and just fight the Fiends. He will get good damage out, though he is crumbling to his death. And Hellforged Bellowers is going to try and kite and win the rest of this game. The Necrosphinx goes down. And can the Tomb King's infantry carry? He did save the army Ushabti summoned until right now, so they are going to pop up here, try and rear charge some Fiends. The Hellforged Bellowers fires his last shot, and that is actually really problematic for the Demons of Chaos right now, because it would have been nice if the Hellforged Bellowers could have obeyed the attacking rule. Ooh, devastating pink fire down all of the Tomb King's infantry. But what I was going to say is it could be nice for the Hellforged Bellowers to fulfill the attacking rule so the Fiends could have cycle charge for a bit, but it now has to go in. Now they do have to turn around and cycle charge relatively quickly, because single entities can't fulfill the attacking role by themselves. Yeah, they're coming back. You can cycle charge with multi-entity models in a situation like this, but you have to do it at a reasonable pace. So they're coming back in as the Ushabtis continue to try and grind through people. So the biggest thing for the Tomb Kings to try and win is to finish off the Hellforged Bellowers and the Fiends before your Ushabti summon fades away, and then you have a chance of your skeleton infantry carrying. But since most of the infantry that's left is skeleton warriors and not skeleton spears, I'm significantly concerned. As the Tomb Kings are approaching army losses, honestly, as soon as their Ushabti summon fades, they will just get army lost at this point. So they've got to make some big balance of power gains, or the game's just going to end around them. Hellforged Bellowers is dying off. Ushabti still have only 12 seconds left before this game is going to end, as another pink fire comes in from the Herald of Tzeentch to further damage the skeletons. And at this point, bounce power is too terrible. These Ushabti are going to fade in 2, 1, army losses. I'd let Dwarves bring flying units, including the barge, but no ground units. You might still win before leadership round. Damn. Alright. Cetra did well. The infantry didn't have much to do, unfortunately, for them. Skeleton Horse Archers didn't get that much value. Melee Ushabti did fine. Necrosphinx did okay. And then the other ones just got kited out. For Demons of Chaos, one of the reasons they're a top tier faction right now, in my opinion, it's either them or Dwarves that are the strongest. It's their access to, like, all of the strong demonic units and a lot of single entity kiting. So, GG's to them. Good value on their big units. Seekers and Fiends did what they had to, but it was a bit of the Soul Grinder and a Hellforged Bellower show. Not that much value on the Hellforged Bellower, but it did what it needed to. Boop. Alright, this is a best of 5, so Sipa is on match point. Well, back against the wall version of match point. Just depends on how you feel about the phrase match point. Sexpo needs 1 win. Sipa needs 3. Bring it back. But yeah, I don't know. Unlike the current meta stuff, like, Sego's trolling aside, I do think cavalry should counter infantry. I just think it's a little excessive right now, where it should take you more than 1 charge to kill an entire unit. So I think something needs to be done about that. But one of the biggest ways to bring infantry back into the meta is to make ranged units better, because then infantry can go kill ranged units. Because usually, when range units are strong, artillery punishing your heavy cav or your monsters, or archers or handgunners and stuff punishing your heavy cav and monsters, can dissuade them from taking over an entire game. And currently, that's not the case. And again, there's a couple range units that are doing well, but most of them aren't. So, yeah. Yeah. Just because blunderbusses are good doesn't make most gun units good. Streltsy could use a buff. Armored Kossar's pistols could honestly use a little bit of love. Just a little bit to make them more threatening as a hybrid unit. For 700 gold. I mean, if you're going to decrease their cost, then sure, leave their pistols and melee attack how it is, but... yeah. Kislev's a little spency. Ice Guards suck. Sisters of Avalorn are okay, but not great. A lot of the Empire stuff is pretty okay. Like handgunners are okay, not great. Archers, crossbowmen. Really, the Empire has like Hawk and Long Rifles, which are still pretty good. Huntsmen, which are still very, very good. And the ROR Hellstorm Rocket Battery. But the basic Hellstorm Rocket Battery sucks. Hellblaster Volley Gun sucks. Empire Cannons are okay. Empire Mortars suck. So if you look at the broad scope of even a faction with good range tools, like Huntsmen and Hawk and Long Rifles, Null and Ironsides still suck. So there's a lot of things on that roster that are still terrible. All right, for game 3, remember that the global bans are Ogre Kingdoms and Empire, not available to be picked by either player. So Sipo went with Dark Elves, Grand Cathay, and Beastmen. And he will ban something. What? What? What will you ban? Sipa is a Dark Elf main. Makes sense, he's trying to get them in when his life is on the line here. Zypher, the units themselves are fine. I would disagree. Sipa bans Wood Elves. Line of sight issues and stupid unit pathing is the main problem. I mean, sure, but that's part of why the unit's not performing. They could use buffs. Either buffs in any direction just to bring them back in viability. More damage for when they do shoot. Cheaper cost points, so when they do stupid stuff, you could have a wider army. Or they don't cost as much when you lose them, so you don't lose as much of your army percentage-wise. You could fix their line of sight issues. You could fix their pathing issues. You could fix how long it takes artillery to rotate. All of these things are buffs. It's just the current unit effectiveness is not high enough to make them worth bringing, and therefore you don't see them brought ever. Kind of. However you want to buff them is fine. What units are we yapping about? Most artillery. And a lot of foot-based range units too. Also, counter-cav could use some love. Seeing a mid to late game monster, face roll units, endgame halberds cost twice as much feels good. Luigi, I did mention that before. People kind of pooped on me, but that is the only actual buff I want to see for infantry is make armor counter collision attacks, where it's like your collision attacks are collision attacks should be base weapon strength. It should not be armor piercing. So then if you can still face roll like marauders and skinks and whatnot with a jabber, but chosen with halberds should not take nearly as much collision damage, and that would make it so monsters can't just kill infinite armored infantry. So I would agree there. I think if someone, and I know I keep going back to chosen with halberds, but I'm picking the most extreme example to make a point intentionally. But I think if you get into a late game situation where there's two chosen with halberds and you have a jabber scythe, the person with the jabber scythe should be like, oh crap. Like, I don't think they should be like, I got it, easy. That feels messed up. Because I imagine in like the real world that jabber scythe would just do its big old belly flop straight onto like 40 upwards facing halberds and skewer itself. And sure, maybe you're like, wouldn't the chosen die too? Yeah, but like that thing did just impale itself on 40 plus chaos infused halberds. Like it's dead. The jabber scythe is super dead. Luigi, you should feel bad for not being here the entire stream or listening to every single word I say. How dare you, sir? But no. Because yeah, I wouldn't make infantry cheaper. Infantry are already one of the cheapest HP pools in the entire game. Across the board, like, Generally, if you want health, infantry have the most health per dollar. Infantry can do good damage. The problem isn't infantry's damage. The problem is that infantry just don't get a fight. Like, not to keep harping on this, but we're waiting for them to do their builds anyway, so might as well talk about something. The matchup ends up being Lizardmen versus Beastmen, by the way. Sexy Boy went Lizardmen, banned Dark Elves. That left Grand, Cathay, or Beastmen. Sipa went Beastmen. But infantry do a lot of damage if they can get something. The problem is most games descend into what you just saw. The Skeleton Warriors didn't get to fight anything. They spent most of the game just walking after the Demons of Chaos. The Demons of Chaos didn't bring any melee infantry. They brought blue horrors, pink horrors, and then a bunch of mobility. That's the problem infantry's facing. It's not like, they need more damage. Cool, the same thing would happen to them. They just get walked around the map. The problem, in my opinion, as I've said ad nauseum, so I'll shut up about it in a second, is if you make artillery and archers worth bringing, there is something that can't outrun infantry that you now have to protect, and then infantry can get a fight. Infantry doesn't need more damage. Infantry needs a reason to exist. And currently, the things that kill infantry are too strong, and the things infantry kill are too weak, so they're not getting taken. So then infantry are just kind of like, what do I do? That's my take on it. Zypher. they're gonna recreate the Beastmen just insta-killing all my skinks. Yeah. Black Dragon should obliterate Younger Spears and should not want anything to do with the Phoenix Guard. Luigi? For sure, dude. For sure. That's a good take. I like that take. This Luigi guy is a good guy. He's got a green hat. Hangs out with his brother Mario. Oh, somebody's name is Luigi, so they have to be related to the Mario Brothers. Wow, really creative human boy. I know, dude, I'm the greatest. All right, Beastmen versus Lizardmen. If you want this game, this series to continue, you are rooting for the Beastmen, as Sipa's got a mount to come back. If you want to move on to Alfredino versus Segos, then you're hoping for a quick 3-0 from the Lizardmen. It's a me, a copyright. I've been playing Super Mario Bros. Wonder with Grace. It's okay. Let me look up the reviews. I'm trying to remember if people like this one or not. I haven't been loving it. It's still got 92% on Metacritic, 4.0. Yeah, it seems like most people still like it. I don't know. I really liked the new Super Mario Bros. And that was their name. They're not new anymore, which is why I don't think anyone should name anything new, because within a year it's incorrect. But the new Super Mario Bros. For like the Wii, that was pretty good. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is okay. The levels are just so short, it feels kind of gimmicky. So like we start a level and we're already halfway through it. It's weird. It's fine. The new powers are cool, and generally just Mario is a hard formula to mess up. Like, run, jump through a zany level with a bunch of weird combinations you can do. It's kind of low-key fun with your wife, wife, girlfriend, partner, roommate, whatever your situation is. You're just like, I want to play something for like 30 minutes before bed. A Mario game. It's good. Grace surprised me. Grace surprised me, chat. So, sorry, players are typing and I had to check if it was something I need to pay attention to. So Grace surprised me, dude. She's a Stardew Valley Animal Crossing gamer. We play Mario Kart and stuff together. Those are kind of the games she usually plays. And then the other day I was talking to her, I'm like, we need a new game to play together that isn't like Spyro. Because we occasionally play games from our childhoods together. She showed me Spyro and Crash Bandicoot. I had never played those because I had a GameCube and Xbox growing up, not a PlayStation. And then I tried to show her Banjo-Kazooie. She did not like that. She thought it was awful. And that hurt my feelings a lot, but I got over it. So we needed something new to play together, and I was like, hey, let's try and branch out. Let's try something new. And she's like, on her own, she's like, what's Crusader Kings? Like, we should play Crusader Kings. That looked fun. I'm like, that's That's a jump. I don't know if you're gonna like it. And she's like, why wouldn't I like it? I'm like, it's intense. It's complicated. So we start up a Crusader Kings game, and if any of you know anything about Crusader Kings, we started in southern England, and we got hit with the plague and Vikings like immediately. So Vikings blew up the county right next to her, so she got to witness a massacre firsthand. And a plague came through and killed both of her children, and her husband is in prison, so she's having a hard time making other kids. So then she seduced a priest and is now pregnant, so that's something, I guess. She has an heir on the way. But she also got the plague, so she might die before she has the kid, and I'm like, I guess welcome to Crusader Kings. I'm sorry this happened to you. Let's play this game, it'll be fun. Oh, everybody's dead. Bowser's Inside Story was good. I don't even know what that is, Bahrain. Crusader Kings is at least the best choice for Paradox games, in my opinion. You could just vibe as a vassal. Yeah. It's fun. I mean, I just was worried it would be a little intense. Alright, guys. Human Boy's been complaining a lot about infantry not being any good, but certainly this time we're going to load into this game. There's going to be a ton of infantry. Alright, we have 2 Ungor Spearmen, one of which is required with Drakewald, and 2 Khorne Gors. So 4 total infantry for the Beastmen. But surely the Lizardmen will bring a lot more infantry. Ah, it's 4 skin cohorts with javelins. Ah. Human Boy doesn't know what he's talking about. Human Boy is dumb and stupid, and yet nobody's bringing any infantry, but I guess infantry are fine because I'm just an idiot. Nah, man. Nah. Crusader Kings is 70% off right now. That's why she got it, dude. Now she just needs the Warhammer mod. All right, let's focus up. We got this game here. So for Sipa, he is hoping on the double Gorgon Jabberslythe combo with a Traderkin caster of Wilds. So he's trying to eliminate enemy single entities and rely on his own to carry the game. From after that, we have 4 Centaurs throwing axes, and then, as we mentioned, the 2 Khorne Gors and 2 Ungor Spearmen herds. On the other side, for the Lizardmen, 4 Skin Cohorts Javelins, the cohort of Hwaddle, Sacred Crocscore ROR. We have Mazdamundi not on Zlok, just on his own. He has Apotheosis, Net, and then his Bound Banishment and Ruination of Cities. 2 Solar Engine Bastiladons, 3 Cold One Spear Riders, and then 3 Feral Cold Ones. That's it. You can be right and dumb and stupid. Oh, true. Oh. Contrarian Codex, true. See, maybe I just want Armored Infantry to be better so that Skaven can destroy them all and I can laugh at people again. Maybe that's it. In comes a Traderkin. Undercast, as that is the new best way to cast him, and actually hit 3 great targets, both Bastiladons and Mazda, and then even hit the cohort of Hwaddle, so that's pretty great. Skin Cohorts of Javelin's going to get a good shot on the Brashman of Wilds, but he is trying to disrupt them with his chariots that the big monsters can get here without much fuss. And the Gorgons are in, the Jabber is in, and the Skinks are going to get routing any second now, but the cohort of Hwaddle runs forward to try and stop the madness, stop the tide, and that is actually going to be a nice net, overcasted net from Mazdamundi, so that the Cold One Spear Riders can jump in, and these guys are fighting on top of Skin Cohorts, though now the Skin Cohorts have retreated, so we do have Khorne Gors and Ungor Spear Herds trying to get in. Khorne Gors are netted in place, they can't fully run up and help out the big single entities, but the big single entities are still just actually beating up on the Cold One Spear Riders, and they're doing completely fine on their own. Meanwhile, a Bound Banishment from Mazdamundi going to try and hit these Centaurs, though Feral Cold Ones are diving in. Does it go the right direction? No, not really. It's going left instead of up and to the right. So Centaur's going to get away with minimal damage. Beastmen are significantly up on the balance of power this early in as Mazdamundi throws out a Ruination of Cities, though it does a lot of damage to his own Cold One Spear Riders. It also hurts the Khorne Gors a little bit here and there. Cold One Spear Riders still trying to figure out what exactly they can do in this situation, but I don't think Sexy Boy brought nearly enough anti-large potential, so I do actually think the double Gorgon Jabberslythe should be able to just cleave through this entire build without much issue. There's not Dreadsaurian, there's not Carnosaurs, there's not Temple Guard or Sword of Spears or really anything to stop them. And you'd think Coldwind Spear Riders are anti-large, right? I mean, kind of. But they don't do particularly great at surrounding and killing one single entity, and especially not when those guys are sitting on top of their own spears and halberds. So the Coldwind Spear Riders just been getting picked off. You can see them all running for the hills and doing very poorly. We have one full health Coldwind Spear Rider left. The Croxagors are at, I don't know, half HP. Then you have 2 Solar Engines and Mazda Mundi. That's not going to work. And that is GG. Yeah, Lizardmen see it. Lizardmen back out. I 100% agree that they were doomed there. Oh, wow. Okay. Accidentally clicked on continue right away, but I guess we don't get to see the values. Spoilers. Trader Kingcaster, a lot. Centaurs, some. Big single entities, a lot. Lizardmen, not a lot. Ah, an SE blob, finally. Damn, that was fast. Yeah, dude. Solar Engines are mostly a supportive unit, in my opinion. So his build lacked damage. He was relying on the Sacred Croxagor ROR and 3 Coldwind Spear Riders to kill everything, and that just wasn't going to happen. I felt like getting Double Gorgon Jabbered banned again. I know you're just trolling me, so I'm going to ignore it. Chameleon Skinks could have been good there too. Skink Skirmishers could have been good. Just needed more ammo, more darts. I'm going to lower my standing desk into sitting position. I've been standing for an hour, that's enough. All right, Sipa's on the board. Can he do it 2 more times? 2 more times. Maybe. Possibly. I'm sleepy. I had to wake up too early for this nonsense. All right, for Sexy Boy, he goes Kislev, Khorne, and Grand Cathay. Ban Kislev. What does Sipa have? He's already used Tzeentch. He's already used Tomb Kings. He's already used Beastmen. Empire and Ogres are banned. We're churning through the good factions. Not a lot of them left. Sipa posted an elf meme, so I'm guessing he's going to pick Dark Elves. Dark Elves ban Kislev, most likely. Maybe Dark Elves ban Grand Cathay. I do wonder how the structure of most land battle maps plays to limiting the range of the meta. Most of the maps get strategically boring, in my opinion. Luigi, the more terrain you add, actually, the worse ranged units are. I have a video that came out 30 minutes ago that kind of shows that. I was playing Kislev into Warriors of Chaos on that Darkland map with like the weird giant pump thing in the middle. And I had some armored Kossars who were in range of skirmish cav, but because there was like a gorge between them, for some reason the Kossars wouldn't just shoot over the gorge. They were like, well, he's over the gorge and he's in range, but I gotta walk around it. And I'm like, just shoot over the frickin' gorge. And they're like, nah, we couldn't possibly. What if our bullets fall into the gorge? What if the gorge has like a gravity well at the bottom that pulls our bullets down? We can't do it, sir. We have to walk around it. Fine. Walk around it then, you turds. Yeah. Generally, the more complicated a map, the worse range units are. Because then you just want melee units that don't need line of sight and don't need repositioning jargon. All right, Sipa went Dark Elves, ban Khorne. Traditionally, Khorne is weak into Dark Elves, but he was pointing out that that matchup is really boring, so he just didn't want to play it. Usually how Dark Elves have to play it is triple Scourge Runner Chariot, and then some Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, and then some Colder Knights and more Dark Riders, and you just kite them. But it's pretty abysmal to watch, and it seems like, according to Sipa's comments, it's pretty abysmal to play. So he's just skipping it. Good guy, Sipa. So Kislev or Grand Cathay. Sexy boy is thinking. Kislev. Kislev Dark Elves. They need to fix range units? Hell yeah, they do, dude. Hell yeah. I'm in. Luigi's got all the good takes. Watch. I don't think this is the case. If you ask what I think the next patch is actually going to be pretty substantial. Just based on content creator feedback. Like, here's my experience. This isn't fact in the case and true and all this stuff, like, but my experience is when certain bigger content creators show up, especially like big campaign content creators show up and tell CA something needs to change about blank, it happens. And they don't say in the patch notes, well, I'm making this one up, but, well, Legend of Total War told us that regrowth needs to offer 0% healing, but instead deal 100% damage to the unit and delete it. So we did it because Legend said to do it, but, like, generally when big, especially campaign YouTubers say something, they listen, and the stuff I'm seeing people post is like, okay, this should be a pretty big patch. Like, a lot of people are pissed off about how strong Seekers are, a lot of people are pissed off about how strong Dwarves are in campaign, a lot of people are not having fun with the land ship in campaign. A lot of people are complaining about Tomb Kings in multiplayer. So it's just like across the board, people are complaining about a lot of the stuff I want to see. So it could be a big patch. I am guessing, this is a pure guess, but I'm guessing Seekers get gutted probably a little too much. Like, Seekers are probably going to go back into the dumpster, which is a little unfortunate, but there's a lot of hate for them floating around the feedback channels right now. Centaur's probably going to get nerfed. Beastmen in general probably going to get nerfed, especially Flock of Doom, so Malagor probably won't be that big of a deal. I don't know how hard the Tomb Kings are going to get hit, because the campaign players don't care about Tomb Kings at all. So you're not getting pressure from that angle. And Domination isn't having nearly as big of a problem with Tomb Kings as Land Battles is, so Tomb Kings might honestly get a mild slap on the wrist and move on. I don't know. But I could see Beastmen and Slaanesh getting slammed. Demons of Chaos by proxy getting slammed because they rely on Seekers and Fiends quite heavily to stay relevant right now. I could see that being a big shakeup. I don't know about buffs though. That's the thing, is I hear a lot of nerf talk. I don't hear a lot of buffs. I've been pushing to buff vampire counts for a while now. I want to see more of their mobile units get buffs. Like, Hex Wraiths have been garbage for too long. Blood Knights need some serious help because they're priced like they do armor piercing. And whether you agree with me or not, I personally would prefer that Blood Knights get the treatment of every other elite cav in the game, I guess, and get some frickin' armor piercing so that vampire counts can handle something. But if you don't want to go that route, I think Blood Knights need to at least be priced like they should be, like 1,400 gold or something. They pay way too much money to be non-armor piercing heavy cav in current times, and they're just suffering for it. So one or the other, not both. Don't make them cheaper and armor piercing. That would be so stupid. So yeah, I hope Vampire Counts gets some buffs. Norska's weird. I don't know if Norska needs buffs. Norska needs the meta to be different. As we've discussed ad nauseum, so I'm not going to go back into it, but Norska's like, we have really good infantry, and everyone's like, ha, nice infantry nerd. So I don't know about Norska. I've been advocating for them for getting a generic caster lord forever, and then they'd be okay. But you know they have to take Throg or Wolfric, so they have to waste that gold, and you can just deal with them. So, yeah. If they get generic Caster Lord, Norsko would be pretty clutch. Anyway, it should be a big patch. But where I was going to go with that before I got distracted talking about what might be in it, I am going to be actually so depressed if it's like we listened to what you said about the campaign beta feedback, and we did some AI improvements for campaign, which is great, don't get me wrong. But that's mostly what we focused on this patch. So for the multiplayer balance, I don't know, 25 gold increase to Seekers, and that's it. See you all later. And it's like, oh, okay. I don't know what to do now, because I have been, like, cards on the table, I have been struggling to make content right now. Like, I am so burned out on the current meta. Like, when I look through people's replays, and people send me a bunch of close replays, people send me a bunch of good replays, and they're, like, solid. The reason I don't cast them is because it's all the same shit. Like, oh, wow, Tomb King's double cat, and it comes down to, like, the final hit, landing or not landing. That is an epic finale, but I and so many people are tired of watching 2 cats cycle charge. Oh, wow, a Dark Elf game that came down to Scourge Runner Chariots running out of ammunition and Cold One Nights. Oh, that's so exciting. Oh, sorry, the yawn was unrelated. I was so excited about the same Dark Elf build that everyone takes all the time. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, Khorne is relying on Minotaurs to try and carry because everybody ignores their infantry. And then we have Valkia every single game. Oh, wow. Oh, God, I'm yawning again. I can't figure out why is this happening? I can't figure out why I'm yawning all the time. Oh, Tzeentch is spamming out Blue Fire, Soul Grinder, and I feel another yawn coming on. So it's just like, if this patch isn't big, I actually don't know what I'm gonna do. I might have to make a new context structure where it's like, hey guys, I'm going down to like 3 videos a week instead of a video every day because I can't make that much content on this. Because that's where a lot of the content comes from. Is I generally like the game so much that I'm playing it whenever I have free time from work or my life duties. You know, it's like, oh, I got some free time, I'm gonna play some Warhammer, and I'll make some content while I'm playing it. But when it gets really stale, I don't feel like playing it, so I don't feel like making content. CA, please update the meta. And I don't want to be hyperbolic and say this meta sucks. This meta doesn't suck. It was fun while it was fun. It's just, it's been 3+ months. Nothing really is that fun for 3+ months. Why Ratman streams so early? Because all the people in the top 4 are Europeans, bro. If I had any American gamers that were any good, we would be doing a more neutral time. All right, players are setting up. I got to catch up on chat quick, and then we'll cast this game. Blood Knights should be buffed because cost decreases would make either them or the Alliance Black Knights obsolete. True, true, true. All magic casters need to be able to countercast magic for the cost of cast a spell. That's cool. That's fair. That's fair. 5 more walk speed. Become a Stardew Valley streamer. God, I wish. I wish. All right, let's do this. So for Sipa's Dark Elves, he is still down. He won his last game, so he at least got a point on the board. But if you want to see a game 5 between these players, you're rooting for the Dark Elves. For the Dark Elves, we have triple Scourge Runner Chariot. No one could have seen this coming. The Ravens Heralds, Dark Rider, Peter Crossbows. That is actually pretty spicy. Good job, Sipa. And a risky pick versus Kislev, because Kislev has so many hybrid infantry that if they had armored Kossars in their front line, your Ravens Herald would have a very hard time getting in there. Flock of Doom caster, and then Bleak Swords and Dread Spears hanging out in the back with Cold One Knights and 2 Dark Shard. I almost said Dark Shard repeater crossbows, which, yeah, Dark Shards have repeater crossbows. Good job, human boy. On the other side for Kislev, Kislevite warrior front line, Things in the Woods, Griffin legions, and Kossovite dervishes trying to mass charge the enemy. And the Ice Witch of Tempest with Blizzard and then Hailstorm. She is trying to catch the Scourge Runner Chariots. If she can get on top of them, she can apply that Frostbite and lock them in place. But not fast enough. By locking them in place, I just meant slow them. I was being a little hyperbolic. That's my bad. But she did slow them just a teeny bit, but they were so close to their own lines that the Things in the Woods that were trying to help her out didn't want to follow her all the way into that maw of violence. What up, dog? It's been a while. NA stands for no ability. Hey, Team Liquid's corpse isn't even cold yet. Don't do this to me. Scourge Runner Chariots continue to fire at anything large, like they've killed an entire Griffin Legion already. And the things in the woods appear to be the next target. Nice overcasted hailstorm, it appears. Judging by how long it's lasting, that looks overcasted to me. Dark Shard's almost dead, and the frontline fight will engage. This is the most infantry we've gotten all day, so I intend to enjoy it. These things in the woods help the Kislevite warriors get through bleak swords and dread spears, and before they get their murderous prowess is the optimal time to kill them, because then they are significantly harder to kill off. That is a blizzard overcast? That feels bigger than it usually is, so I think it's overcast. Well, that should almost outright kill the Dark Shards. And we do get a bit of a blob fight, which is really bad for the Dark Elves. Scourge Runner Chariots want nothing to do with this melee fight. As you can see, they're even starting to terror out super quickly, and we're losing a Dark Shard, so this is very, very bad for the Dark Elves. Meanwhile, in the back line, we have some Cold One Knights running around killing stuff. Looks like they finished off a Griffin Legion, and the Raven's Herald's moving up now. If the Scourge Runner Chariots can get to safety and keep firing, they'll be fine, but one of them is almost routing as Cossack Dervishes and Griffin Legion are busy just chasing them off. Now, this is one of the things I complain about constantly, but I despise that Scourge Runners can be surrounded by heavy cav and take no damage as long as they're moving, so please fix that. And don't listen to the content creators that want Scourge Runners to get buffs. They don't need buffs. Do not listen to those people. Those people are wrong. Listen to me, where if you catch a chariot in melee, it should start taking damage whether it's moving or not. Anyway, I have been in many disagreements, as you can tell. Bounce power and damage values are pretty similar. Sipa maintaining a slight lead on both with his Dark Elves. With Scourge Runner Chariots, they have been relatively tanky as long as they keep moving, but now that they have stopped moving, they are starting to take damage, and that is very, very bad for them. They need to find a way to get moving again. Now, they are surrounded in cavalry. They're having a hard time getting out of here, and that is when they start to take damage. But when they're out in the open, there's just a cav chasing them. The cav usually gets up close to them and then just walks alongside them, doesn't get any damage out. It's when you get them locked up like this, you can get real damage out. But it doesn't look like Kislev has enough oomph left to stay in this fight. A lot of Dire Bloods are triggering. Griffin Legion and Kosovo Dervish is still trying to cling to a little bit of life, get some damage out here as the Ice Witch Tempest is trying to chase down those Scourge Runner Chariots as well. For the Dark Elves, we still have a very healthy Raven's Herald, a couple healthy infantry here and there, but the Cold Knights are pretty much a spent force. We do have a Beast Caster that's full HP. On Kislev's side, their whole army is about toast as well, but they do still have a full health Frostworm Caster Lord. That can unironically be pretty scary in the late game. If you take out all the Scourge Runner Chariots, she can easily beat the Supreme Sorceress of Beasts. She can probably even beat that wounded Cold Knight, and then she can carry the rest of this game by cycle charging. So Kislev just needs to hold on long enough to get rid of any Scourge Runner Chariots, and then their Lord can carry them. Speaking of Scourge Runner Chariots, these Dark Elves trying to path away from the things in the woods, get to safety. Dervish is diving back in. How are we doing on our Scourge Runner count? I see one at about a third HP. One's about dead and routing. Where's the third one? Third one's escaped to safety. 2 models out of 4 left, but it is out in the middle of nowhere, which is nice for it. You know, nice and safe for once. Raven's Herald still firing down the last of their ammunition, then they're going to become a very pathetic light cavalry. They do not have the melee stats to hang after they use all their ammo. Insanely low HP pool, very low armor once they're out of ammo. Scourge Runner Chariots getting frostbitten and terrified. Things in the woods still helping to fight a little bit, but the things in the woods need these Colder Knights to terror out away. Need them to leave so that the things in the woods can still party. There go those Scourge Runners. Big win for Kislev there, getting rid of those other Scourge Runner Chariots. Still have one out and about with 2 models left. But can the Ice Witch carry? Is this enough damage to those ranged tools that she can carry the rest of this in melee? Good Hailstorm out onto some Bleak Swords. Comeback season? Bro, they're trying. Yeah, you better run. Better run from a giant Frostworm. Kislev is out of units. It is down to the Ice Witch to carry. For the Dark Elves, we have 2 healthy Bleak Swords, which do not matter. This Ice Witch can take them out pretty easily, but Alright. Sexy Boy's not going to bother. Cycle charging his way through it. Believes enough in the Scourge Runner Chariots, I guess. I actually do think that was a little early. I didn't see a ton of stuff that could take him out, but maybe his Winds of Magic was out. Didn't have any blizzards or hailstorms left for the late game. Maybe. Griffin Legions did not get a lot of value. Things in the Woods did okay. Dervishes did okay. Kislevite warriors did actually quite nicely, so good job, you guys. And the Ice Witch did well. On the other side, Flock of Doomcaster did very, very nicely, considering she's just a cheap caster on a horse. 1400 value is huge. Dark Shards did okay, Cold Knights did fine, Raven's Heralds did very well, and Scourger and Chariots, not that much damage value for them. Really good job from Sexy Boy shutting them down before they got too much damage out. They still had a lot of ammo left in the late game, and he routed them off effectively, but it wasn't enough. Took too much damage in other places while doing that. GG. We're going to game 5. 2-0 into 0-2. Momentum is on Sipa's side. For the final game, it is not pick 3, ban 1. It is just pick 2, ban 0. So Sipa has to pick 2 factions he has left that he is comfortable fighting anything in the possible realm of existence. And Sexy Boy has to pick something to fight one of those 2 factions. So for Sipa, he's used Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Beastmen. What did he play else? Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Beastmen. What did he play at game 1? Tzeentch. So he's used all those. Ogre Kingdoms and Empire Global Band. So what does he got? 6 factions out. What's the most evenly balanced and fun matchup in the game right now? I really think Vampire Coast versus Tomb Kings is very fun. I think that's a super cool one that both sides can do a lot of stuff. We saw it in the new player finals yesterday. Tomb Kings went with like a Nehekara warrior backed up by Archer's Rush. That was really cool. But yeah, that matchup has a lot of sauce to it. Other good ones. I think Skaven Greenskins is pretty fun. I think both sides have a lot they can do right now. Norska Tomb Kings is pretty fun. Yeah, those ones. Sipa's going with Wood Elves and Skaven. So Sexy Boy has to counterpick something that is comfortable fighting either Wood Elves or Skaven. And he cannot pick Ogre Kingdom's Empire, Kislev, Demons of Chaos, Beastmen, and Lizardmen. What else? Skaven. Unironically, Warriors of Chaos could be pretty good here. Warriors of Chaos is strong into both, in my opinion. Grand Cathay, another good choice. So he's going with Grand Cathay. What does Sipa pick to fight Grand Cathay? What elves are Skaven? I don't know. Probably Wood Elves, in my opinion. The Skaven matchup is doable, but not good for Skaven. It's a bit of build roulette, but like Grand Cathay has a slight edge. Because they can go with a cannon and Zaytang box that's really good at sniping out your ward, and then you just don't have the oomph to get through there unless you went heavy shooting too. Or they can full rush you with Onyx Crowman. Sorry, someone was typing and I was looking at that. They can Onyx Crowman, Celestial Lion rush you with some Jade Lancers, and that can be pretty brutal. You can counter that as well if you're looking for it exactly, but it's weird. Weird matchup. I don't like it. Sipa's going with Skaven. Again, it's doable, just slightly disfavored. I don't know how the Wood Elf matchup is. I would just assume it's better than Skaven here. Box with Crows, 100 IQ. Yeah, the box can be okay if the Skaven don't try and outshoot you. But if the Skaven prep for your full rush and then you box, they're doomed. Like their counter to full rush has not nearly enough box breaking tools. And Zhao Ming is a brutal lord to deal with all the time. His Final Transmutation is a great spell. Dragon's Breath is fine versus Skaven as well, but just a terror-causing serpentine body, decent duelist that causes terror and has self-healing in the late game. I don't know. It's rough. Skaven hate dealing with Zhao Ming. The problem, though, is if you try and go Zhao Ming and Zaytang, your build is so crazy narrow that you just can't. You can't field a real army after that. You really want to go both. If you go Zaytang, you need to go with a Shugi Lord. Nice and cheap, so you can still afford enough of a width of an army to pressure the Skaven backline. I'm looking at these builds. Both these builds are bad. Only my builds are good. Gorge is the final solution. Oh, Segos. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, dude. Sure. Yeah, sure, dude. We are entering game 5 between Sipa and Sexy Boy. I did some testing at one point. If you manual fire Empire Great Cannons, they can hit at a greater distance than the Grand Cathay cannon. True. Interesting. True. We get a Gracier of Ruin triple Rattling Gun build versus Yen Bo. People who manual fire artillery in multiplayer scare you? Curio? I manually fire sometimes, but it's only point blank range. If I have a cannon that's right next to something I want to shoot and they're not firing, so they're like, we're obstructed, I'll sometimes manual fire and just shoot it in the face really quick because it takes you like 2 seconds. You guys can hit stuff when you manual fire? That's why I only do it at close range. I can't hit anything at a distance. I've tried. Okay, I've tried that in campaign. I don't manual fire multiplayer at long distances. That's insane. You're insane. All right. For Sipa's Skaven build, we have triple Rattling Guns, one of which is the Teeth Breakers, 2 Warplock Giselles, one of which is Natty Boba Sharpshooters, then we have Ikit Zap Zap. A lot of money in shooting. We do have 2 Doomflayers, 3 Rat Ogres, and then a front line of pure Skaven Slaves and Skaven Slave Spears. And we have a Foot Gracier of Ruin with Howling Warp Gale and Death Frenzy for his spell. So very cheap on the Lord. I like that. On the other side, for Grand Cathay, we have 4 Onyx Crowmen, one of which is the Emperor's Crowman. Then we have Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers for a bit of a rush. 2 Iron Hail Gunners, 2 Peasant Archers, and a Grand Cannon with some Peasant Long Spears, and Yumbo, the Jade Dragon, with his Execution, and then Net and Shem's Burning Gaze. I don't honestly love either build. I don't know what the 2 Iron Hail Gunners are going to achieve. I don't know what the 2 Peasant Archers are going to achieve, even, to be honest. They're okay against Rat Ogres, but otherwise just kind of going to be fed into the blender. And then 1 Cannon is okay, I guess, but it's going to be a little outmatched here. And I am not a fan of Yembo. I know you want to like execute the Skaven Lord and whatnot, but I generally just think Zhao Ming can do that and then do so much more, and I think he's even cheaper than Yenbo. And Yenbo, I don't think Yenbo can cast either of those 2 spells when he's in his dragon form, so you're pretty much just locking him in human form. So I don't love it. I don't love the Grand Cathay build here. If you manual fire the Bolt Thrower on Spray Shot at Furies, there's a sweet spot where you take 1/3 to half the units. Ugh. Never seen that before. That sounds scary. For the Skaven build, the Rattling Guns are kind of a counter to Onyx Crowman. It depends on if you get a good volley or not. Like, it's sometimes just RNG a little bit. it's not truly, it's all about the distance. If it's too short of distance or too far of distance, the Rattling Guns will miss flying units a lot. But if you get them in the sweet spot, like in the middle part of their range, they can like straight up delete an Onyx Croman on the way in. But it requires a lot of micro. We'll see if it works out. The 2 Jezzails and the Warp Lightning Cannon should be able to kill the single Grand Cannon and force Cathay to come to you, I guess. Both sides have pretty pitiful melee, with just 5 Peasant Longspears fighting 8 Skaven Slaves. No one cares. But, yeah. Looking at the builds, I don't really love either of them, but I would favor the Skaven build here. See, now I've set up a win-win. Either, if the Skaven win, I can say I was right about not liking the Grand Cathay build. And if the Skaven lose, I can say, ah, well, the matchup's just too cursed, and Skaven can't possibly win, so... Either way, I win. Players advancing. A little bit of starting lag they were talking about, but it seems to be moving okay for now. Now the cannon gets to firing at Rattling Guns. No. Bum, bum, bum. Interesting to try and kill the Rattling Guns of all the weapons teams. Shem's Burning Gaze out from I honestly almost called him Shem, but Yembo. This is Shem. It is his Burning Gaze. All right, they've routed 1 Rattling Gun. They do need to be shooting at it at Zap Zap or the Warplock Jezzails, otherwise your Grand Cannon is dead. And the Jezzails have now gotten in range, so yeah, the Grand Cannon is toast. I know Rattling Guns have the same unit icon as the Jezzails, but, I mean, you gotta be able to deal with that. Now the Grand Cannons are trying to run away, realizing they are in range, getting hit with a bunch of stuff. They've already lost 1 of their models, soon to lose 2. The Jezzails have switched onto Peasant Longspears at this point. Grand Cathay is moving up with a lot of their troops. And the Howling Warp Gale is out onto the Onyx Croman. In comes the big damage from the Teeth Breakers. Oh my god! Holy shit! So much! Oh. Oh, well, that was underwhelming. As Jade Lancers plow straight into the Teeth Breakers, going to take out a lot of their HP. And the Onyx Croman that were netted and shot at are, say it with me kids, completely fine. Jezzail's taking out some Iron Hail Gunners, and we do have Onyx Croman in the backfield getting shot at by Rattling Gunners. They're going to take so much damage. Oh my god, so much damage. Look at all the damage. Actually, look at all the bullets going straight through the formation and not doing any damage. That's crazy. Who could have predicted that literally at the start of the game? Emperor's Croman moving in, Warpstone Scroll slowing them down, doing a little bit of damage as the Jade Lancers try and get away from the Rat Ogres they were fighting. Now we have archers getting in range of all these guys while the Grand Cannons fire sideways down Ikit Zap Zap, making sure they can't miss, and even sometimes they'll double hit. The Onyx Croman taking out some Rattling Guns as Yembo is also in dragon form now to disrupt more Jezzails. This is about the best start the Grand Cathay could hope for in this situation. Again, I'm not a big fan of their build, so I'm going to be pessimistic on it, but really good surround here from the Onyx Croman taking out the Teeth Breakers. The Empress Croman might have to get to safety soon, but of the Rattling Guns, I think 2 are flat out dead and 1 is at half HP. Jezzail's getting pushed away down to a 3rd HP as well, and the Rattling Guns, don't worry guys, they're poking the Onyx Croman. They're poking them real good. Ikit Zap Zap is also taken out, and this is turning into just a complete disaster for the Skaven as the Rattling Guns got like no damage out on anything. Now they're finally killing some Peasant Horsemen. Finally, it's about time you killed some Peasant Horsemen. As 2 Warp Lightning Cannon models are dead, but Ikit Zap Zap crew shatters entirely. The Skaven are in dire straits. Natty Boo of Sharpshooters getting dove by Peasant Horsemen. They're also going to die. And the other Jezzail team is currently routing. Looks like some Onyx Croman are going to go chase them down. Jade Lancer's running around the sides. And do you still have your execution, or did you just use that? He has not used his execution yet. Okay, okay, so the Greyseer is dead. Greyseer is dead. Skaven are going to start routing in mass. All the Skaven slaves will get retreating. And that is probably going to be GG. All the range of the Skaven is dead. The leadership is dead. That's it. Never mind, I get why he's complaining. Why does everybody think I'm a crazy person? I know how Skaven units work. I play an awful lot of Skaven. Rattling Guns are terrible. They're terrible. They require so much if and then to work. Like, Sippa netted a flying unit in front of them, they fired at it, and they missed most of their shots. Yes, I know he was shooting at max range, and you need to shoot at mid-range. I know that, but that's my complaint. Too short of range, and they can't shoot. Too short of range, and they just walk around trying to get an angle on it. They just can't figure out how to fire. At the maximum of their range, which isn't even that far, but the maximum of their range, they miss every shot. You have to get it at mid-range for an 850 gold crazy squishy unit to finally deal its damage. That's too many ifs! That's too many ifs! Please, buff Rattling Guns. Don't buff their damage. Do not buff their damage. Their damage is fine. Their accuracy is dog shit. And you might be like, well, it's supposed to be dog shit. Then make them cost 650 gold. Don't make them cost 850 gold. Well, they do so much damage, then buff their accuracy so you can consistently get 850 value out of them. But this unit can't be costed that high and be this inaccurate and this squishy. It's just not real. Do not give them more damage. They do a ton of damage when they hit. But they either need to be cheaper or they need to be more accurate. You can't have both. You can't have expensive, inaccurate ranged units. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. No, Human Boy, I heard Rattling Guns are really good anti-air. They are when you get exactly mid-range. I'm coping hard. I'm coping hard because I love Rattling Guns. I love Rattling Guns in theory. The problem is just in practice. They disappoint me and make me so sad. Alfredino and Segos have a lobby up. So this is the other semifinal. Who will go to face Sexy Boy in the finals? And I should say, we shouldn't just breeze past it. Good upset win for Sexy Boy. I know Sipa hasn't been... He said he's not been playing a ton recently, so he might be out of form. But still, deserved to shout out a cool upset when it happens. Good job, Sexy Boy. Good win. Proud of you. And Sipa, very good mental to claw that back. From a 0-2 start, he was not feeling good. And then he took us to 5 games, so great job, Sipa. So starting this best of 5 between Alfredino and Segos, each player gets a global ban. Segos starts banning Demons of Chaos. There will be no Demons of Chaos this whole best of 5. None. 0. Zip. Nada. And Alfredino bans Ogre Kingdoms. Dude, Alfredino's hatred of Ogre Kingdoms is legendary. Totacular, I love that. Terrible, terrible. Bro, they did 10s, maybe even hundreds of damage. That's funny. I really liked Yembo just casually flying over and throwing the execute down on the Gracier. I think that was really funny. just casually near dead. Curio, there you go. There you go. You're getting it. Though honestly, I have been using Warp Grinders some recently. Just because I'm using them, I still think Warp Grinders could use a buff. I don't think... Oh, I'm using them, so they don't need any buffs. But they have been nice in the current meta, as I've been mentioning several times, of, like, cavalry and single entities. It is nice to have a guaranteed net that I can just put next to something important, and then if you come to kill my important thing, I'm just going to net you, and I run over with either double Chieftain on Bonebreakers or a Mutant Rat Ogre, and just force you to fight that thing for a little bit. It's okay. I think Warp Grinders could just use, like, a 50 gold cost decrease. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but what you need to remember about gold decreases is percentages. So 50 gold off of a 600 gold unit, that is 1/12 of its cost. So what is 1/12? It's about 8%, right? That is an 8% buff. Just a 50 gold cost decrease is an 8% buff on all of its stats, because now you're paying 8% less gold for those stats. So, I mean, that's pretty reasonable. 8% buff on warp grinders. You can maybe take 100 gold off, but that feels a little extreme. Because they're close to being good. Can't we just buff globes? Absolutely not. Globes aren't even that overpowered anymore. They're still crazy strong. They're still crazy strong. But they're not as crazy overpowered as they have been in the past. I still think they should get nerfs just because I think they're boring. But I don't think Skaven are OP right now. I think they're above average. Don't get me wrong. Like, out of 24 factions, I'd probably put Skaven like ballpark 7th or 8th. So Skaven are strong. But I would want them to nerf globes and then buff some of the terrible units. That's what I would want. What I really want is cost decreases on Skaven monsters. I don't want Skaven monsters. This is what I want as a Skaven main. I don't want the Hell Pit Abomination to beat other large anti-large duelists. I don't think it should be the best anti-large duelists. So I would rather it be cheap. And I would rather Brood Horrors be like kind of like Manticores rather than actually good for 1100 gold. I would rather them be more like 950 gold as just like a cheap fast terror piece. 950 might be too extreme. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But I want some of your terrible Molder units to be cheap so that you can take them without breaking the bank. Because the problem with the Hell Pit right now is not like, its stats are terrible. Its stats are pretty terrible, but it's a Skaven monster. What do you want from it? The problem is that you're paying so much that the rest of your army is going to be like Skaven slaves. And then your whole build collapses around the Hell Pit and just sucks. But if the Hell Pit was like 1400 or something, just throwing out a number, not really thinking too hard about it, you know, you could have a Hell Pit helping out a rush of like Plague Monks or Storm Vermin or Rat Ogres and Doom Flayers with a Clan Rat frontline or something. But it's currently so expensive that then you have Skaven slaves and maybe like 2 Rat Ogres because you're flat out of money. And it's like, oh, well, now that's not going to work. So, I don't know. I wish they would nerf globes, but then make a lot of Skaven monsters cheaper so that Skaven rush builds were more viable. The Skaven rush infantry is actually pretty good. Plague Monks are solid. Death Runners are solid in certain matchups. Storm Vermin are very good right now. The problem is you don't have the mass to back you up besides 4 Rat Ogres, and then you're capped out. Doom Flayers too, but if you take Rat Ogres, Doom Flayers, and all those infantry I was talking about, you're super weak to large stuff. But if Brood Horrors were cheaper, if Mutant Rat Ogres didn't suck, if Hell Pits didn't suck, you could take 1 or 2 to guarantee yourself against enemy large monsters, and then Skaven Rush could actually be viable. That's what I'd want. Because the Eshin units are currently really good. Night Runners are really, really solid. Gutter Runners are solid as well. So I would just nerf some of the stuff like globes and buff some of the Molder monsters and you'd be good. Wolf Rats don't need a buff. Rat Ogres don't need a buff. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the single entities. Skaven single entities are in a pretty bad spot. All right, what do we got for picks and bans? Since Alfredino's already ready, I suppose we should go. So Segos and Alfredino ban Demons of Chaos and Ogre Kingdoms for the whole series. And then for game 1... Segos goes Empire, Skaven, and Kislev ban Beastmen. Alfredino goes Dark Elves ban Skaven, so between Empire and Kislev, Segos goes Kislev. Oh, we have Kislev versus Dark Elves again. Alright, alright. Making Warp Grinders viable as a globe buff in a way. True. Pepperidge Farm remembers when globes used to lead infantry and cavalry. Totacular, those were the bad times. I agree. I am not a globe enjoyer. I'm a Skaven enjoyer, but I acknowledge my globes are far too powerful and need to be nerfed. How do you even fix the Mutant Rat Ogre short of completely changing its animation set? Jormungandr, unfortunately, that's what I want. Mutant Rat Ogres are, stat-wise, viable units who are very good. My problems with them are twofold. One, their animation set is terrible. It's way too expressive, and that is a big problem, as we've noted on this channel a lot. The other thing about Mutant Rat Ogres I would fix is they don't have... It's weird to say their animations are too expressive and then they don't have a charge animation, but it's true, they don't. They have the jumping leap animation, but I have a lot of times... There was a replay recently where I had a Mutant Rat Ogre chasing Mazdamundi on Zlak, and it just spent most of the game sniffing his ass because it was walking with him, but until he stopped, it couldn't swing. So it was just like, oh man, when this guy stops, I'm gonna get him. Oh man, I'm gonna get him. As soon as he stops, I'm gonna get him. And I'm like, dude, just swing. Like, just swing while you're moving. And way more units in this game need the ability to attack while they're moving. That would solve a lot of my problems with war wagons and Scourge Runner chariots and bear chariots from Kislev. Is, as we saw in Kislev versus Dark Elves earlier today, Griffin Legion caught Sippa's Scourge Runners and they took no damage because Griffin Legion were just riding next to them like, oh man, as soon as you stop, we're gonna fuck you up. And Sippa's like, what if I just don't stop? And then they're like, then I guess we lose. But if stuff had animations to swing while they were still moving, skirmish chariots wouldn't be nearly as annoying. And chasing down single entities wouldn't be nearly as annoying. Chasing down the land ship or the steam tank wouldn't be nearly as annoying. But when you watch Rot Knights, and this is a specific example, when you watch Rot Knights chase down a land ship in melee and they're all just walking next to it like, when you stop, we're gonna fuck you up, kid. And the land ship is just shooting them while it's moving. So my Rot Knights are all dying and the land ship's still full HP. And I'm like, just hit the goddamn thing. It's a giant boat and you're surrounding it. And they're like, nah, sir, we can't because it's checks notes moving slightly. Oh, I forgot. You can't move as well. You're riding Rot Knights, you stupid bitch. Just swing. Ugh. I hate it. So mutant rat ogres suffer from the same thing where it's like, if something is moving next to them, they just kind of walk with it until it stops. Or they do the leaping strike where they get one hit in, but then they fall horribly far behind while they pick themselves up. So it's like, it's catch-22. Do you use their charge animation, which you get one hit and then fall horribly far behind? Or do you never swing and just follow them around the map? That's why mutant rat ogres are bad. They don't need stat buffs. Mutant rat ogres are actually really good stat-wise. It's just bad animation set. Copy-paste the Gorble moveset. Oh, Gorbles have such a good moveset, Robert. Gorbles and Doombulls are really well designed. They're beautiful. Their animations are super cool, but they're not detrimental to the unit itself. And they're just badass. Like, if you just watch a Doombull or Gorble fight, it's gorgeous. So that is peak design. Really good animation set that's beautiful, but it doesn't hurt the unit. It's really great. I have nothing negative to say about most of the Minotaur models in this game. Like Torox? Torox's animation set is really cool. Visually impressive while also being incredibly effective at combat. Oh, Torox is amazingly designed. Anyway, we have a game to cast. So, Dark Riders for Alfredino is a bit of a front line. 4 Coldwell Knights in the back, 2 Dark Shards, some Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, only 1 Scourge Runner Chariot I'm seeing, and then Marathi in the sky with Soul Stealer and Melkoths with her bound Wand of Caridon Doombolt. But only 1 Scourge Runner. On the other side, for Segos, we have some flanking Kosovo Dervishes, some Horse Archers here and there, and then the Wolfhearts, Akshina Ambushers with their bound net, Armored Kossar frontline, Kislevite Warriors, some Dervishes, Little Grom, and an Ice Witch of Tempest with Hailstorm and Blizzard, but also the Cat Summon. This is the most infantry we've seen all day. I am here for it. I am excited. I'm not joking. I am very excited. These builds look sweet. Ocean standards require cavalry to use both hands to hold on steer while moving. Sorry, no fix. That's funny. That's funny. I like that a lot. Who makes you keep going on a rant? Honestly, I am feeling awkward filling the time in the load screens because I'm not used to it. We've been doing a lot of replay streams recently where I just go game to game to game to game to game. And when I have to fill time, I get a little nervous, so I try and find something to talk about, and then I just go off on it. So if it is annoying, then I'm a little nervous, I'll be honest. All right, but the game is set. Little Grom, very good counter to Scourge Runner Chariots. As you can see, he's fired once or twice and already taken out an entire model. So the Skirmish Chariot's not enjoying it. Little Grom is one of the artillery units that is performing very well on this patch. Good dodging there by Alfredino. You have some Dark Riders with shields charging down the Horse Archers. He has to be careful not to get baited in too hard. Ooh, nice net from the Wolfhearts. Good counter charge from Kosovo Dervishes. These aren't Griffin Legion. It's not like they're going to smoke these guys or anything, but a good free charge. While the Wolfhearts try and turn and fire. They've been turning for a while. They're not shooting. I don't know if they're obstructed or if they just don't have attack orders or something. Oh, they're derping out. Yeah, they're in scattered formation. They're not actually gonna fire, so that's a bit of a bug there. I see. As Little Grom tries to hit the Scourge Runners, but a good last-second dodge from Alfredino. Still on top of his micro, despite being an old man. I think Alfredino just turned 85. I'm checking my notes on that. Yeah, he's 85. As a Blizzard takes out some Dark Shards as they get pummeled by the Wolf Hearts. The Colden Knights are going to be uncontested. That is the big concern for this Kislev build, is not having any counter heavy cav. That the Colden Knights, if they're properly cycle charged and whatnot, they could kill a lot of the Kislev formation if given time. Morathi's going to start harassing Little Grom, stop him from shooting. Quick little Wand of Crydon on the Wolf Hearts does a lot of damage. And some Dark Riders try and stop the Ice Witch of Tempest. She will laugh all the way to the bank and beat the crap out of them. So that's not really going to work out. Scourge-Runner Chariots get attacked by the Kosovo Dervishes that Sego's placed in the flank. They have finally appeared, and they lock down those Scourge Runners. Not getting crazy damage out, but they're just distracting, disrupting, being a nuisance. As another Hailstorm is going to come down on the Dark Shards as the Ice Witch causes a little bit of distraction. She needs to be kind of careful. Colden Knights getting a full surround on her would be super bad for her health, and we have 2 Colden Knights closing in for that effect. Soul Stealer out from Morathi to heal herself up and punch Little Grom a little more, but she is currently locked down. Oh, this is a nasty combo. The Horse Archers are just in melee to keep her here while the Kislevite Halberds tear her to shreds. Morathi needs to find a way out of here, and quickly. Dark Elves get their Murderous Prowess procced, which is something they desperately needed. Alfredino is running out of stats on the front line. The leadership from Murderous Prowess keeping these Dread Spears in it for just a couple more seconds by the Dark Elves, some extra time. As Morathi continues to try and path out of here. Fireblood is worn off for these Horse Archers, so they can actually route, but Morathi just needs to get them to leave so she could get out of these Halberds. These Halberds have got like the most value for any infantry all day. 750 and climbing, yeah, that's pretty good stuff. Colden Knights getting bombarded by a Hailstorm, lots of damage on them. They're going to start terror routing soon. So the Dervishes are running out of HP. Bounce power is slightly favoring Segos. So is the damage value. Alfredino's down about 1,000, but when you have a lot of range units, things can turn at the drop of a hat. Like if Little Grom ever gets caught out and just dies, bounce power swing right back to the Dark Elves. Wolfheart's getting killed off here by the Dark Riders, and Coldwood Knights could also help them a lot. So these Kislev Warriors are still just churning through large units. They keep finding themselves in combat with large targets worth a lot of money. So go, Kislevite Warriors, go. Ignore everything I said about infantry needing buffs. They're killing his whole army. Alfredino's gonna lose to this one Kislevite Warrior. Go, Kislevite Warrior, go! Get his ass! Hailstorm's gonna hit the Dark Shards a little bit. Alfredino dodges most of it, but it's just keeping him under pressure. Kislev's front line is about a spent force, as some of the Dark Elves still have a little bit of life in them and they start to move forward. But the Kislevite Warriors continue to murder everybody in the back line. Another Wand of Crydon cast is down, though the friendly fire might actually take out this Golden Knight. Watch its HP, watch its HP, watch its HP. Bam! 200 HP off the Golden Knight. Not enough to rout it, but maybe with the terror causing giant Chaos Frost Worm Dragon Frost of Frost running around, causing disruption, they might get going. Little Grom almost dead. Bounce of powers back to 50-50. Dark Elves have the late game advantage of infantry. Kislev have the late game advantage of a full health single entity with collision attacks. And the world's bravest Kislevite warriors that are now up to 1,600 value. Morathi even recognizes how OP they are and hits them with a Melkots, and then a friendly fire hailstorm. Both sides are sick of this Kislevite warrior. What did this Kislevite warrior do to you, Ice Witch? Why would you do that? Why would you kill him off like that? He's your boy. He's been carrying this whole game. Why would you kill him? As the Snow Leopard and Kislevite Halberds are beating up on Morathi. How much value has the Snow Leopard gotten off of hitting Morathi? 300 value from that summon is very nice. Cold Knights plowing into Kislevite Warriors, and Kislevite Warriors are like, bet, we'll kill you too. We're the invincible, unbreakable guardians of Kislev. As they get there by our blood, they're gonna kill the Coldwood Knights. I love this Kislevite warrior. Okay, calm down, everybody, calm down. So, Morathi's up in the sky. She might still have a lot of Soul Stealers, which she can use to heal herself and damage the Ice Witch of Tempest by quite a lot. The Snow Leopard is fake. In 15 seconds, it'll fade away, and the map will look a lot more even. So Alfredino has a couple spears left, and Marathi, who can heal. For Kislev, they have a very powerful chaos. I keep saying chaos because of the frost dragon. They have a very powerful frostworm mounted lord, but she has finite HP. That is not coming back no matter what you do. Little Grom might actually rally. Ooh, 30 HP is a little low. Okay, 30 HP is a little too low. So I don't know if he's coming back. There's a Soul Stealer we were so worried about. So Marathi's about to heal while this lady gets damaged. That'll be a good balance of power swing for Alfredino. Damage value is incredibly even, but a hailstorm comes in as a charge from the world's bravest Kislevite warriors. Also tries to keep the Dread Spears in place, so they'll tear her out pretty soon and go off the map, and that was one of Alfredino's healthier units. Marathi has some anti-large stats, but she is not as good of a duelist as the Ice Witch of Tempest is, and does need to be careful as she lands on that. Ooh, if there's a tear out right now, this could be huge for Kislev if they can get rid of that Dread Spear and just leave Marathi all alone versus the Ice Witch. The Ice Witch could keep her on the ground for quite a while, but the Ice Witch has missed a lot of shots in a row, plus a surround, plus a Melkos Mystifying Miasma from Marathi. This looks like it's going to be the end of Kislev, as there goes their bravest Kislevite warrior, and the Ice Witch of Tempest is forced to run away. 2,500 HP. Marathi only has 1,800, even though their health bars look relatively similar. Sego's trying to use his collision attacks to their greatest effect, throws down a hailstorm at the last second. By Our Blood will keep this Ice Witch in the fight for a little bit. So we have some Armored Cossars back firing, but we need to get some good RNG on Marathi, and we need it now. Is he missing another shot? What? Oh, you're taking Hazel. Got it. Yeah. So Ice Witch really needs to hit Marathi a couple times. It looks like the RNG is not favoring her. Marathi's 40 melee defense plus the debuff and wounds really hurting the Ice Witch Tempest, so she's not quite able to hit Marathi when she needed to most. Dark Shards are coming back in range and still trying to use those collision attacks, still trying to use that Terror to get rid of their Dread Spears, but Marathi seems very content to stay in the sky and let the spears take care of this. By Our Blood wears off, and as soon as this lady routs, army losses will take hold. That is GG game 1 to Alfredino. Centaurs are the best cav in the game too. Beastmen really do get the good animations. Yeah, they do. See, but that's the thing is, I mean, I know you're not implying this. I would rather more factions get good animations than strip Beastmen of their good ones. But I know it's not what you're implying. I'm just like following up with, I wouldn't nerf Beastmen because they have good animations. I would just keep updating other factions. Man, Kislevite warriors doing amazing in this game. Not enough to win, but they did very, very well. Armored Cossars had a bit tougher of a time. Alfredino took those out quite well. Kosovoite dervishes and their horse archers did their best. Little Grom did okay. And that is that. Endgame advantage of infantry. You heard it here. Please nerf. Chosen One. True, dude. True. Marathi getting 2,500 value. Dread Spears and Bleak Swords getting decent value in. Dark Shards got shut down pretty easily. Cold One Knights and Dark Riders did okay. And Scourge Runners got shut down. Like, this is entirely caster bias. This is entirely caster bias. Was this game two very good players playing each other? Yes. Was it very close in the end? Yes. Is that why it was a good game? Probably. But I would posit, I would throw in there that two balanced armies with decent infantry cores makes for a way more interesting game than weird single entities and cavalry only builds kiting around, trying not to fight, and each side has like 2 or 3 chaff infantry that they just take to get to their model count. I think games like that are way more interesting. I loved both those armies. I think it's thematic and cool and awesome, and big epic battles are the reason I love casting. And that's why I want infantry to be more relevant. Not that I want them to be able to carry the game, but just give people a reason to take them. Because builds without infantry, you just look at them and you're like, this feels weird. This feels weird to cast. That was a good game. That was a very good game. Loved both armies. No complaints. Caster very happy. Alfredino's going Khorne, Nurgle, and Skaven. Ban Empire. $10K-year-old elf witch with a halberd, not as good as a duelist as a random 30-year-old ice mage on a big target. Makes sense. One cheap Kislev infantry annihilated the most powerful dark elf legendary lords. Human Boy SCS 2025. Infantry massively overpowered CS. Please. Oh. Chat spitting facts right now. Then we get to see who's rock, paper, and scissors fails first now. Yeah. We're gonna head out soon. Yeah. There's no camera. Do you want to say hi to chat?
Oh, sure. Hello, everybody.
Grace is here. It's Grace's birthday in 5 or 6 months.
Yeah.
Wish her a happy birthday, everybody.
We couldn't be further away from it.
Wish her a happy birthday, everybody. There's a delay, so they're not going to wish you happy birthday for just a hot second. Just a little bit.
You don't have to wish.
It's your birthday.
Will you lock the garage?
Okay.
I don't have the key.
Okay. All right.
I'm just waiting for her to go potty and out. So.
All right. Someone just donated $10,000 because it's your birthday.
Woo!
So I have to give you $10,000.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do. Okay, goodbye. Patrick, I love that you just said happy birthday at Grace. That's pretty good. What's the next map? It's pinned, dude. It's pinned, brother. To Stomping Grounds, they found it. Melee infantry is still the most powerful unit in the game. It's also just the most vulnerable by far, Olaf. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is the problem with having ODM all over the place. So Sexy Boys in finals, Segos and Alfred are fighting right now. So they're all of the same clan. They're all friends and stuff. And they keep being stupid. So their chat is all like, oh, hey, you're really cool. Oh, hey, what should we do? Let's do this matchup. This is fun. This is all stuff. And I'm like, hey, guys, that's cool. That's sweet. It's nice that you're all friends and being nice and stuff, but this is supposed to be a sweaty tryhard tournament, so maybe figure it out. Pick the sweaty matchups. Play the best stuff and hate each other, you filth. All right, Grace left. I have to go lock the door because she told me to. Not because I want to. Because she told me to. All right, bigger beep. I'll be back when I want to be. Segos went Slaanesh ban Nurgle, so Alfredino had Khorne and Skaven to pick from. He went Khorne, so we get Khorne Slaanesh, which is actually a sick matchup. That's actually a fun one. That's a very fun one. BRB! Oh! 92 people watching. Ah! Ah! Oh God! I'm sorry. Sorry about that. That was probably an audio nightmare. My sleeve hooked on my microphone as I started to sit down, and then it swung wildly because it was attached to my body as I was moving, and it hit a light post that I used, so I'm sorry. Probably sounded like ass. Slaanesh is ready. All right. Players are ready. Turin was messaging me about some stuff. I'm sorry, I was distracted. One does not simply ignore Turin. Okay. All right. All right. Let's do this. Okay. All right. Focusing up. It was a little weird. Turin doesn't message me a lot, but he does sometimes. And he messaged me this morning. He said, "Hey, gorgeous. Hope you enjoyed last night." And I said, "Oh, yeah, of course. Haha. Don't tell my wife." I feel like he's going to blackmail me now. I feel like one night with the mullet was not worth it. It was not worth the lifetime of blackmail I am now subjecting myself to. Can Khorne even try? What can Khorne even try here except some degen blob attempt? Behind the blocker, last time I looked, I saw Alfredino had literally like 4 chosen in the Hellforge Bellowers, but then I looked away to answer some messages. Okay, let's focus back up. Get back into the game. Trust me, Grace knows. True, true. So for Slaanesh and Segos, he went with Demonettes of Slaanesh and some Devoted Marauders in the front line, some Seekers and Heart Seekers, including the Eternal Entourage, and then Marauder Horsemen, which I maybe already mentioned, I forget. Azazel with just Rampage, and then his Demon Blade. The other side for Khorne, Chaos Warhounds, 4 of those, Hellforge Bellowers, 4 Spawn, 3 Chaos Furies, and Scarbrand with his Rampage and Wrathful Reaper. No infantry for Khorne. Sad times are upon us. Hummus is playing, not me. How would I manage that? You are watching my streamed perspective. You are a silly man, Segos. You are a silly, silly man. Also, Sexy Boy in chat. Sexy Boys, aren't you supposed to be playing in finals right now? What are you doing in my chat? Get out of here. Go play finals. Get out of here! Get out of here! All right, looking at the builds, I am suspicious of Khorne's build. I really don't like it, but Alfredino is far, far, far better than me at this video game. So I'll trust him, but I don't see how this is gonna work. I feel like the Skirmish Cav and Spear infantry can kill the Chaos Spawn pretty easily. Seekers can clear all the Chaos Warhounds, Chaos Furies, and Scarbrand if they isolate him. I don't know. And can't you just rampage the Hellforge Bellowers into Seekers? Isn't that a thing? Alfredino gonna target the Devoted Marauders with spears right away. Save his Chaos Spawn a little bit of trouble. And Slaanesh moving up to get a little bit of skirmishing in on this side. Ooh, really good damage on the Chaos Furies of Slaanesh. I'm sorry, Chaos Furies of Khorne. But I actually forgot Slaanesh has magic damage skirmish cav, which is very, very good against Furies because then they don't get their physical resistance at all. No 20% physical resistance for you. So Slaanesh, I don't know if they should be this comfortable with trading skirmish cav with the Hellforge Bellowers. You'd think they'd want to try and pressure up and get a good rampage off, but I guess not. I mean, he is trying to position himself behind these trees in the center of the map and really trying to waste as much of the Hellforge Bellowers ammo as possible. I get that. When we get to this high of level, it's funny. He fires uphill, so it hits the ground and hits all of his own dogs. Anyway, the interesting part for me about casting players of this high of level is when I'm casting new players, I generally can say most of things matter-of-factly. Like, I know this is a good engagement or a bad engagement. When you're dealing with players that are significantly better than me, it's really difficult to cast sometimes because you're like, I disagree that letting the Hellforge Bellowers fire for free while you kind of poke a skirmish cav. I disagree that's worth it, but I can't prove it because I know you're so much better than me that you know something. All right, first rampage of the game is out onto the Chaos Warhounds of Khorne. Ooh, getting them to fight Demonettes is a death sentence for those dogs. Now, thankfully, rampage doesn't make them unbreakable, so they will rout because they're dogs, but still, that is pretty much a dead unit as the Demonettes just rip them limb from limb. Good rampage there for them, but that does mean the rampage is on cooldown. It can't be used on the Hellforged Bellowers or the Chaos Furies. Still, shattering off a dog is worth it. I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying the cost to that is the Hellforged Bellowers have much freer access to movement for the next. Like, look if they could get rampage right now, they'd be instantly dead. But I also think Alfredino wouldn't have it out here if the rampage was off cooldown, so it gives them a little more freedom to move carelessly. Now, dogs and furies running after the Eternal Entourage and other Seekers. Dogs are a good counter to Seekers because you can trade up damage-wise since they don't have any armor. Seekers can still kill them, but you're using a 900, 950 gold unit to fight like a 500, 450 gold dog. Furies, Chaos Spawn, and dogs all collapsing in on the Seekers. Seekers get good collision damage on the dogs, and Azazel's in here trying to help as well as the Hellforged Bellowers continue to run away. Demonettes taking a lot of damage, but dealing a lot of damage right back. They will die, but they'll take out another dog and a Chaos Spawn with them. And some sort of rampage is getting cast, but who is it on? It's on one of the Chaos Furies of Khorne, dealing a little bit of damage, keeping them in combat with, I guess, the Seekers. Hard to tell what the Seekers are actually trying to attack here as they get very spread out. Scarbrand jumps in, pops his rampage, and then his self-rampage with 50% more damage. He's going to grind through everybody in this area, doing a ton of damage to people around him. Almost 1,000 weapon strength already. The Hellforged Bellowers having troubles finding a safe place to be with Seekers and Heartseekers closing in on all sides. We do have a lot of Chaos Furies of Khorne dying, both sides taking a ton of damage as Seekers fade away, Furies fade away, dogs shatter, just everything is dying explosively quickly. After a very slow early game of kind of skirmishing and repositioning around, once the melee is joined, there's so many demonic units that it's over in an instant. The spawn are almost dead, all of the Furies are dead for Khorne. We still have some spawn here and there. We have Eternal Entourage and other Seekers tearing apart the last spawn of Khorne who are isolated. Scarbrand is left all alone for Alfredino. He's down about 2,500 damage value. It is a desperate situation for Khorne. The Hellforged Bellowers doing what they can to fight in melee. Narcissism nets Scarbrand in place and silences him, so even if he has his rampage off cooldown, he can't rampage Azazel back into him right now. Azazel, as you can see, Segos has been trying to get him back up into the air for quite a while. The only way he loses this game is if Azazel gets sniped out by Scarbrand, and then he loses his leadership, he loses his caster, all of his demonic units fade away, and it's a disaster. Hellforged Bellower's point-blank shot on this big old clump is doing a lot of damage as he tries to get away from Azazel. Keeps trying to get back into melee for the healing more than the ammunition. This game is going to be over one way or the other very soon, so it's not about the ammo, it's about the healing, but he is taking too much damage. The Skirmish Cav, the Seekers, Azazel, all of that teaming up in the Hellforged Bellowers. He is going to go down. Army losses will take out Scarbrand as Slaanesh gets the win, evening up the series 1-1. It's funny, starts laughing. Yeah, that tracks, dude. That tracks. If it was funny and I don't laugh, doesn't that make me a liar? Doesn't that make me a fraud? Bam. Slaanesh with a good, strong win. Seekers did fine. Heartseekers and Eternal Entourage did really great. On the other side for Khorne, Scarbrand struggled a bit. His Chaos Furies and Dogs got wrecked. Chaos Spawn actually did okay compared to the Furies and Dogs, and the Hellforged Bellowers did alright. GG, GG. Segos is on the board 1-1. Only 2 shots go through from the Hellforged Bellower, don't worry. Still does more damage to infantry than mortars will do all game. Yeah. Yeah! Look at these losers trying to win. Love the casting, by the way. Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying. Believe it or not, I do try to be entertaining. It's goal number 4 when I'm streaming, but it is one of my goals. Goal number 1, make money. Goal number 2, make more money. Goal number 3, subscribe. If you aren't subscribed to this channel, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Get in here. And then number 4 is actually be entertaining of any kind. If you could host a final between two players of your choice, what would those players be and of what factions? I'm not going to go through like a whole best of 5, but for me, I think the hypest matchup would be oh gosh, Flying Taco versus Alfredino. I don't think Flying Taco right now is one of the best players, period. Like, okay, so here's the caveat before a bunch of people from XMT yell at me. Best players, I think, right now are like Sipa, Alfredino, Segos, and Sexy Boy. I mean, they won these tournaments. I don't know if Flying Taco participated in any, but Taco is incredible at micro. But I think he's pretty burnt out on land battles and conquest from playing for many, many years. So he doesn't play that seriously. And he was never that serious of a player. He always took kind of funny memes and just relied on being a micro god. And his faction pool is incredibly limited by what he finds interesting. So if you talk about peak form Taco sweating and he's good at all the factions, like, yeah, that would be interesting. But yeah, Taco's faction pool is limited. But I would like to see him versus Alfredino because I think the first couple games would be hype. And I'd like to see Taco on his Ogres or his Lizardmen. I think his Lizardmen is more fun because Ogres are really overpowered right now. But yeah, so if I got to pick, I'd do Alfredino versus Flying Taco just because that was an OG matchup back from when I watched Turin. Before I even played competitive, I'd watch Flying Taco, Falcon, and Alfredino, and Floxlon Soothsayer on Turin streams. That shit was dope. So, yeah. Taco and Alfredino. And then the specific game I'd be most hyped about is Taco's Lizardmen versus Alfredino's Tzeentch. I think that'd be a really good matchup. Because normally, cards on the table, normally I find Tzeentch horrendously boring to watch because it's a bunch of spell kiting and soul grinders and all that stuff, whatever. But Alfredino is very proficient at Tzeentch. He's very good at it. And Lizardmen have enough tools to stop Tzeentch's worst impulses that I feel like that could be a really cool game. So I think that'd be peak. That'd be very hype. I don't think it would be a slap fight, but I think it would be very technically interesting. A slap fight being like the one we just saw there, where Slaanesh and Khorne slammed into each other and the game was over in a couple moments. I don't think it'd be like that, but I think it would be very, very interesting to see what Alfredino target prioritizes on Taco's Lizardmen, because Taco's probably going to have a wide army with a lot of defensive abilities, so he can't just spam Blue Fire on the Lord and win. But I also wonder how Taco would try and deal with the kite, and I think Taco's good enough and proficient enough to deal with it. So yeah, that'd be my hype thing. I think that'd be so dope. I think if it was a best of 7, Alfredino would win, because I feel like Taco would either be better or even to Alfredino as long as Ogres and Lizardmen are up. And after that, I think Taco falls off compared to Alfred in just faction depth. Not that he can't play them. What we're talking about is the best players in the world playing the best. I think he falls off. Does he fall off compared to me? No, Taco can beat me on any faction, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about how good is he versus Alfred. I think he's totally fine as long as he has Ogres and Lizardmen. After that, I get really scared for Taco. So it's the best. If it's a best of 3, he's probably going to win. As long as Alfred doesn't just ban his Ogres and Lizardmen. Which, spoiler alert, Alfredino always bans Ogres. He hates dealing with Ogres, so Taco's not going to get him. But yeah. Alright, picks and bans are up, so I should probably inform you of that instead of just rambling. Segos for Game 3 goes Empire, Grand Cathay, and Wood Elves, banned Kislev. Alfredino removed Grand Cathay and picked Beastmen, so Alfredino's on Beastmen. Segos had Empire and Wood Elves to pick from. Segos went Wood Elves. So we have Wood Elves and Beastmen. Disregard females, acquire currency. Yeah. Should get Void to come back and play. Like, he's very good, but I've never enjoyed watching Void. He's very, very good, but his playstyle is, like, boring. My Spanish is not good, but could it not be a Chico Human CC? Human Chico CC? It's a direct one-to-one translation without using grammar of Human Boy, yes, yes. You know what would actually be interesting? In that theoretical matchup, Ogre Kingdoms for Flying Taco and Alfredino's Empire. I think that matchup is slightly Ogre's favored, but Empire have some tools. And Alfred's a pretty spooky guy. So I'd be curious what each side would take in that and how it would play out. All right, Wood Elf build is about ready. That's a 0 gold spend. Alfred also has a 0 gold spend, so I have no idea who wins off of the gold values. It's a toss-up. Isn't Ombre bro? Or am I misremembering? All right, Wood Elves, Beastmen. We get the return of the Durthu. I haven't actually got a lot of Durthu recently. People keep taking Drycha or a basic spellcaster, because kind of like we were talking about earlier with crap, what matchup was that? Tomb Kings, right? We were talking about Tomb Kings where double cats are powerful, but the power of double cat isn't having them on the battlefield, it's the threat of them. Because if you bring them, they're very powerful, but if you don't bring them, your enemy had to invest in the tools to take them down, and now those tools are useless. Durthu is similar, so a lot of people have actually just been taking Drycha and or the Spell Singer of the Spell Weaver or whatever the Lord version is on an Eagle. But your opponent has to bring something in case of Durthu, and then that gets wasted because all your armor piercing versus Wood Elves, if they don't take Durthu, your armor piercing is worthless. All your anti-large is not nearly as good without Durthu around, right? But, you know, you can just take Durthu, and then he's a very strong duelist, tanky, Flock of Doom, and Sword of Daith caster lord. So, yeah, very strong lord. He's actually getting taken for once. 4 Dryads to back him up. 2 Sisters of the Thorn, 2 Glade Riders with Hagbane tips. Ooh, wait, 1 is regular, 1 has Hagbane tips. Wild Hunters of Kurnos, and more Wild Riders with shields. Very straightforward Wood Elf build. Like it a lot. And Durthu did bring Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith. And aside for the Beastmen, it's a very wide front line. Chaos Warhounds with poison, Centaurs of Tzeentch as well. And some dogs. In the background, we do have Butchers of Kalkengard, 1 Ungor Raider, Grog's of Wolfsrun, and Malagor Dark Omen with just Flock of Doom. The Centaurs of Tzeentch are good in this matchup because they're the opposite of a catch-22 in a bad way, where you either have magic damage to bypass the physical resistance Wood Elves like to have. A lot of their units have physical resistance. Or if you're fighting a tree, then your armor piercing is useful, even though Durthu has the ability to remove all your magic attacks. So, Centaurs of Tzeentch, very, very good against Wood Elves, just because they have everything you need to combat them. Because usually, if you invest in armor piercing, it's wasted on, like, Wild Riders, because Wild Riders have physical resistance and no armor, so what's the point? But, yeah, Centaurs of Tzeentch, very, very good. Hermano is bro. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alfredino versus Flying Taco. Why not tacos with Alfredo? Will, that sounds gross. How dare you? Maybe with Alfred Micro versus Segros Micro, it'll go differently. Wood Elf should win easily. What? Nah, dude. Beastman got it. Beastman got it easy peasy. Overcasted Flock of Doom on 2 Sisters of the Thorn. Solid damage to start off as the Beastmen advance. And the Beastmen are kind of advancing along both white lines to stop the Wood Elves from being able to slip past them in any capacity. So it's just a full court press to force these guys back and back and back and get them into a melee eventually, where they have no room to navigate. Rockhoof's Wolfsrun doing a little bit of kiting. They're mostly trying to throw at Durthu right now. You can see from the fact that he's poisoned that the throwing axes have been hitting him. And the Beastmen do need to make sure not to overextend anywhere where the Wood Elves can collapse in on them, like we have some Centaurs from Alfredino possibly overchasing, getting kited up by the Sisters of the Thorn. Close to routing, though they are trying to get a rear charge onto Wild Riders. Durthu's getting in range, so I imagine we'll have a Flock of Doom over here very soon on all 3 of these units. But Alfredino is going to back off. No, he's committing. Yeah, Flock of Doom and Sword of... Flock of Doom's coming, maybe Sword of Daith. I think if he has 2 or 3 units in the same area, you get the Sword of Daith, if not just a Flock. Ooh, ooh, right there, right there! Get it! Durthu turns around, he sees it too. Flock of Doom! Sword of Daith. Sword of Daith. Daith Sword. Alfred's trying to spread out so he doesn't get Sword of Daith. Fair. Wild Hunters of Kurnos get a uphill charge in the Centaurs of Tzeentch. They are fighting a 3v1, but they've already routed the dogs. They've almost routed the other Centaurs, quickly turning it into a 1v1. We do have some Ungor Spears trying to get up there. On the low ground, Centaurs piling in. Durthu's Sword of Daith is on cooldown. I just saw it over here a second ago. And Flock of Doom is... I mean, Flock of Doom's on cooldown, I guess, for all of 3 seconds, because that spell is always off cooldown. But feeling safe to take the full engagement, not as worried about the AoE punishment spells anymore. We are killing some Wild Riders. There comes another Flock of Doom like we were talking about before. And 2 Wild Riders almost taken out entirely. That is a lot of money for the Wood Elves to lose this early on. But overall, the Wild Hunters of Kurnos were doing great on the top side, taking out a Centaur and a dog. Running away from the Centaurs of Tzeentch, though, who are still full HP, just lost their barriers. And yeah, this is a trick, isn't it? You have to fight them on top of spear support that's close by, or don't fight them and just get rear charged the whole time. So yeah, the Wild Hunters of Kurnos getting taken out. All the Wild Riders dying is pretty rough, so that is a really good advantage for Alfredino to have. But the damage value is very similar, as Durthu has taken a chunking. I imagine we've had Centaurs. Yeah, the Centaurs with throwing axes nearby have done a lot of damage to them. We do still have 2 Sisters of the Thorn and 2 Blade Riders, the Hagman tips, that have been kiting around, shooting at Centaurs, shooting at the throwing axes, doing a lot of damage there. How much damage value do you have, Wolf's Run? Yeah, almost 1,000 from just throwing at Durthu. Overcast damage hurts him, plus the throwing axes to his face. Durthu's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna have a hard time with. Very even game so far. Centaurs of Tzeentch, after killing off the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, are coming down in the low ground, but they are unshielded. So they don't want anything to do with the Sisters of the Thorn and the Glade Riders as long as their barriers are down. Which is the Calcon also kind of running around repositioning for now as Centaurs try and pick off more and more Dryads. Durthu getting left mostly for the late game. The only thing the Beastmen are doing right now to Durthu is just hitting with throwing axes, which the Groghov's Wolf's Run, their healing is not activated right now because their leadership is too low. So they have to rally in the distance, get their leadership back so they can slowly regenerate up and come back in the late game. As the Sister of the Thorn, I don't think they want to let the Groghovs get away, but some basic Centaurs and dogs are not exactly going to let you chase them down as you like to. Centaurs of Tzeentch trying to get a fight with the Sisters of the Thorn. Malagor helping out a little, but Malagor is actually getting pretty low. Is he getting shot like point blank range, or how is he taking that much damage? I don't know, but I'm a little concerned. Though I suppose Malagor is such a piss poor melee combatant that as long as he is alive, it doesn't matter if he takes health damage as much. Not like Durthu has Spirit Leech or any guaranteed way of hurting him. Groghov's leadership is high enough. They're starting to get their heal. As you can see, Alfredino is just trying to keep them out of trouble for now, trying to stay away from the Sisters of the Thorn, just regenerate a little bit, get these guys back for the late game. Sisters of the Thorn do get taken out by the Centaurs and Centaurs of Tzeentch. Basic Glade Riders, the Hagman tips, running away. The other Sister of the Thorn is also down, though, so all of the elite cav of the Wood Elves is offline. We have 2 very cheap skirmish cav, and then Durthu and some Dryads left, or Sagos. I kind of wish Malagor was nearby for this 3 Dryad Flock of Doom blob he could be casting, but not going to happen. Groghov's Wolf's Run can use their last volley onto Durthu. They realize they're just getting Flock of Doomed and they're going to start losing models. So they just kind of accept their fate and want to use their last throwing axes on Durthu while they can. And then they know they're going to die. They're okay with it. Beastmen take the bounce power lead. Butchers of Calcon trying to be useful while also regenerating for a late game fight with Durthu. They are the last like real threat the Beastmen have against Durthu. You'd think Centaurs of Tzeentch, you're like, yeah, but at half HP... and Durthu has Dryad support all around him, they're not going to get a good surround. You need the Butchers. The Butchers are the only ones with enough mass and staying power to really fight Durthu in the late game at this point. Glade Riders 3 ammo and 5 ammo as they close in and try and get something done, but they do overextend a little bit here. Centaurs Tzeentch can get a side charge on these guys. Big volley on the Centaurs. Gonna route them right next to the white line. Their superior speed should actually take them off the map, but they managed to rally at the last second somehow. And now they're cutting away from the Centaurs Tzeentch, but... can Durthu and the Dryads beat the Butchers of Calcon? Quick Flock of Doom onto an already wounded Centaur and Ungor Spearman Herd, just trying to get rid of any support and get a final big fight. I think he still has a Sword of Daith. I only seen one this game. Yeah, he has his second one. Overextending a little bit ahead of his Dryads. I think he's just trying to bait the fight so he can get a Sword of Daith on like 3 big units. So I think he's taking a disadvantage trade on purpose, but still, I don't know if you can afford to lose health on Durthu like this. He's getting really good damage out onto the Butchers of Calcon. There's the big Sword of Daith. And he's trying to chase them down, reducing their armor so the Dryads can get a couple extra hits in. The last Ungor Spearman Herd with any real health is also dying off. The Glade Riders use the last of their ammunition, running away from the Centaurs. In the distance, the Hagman tips still have 2 ammo. The Butchers still have 15 out of 16 models. They haven't lost any models for quite a while. They back off to get some more healing once again as the Glade Riders keep running away from the Centaurs. But have to be careful of a little bit of a pincer here. You could get a rear charge in from these Glade Riders, and that would take out the dogs. Then you'd have a Centaur of Tzeentch in a 2v1 bad situation. But it doesn't look like that's what the Wood Elves are planning. They're actually just trying to run away, and that is not working at all. As the Centaurs, one of the units in the game that actually has attacking animations while moving, is just going to eat you alive as you try and get away. Block of Doom spam from Malagor is hurting the tree blob quite a lot. Obviously, it does no damage to Durthu, but it is killing off the Dryad support. And if he gets left alone in the late game versus those Butchers of Kalkengard, the Butchers will feast. Segos was not going for the wraparound play, so he did just lose a Glade Rider with no ammo as he uses his ammunition on the Butchers of Kalkengard. Dryad's still trying to get a fight over there. The Butchers are faster. Malagor keeps just spamming out Flock of Doom on cooldown onto these 3 Dryads until they leave. What up, alloys? How you doing? Butchers get a downhill charge through the almost dead Dryads just as another Flock of Doom hits everybody. Centaur's Tzeentch moving in, but this is probably the last stand of the Wood Elves, and it's not looking like a victorious stand. Centaur is going to get a rear charge here any second now. Butcher's taking some damage, but Durthu is as well. And the Glade Riders have to get a rear charge over here. It's their only hope to do anything. Probably charge the Centaurs, get rid of them, force the Butchers to fight all alone. Even Malagor jumps in onto this fight. Durthu continues to try and hold his ground. Big overcast Flock of Doom from Durthu. Good damage as the Glade Riders come in. This should rout the Centaurs of Tzeentch, but is it even enough? You have a full health Ungor Spearman herd joining the fight, and it's just some Dryads supporting Durthu as he gets chunked down by the angry cows of the Beastmen. A counter Flock of Doom from Malagor Dark Omen, and that takes out the Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips. It takes out the Dryads, leaves Durthu all alone. Balance of Power is about to army loss this poor man as the Spearmen come in and the Butchers turn around. It is finally just Durthu, as the Beastmen have been hoping for quite a long time. It should be the end of the big tree. Terror Route takes away some stuff, but you still have the Butchers, you still have Ungor Spearman herds that are just poking at his little shins. That is army losses. Alfredino goes up 2-1. Durthu with 2,600 value, very nice stuff from him, but the Wild Riders were the big cost sink that didn't pay off. They got completely massacred by Centaurs, just surrounded and beaten up on the backfield. And then the Skirmish Cav did pretty well, but it was a close game in the end. 3,000 plus gold on Wild Riders, giving you only 1,500 returns is pretty brutal. On the other side for the Beastman, Malagor got good value considering he's just a cheap flying caster. Infantry didn't get too much done, but the Centaurs did what they needed to. The Centaurs of Tzeentch getting really good value. 2,600 on one, 700 on the other isn't terrible. Roghooves did fine. Dogs got mostly killed off, and the Butchers did fine. GG. I underestimated how useful the Butchers of Kalkengard could be when you don't throw them away immediately. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Segos has to win the next 2 games to make it to finals. Oh, it's going to be Alfredino versus Sexy Boy. I did say how much I dislike these top 4 players. So here's the thing. I was saying this in a chat with them, so it's not even a secret. And I'm saying it on a public stream right now, so they can find me. These 4 players are just the worst. So 3 of them troll me. Alfredino, Segos, and Sipa actively troll me all the time. And they're so mean. I cry daily because of the things they say to me. And then the last person is very, very nice. Sexy Boy is great. He's a grand human being. But his name, every time I have to say his name on stream, I feel like the FBI is going to knock on my door any second. So all 4 of these players, the worst. Like, do you know how hard it is to cast Sexy Boy's game? Like, if I'm in the middle of a hype and I just, like, blurt out, look at that sexy boy! And then the FBI is like, no, absolutely not. Find him. Shut him down. You can't do it. Give him a name. SB. For game 4, Alfredino goes Tomb King's Empire and Slaanesh. Bans Grand Cathay. What will Sagos do? Hummus hates sexy boys. So jealous. It's true. It's true. I'm a 31-year-old man now. I'm old. I'm all old and stuff. And what do I have to show for it? A middling YouTube channel. Bad job. A wife who hates me. A dog who's stupid as hell. A cat with kidney disease. Things are looking up. Things are looking up for old human boy. No. My wife doesn't hate me. The rest of that was true. My wife does not hate me. She's great. Oh, Alfredino switched. She took Slaanesh out and added Lizardmen. So it's Tomb King's Empire Lizardmen for Alfred. Did anybody here watch I Think You Should Leave? My little mini joking rant there reminds me of the I have triples of the Nova, triples of the Stingray, triples of the Roadrunner. I don't live in a hotel. I have a beautiful wife. Slandering the Kaz where I draw a line. He factually has kidney disease. A lot. I'm not slandering shit. That cat has kidney disease. We had to get him special food, and he's fine now, but his kidneys are just going on him because he's old. So they gave him some of this special kidney food. Hazel in the top 99th percentile of dog intelligence. So here's the thing about Hazel's intelligence. Grace and I talk about this a lot. Hazel is a very clever dog. She's not a very intelligent dog, if you know what I mean. She's got street smarts. She's not like intelligent smart. And another thing that really hurts her intelligence, in my opinion, and like Grace says this helps her intelligence, I say it hurts it, is she knows the right thing, but then she'll do the wrong thing anyway and just accept the consequences. And Grace is like, see, that's good, like, that's good cost benefit analysis. And I go, yeah, but also just don't do the bad thing. You know you're gonna get punished. Like, she likes to dig up the yard, and we say, hey, don't dig up the yard. And when you yell at her for digging up the yard, she gets really sad. So, like, recently, if she digs, I don't even say anything. I just open the door, and because she's digging, she tucks her tail, comes inside, goes straight into her kennel without me even telling her to go to her kennel. So she's just like, yep, I know, I'm going to my kennel now. And I'm like, was digging for like 2 seconds worth spending 15 minutes in the kennel? Was it? Because you seem so sad about it that it doesn't seem like it was worth it. Then why did you do it? You stupid dog. Stupid dog. Hazel's the dog that bit the other dog? Yeah. Yeah. She's weird. She's 50-50 on dogs. Like, she meets some dogs and she's like, we're going to be best friends forever. And she meets another dog and she's like, I hope you die. And you're like, okay, cool. So it's really hard to introduce you to new dogs because we don't know if you're going to tell them they should die. And then it's awkward. Because no matter how much you preface it, you feel bad when, like, your dog is being a problem. And you're like, I'm sorry. I warned you this might happen and you knew it and you're saying it's okay, but I feel bad because my dog is barking a ton at your dog. It will be when she finds the coke. True. Also, Luigi, you're still hanging around, dude. You've been here since, like, the start of the stream. Can't believe you're still here. Can't believe you can stand it for this long. What have been going, 2.5 hours? 2.5 hours of my nonsense and you're still here. That's dedication. Segos has not picked a faction yet. He's thinking. He's big thinking. Sexy boy, waiting in finals, just being like, hey man, pick a faction and lose already, Segos. I want to fight Alfred. Curio, my office is in the basement, so I would see you all. I locked you in my attic. Get it right. Get it right, brother. You know what was a trip? So recently I watched Sherlock Holmes again, the Robert Downey Jr. one. I didn't realize when it first came out how wild that was. So what, that came out in 2009? How old was I? I was 15 when that came out. I didn't know much about Sherlock Holmes. Like, I knew he was a detective, yada, yada, yada. And then I saw a movie with Robert Downey Jr. where he's like, this man is straight up an action hero. So who, now here's the thing, that I know this has been a bad, like, thought where I'm just kind of rambling, but I'll clarify here. So there was a meeting between real adult human beings who were like, all right, we need to make a Sherlock Holmes movie. It's been a while. And one person at that meeting, a nerd with glasses, pushes up his little glasses on his face. He's like, oh, well, okay, we could do a tight mystery. Are you sure I could think up a plotline? And some guy with like sunglasses on inside so they can hide his like coked out eyes. His hair is slicked back. His shirt is like unbuttoned, the top 2 buttons. He's just like, nah, man, hear me out. Captain America, but British. And the nerd guy is like, that can't possibly. And everyone else is like, done, do it, sold. So then you have Robert Downey Jr. playing Sherlock Holmes as this jacked out of his mind street fighter. And like half the movie is him beating up randoms. Like, seriously, take every fight scene where Sherlock and Watson are fist fighting random gangsters who have guns, and they're like, nah, I'll use my fists. And as Jormungandr memes in the chat, discombobulate. Like, he goes into this zen state where he can predict your every movement and how to like karate chop you to death. And I'm like, as a 15-year-old, I watch this and I go, all right, Sherlock Holmes is pretty lit. This is cool. And now as an adult and I know who Sherlock Holmes is supposed to be, I'm like, what the hell was that movie? What the fuck? And they're hunting down some guy who does legit black magic, which it turns out it was all just science because he figured it out. But it's like they're hunting down a black magic man while karate chopping their way through the streets of London. You're like, what is happening? And a French giant said, like, swings this hammer at Sherlock and ends up sending a giant boat into the ocean. So they destroy a giant boat. They blow up a warehouse at a different point. Sherlock Holmes finds this weird electroprod that sends this guy flying, and I'm watching this and I'm just like, because I'm watching it for the second time and now I'm 31, so I'm not like a 15-year-old who's just like, yeah, action movie. I'm like, wait, this actually makes no fucking sense. What is happening? Discombobulate. It was super entertaining. I just watched it. I loved it. I'm gonna watch the sequel next. But it makes, like, if he wasn't Sherlock Holmes, the movie would make sense. But the fact that you took Sherlock Holmes and this is what came out of it is what makes no sense. The movie's plot is fine. The action is really well choreographed. The lines are funny. Everything about the movie is great. It's just like, this is like it's Paddington Bear, and you go, what? Wait, what? That was supposed to be Paddington Bear? That wasn't Paddington Bear at all. Like, this is supposed to be Sherlock Holmes. I'm like, oh, well, okay, that's not Sherlock Holmes. This movie kicked ass, but it had nothing to do with him. I almost never see Wood Elves win that matchup. How cursed would you say it is? Probably 50-50. Some people in chat are disagreeing, saying it's either one side favored or the other, but I think both sides have some stuff they can do. As we saw, Durthu is very strong. But you can also bait them to take all that stuff to kill Durthu and then just not bring Durthu. Take a Flying Flock of Doomcaster and then it's Malagor versus Malagor, and you can go wider with your Wood Elf army. They can be pretty good. The main problem is the Centaurs. So you can try and go with Deepwood Scout tech and then kind of mini box and just try and shoot them out that way. Also, Sego's finally picked a matchup and then readied up very quickly. So I was busy talking about Sherlock Holmes. Looks like he went Dark Elves. Yes, he went Dark Elves ban Lizardmen. So Alfredino had Tomb Kings or Empire to fight Dark Elves. He went Tomb Kings. Our introduction to Sherlock Holmes in that movie was a bare knuckle prize fighter. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was. And people keep memeing on it. That video on YouTube is actually the greatest piece of media I've ever seen, where it's just discombobulate. So good. Weak left jaw, discombobulate. He'll be off center, discombobulate. He'll be thinking about his grandmother, discombobulate. And oh no, rant. I thought that was a what? That wasn't a rant? Okay, whatever. All right. The Great Gatsby might actually be entertaining with that thing. I mean, they recently did a Great Gatsby with Leonardo DiCaprio, right? Was that any good? I didn't watch it. You know what I couldn't watch? Poor Things. I heard everybody talking about how great Poor Things was. I got like 30 minutes into it and I was just like, whatever. And I left. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I just got bored. I didn't have any specific complaints. I just wasn't that engrossed in it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just uncultured. It's possible. We have a game. Not talking about movies anymore. If you want to see game 5 between these two players, you're rooting for the Dark Elves. For the Dark Elves, we have a Burning Head caster with Cascading Fire Cloak as well. 5 Witch Elves, 2 Shades, 4 Cold One Knights, 2 Dark Riders, and the Crows of Cain. If you want this to be over and get on to Sexy Boy versus Alfredino, then you're rooting for the Tomb Kings to take us to 3-1. 4 Skeleton Horse Archers, 4 Carrion, Sprockle Stalkers, one of which is the ROR. 2 Ushabti Regulars, 1 Ushabti Great Bow, the ROR Chosen the Gods. Scepter the Imperishable on his cat with Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, and then some Skeleton Warriors. Meow meow, fair. By those criteria, that wasn't a rant. The stalked Vanguard Shades immediately going to get shots on his Skeleton Horse Archers, taking about a third of their HP off. Sounds similar enough to Needful Things. I've never heard of Needful Things, so touche. But as soon as I looked away, Carrion dives straight in to die. I don't like this at all from them, and they are trying to get out, but a couple of their models are still stuck in here. Here and there, you can see the Carrion are stuck. I think they were trying to shut down the Shades, but there were just too many Witch Elves and Dark Riders nearby for that to happen. Maybe he was trying to bait Witch Elves to pop their Witch's Brew and just rampage before they get into the real fight, but it looks like Sego is going to be a little too disciplined for that. Man, if the Witch Elves ever get into the Skeleton Warriors and pop their Witch's Brew, those are dead Skeleton Warriors. Dark Riders may be overextending, trying to keep up with the Carrion, but they get countercharged by, oh, Skeleton Horse Archers. Okay, never mind. They're going to be fine. Skeleton Horse Archers aren't exactly dangerous in melee, as the Dark Riders rout at full HP. Alfredino gets a good charge with Cetra through the Witch Elves, takes about half their HP off. I think the Chosen Gods had a little bit of help in that, but collision attacks are a hell of a drug as the Cold One Knights try and catch up to Cetra, though I think they'll have an Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance for them soon, as Cetra continues to bully the Witch Elves around. Carrion are starting to die. Their distraction used up for the most part. Now we have Skeleton Warriors running forward to support the melee Ushabti. Cold Knights take a ton of damage. That was definitely from the Chosen Gods because they have the Sundered Armor, which, well, Shield Breaker, whatever. And Cetra doesn't apply Shield Breaker. Alfredino ahead on damage value for now. Big Burning Head through some Skeleton Warriors, as Witch Elves also take a little bit of damage from that, but already the Skeleton Warriors are disintegrating, so they're entirely gone. And the Cavalry from the Dark Elves pushing hard into the back line, trying to make sure these Skirmish Cav and Ushabti Great Bows don't get to fire for free as the Dark Elves get into the melee where they want to be. Witch Elves might want to start popping their Witch Brews. It rampages your unit, but gives you so much more damage that if you're taking Witch Elves and you don't use Witch Brew, I don't see the point. So Alfred's got to pop, Sego's got to pop those soon. Otherwise, I don't see why you took Witch Elves over like Black Ark Corsairs. Witch Elves are still getting through the enemy front line, even without the Witch Brew. There we go. We start to get some of them popped on that flank. These two over here don't have them popped yet, but they're not in melee anymore, so who cares? But with that extra buff, they will churn through the Ushopti quite quickly. Skeleton Warriors as well are going to be in danger. Sparkle Stalkers and the Chosen of the Gods under attack, taking some damage, but Sparkle Stalkers firing sideways into the Ushopti Great Bow's assailants. They should be okay. Should doing a lot of work there. Setra's going to get a rear charge off, and he will tear out these guys. If they're not already routing, there they go. Bounce power is pretty even. A little Dark Elf favored. I don't know if I'd agree. I think this is flat out even. What was that Burning Head, Segos? Burning Head does not do a lot of damage to carrying. It does hurt your own shades, though. So I wouldn't recommend doing that ever again. Please don't do that ever again. As the backline push for the Dark Elves is faltering as Cetra has come back to deal with them, and the Sparkle Stalkers continue to light up Coldon Knights wherever they are. Murderous Prowess and Murderous Mastery currently being procced. Only 20 seconds left on that for these Coldon Knights, but the extra leadership is keeping them in the fight for now, which they desperately need. Ushopti Summon is out from the Tomb Kings, artificially buffing up their balance of power a little bit, and still they are behind on the balance of power, though I think the damage value is a little more indicative of how this is going. I think it is very even. Tomb Kings still have a full health Sparkle Stalker, still have a lot of ammo on their Chosen of the Gods, though not a lot of HP, and Cetra is super healthy. Meanwhile, on the Dark Elf side, they are much more tattered across the board, but they also have more units at lower HP thresholds, so they could maybe mob you in the late game. Skeleton Horse Archers getting picked off, down to the last of them, as Ushopti try and chase down Shades with the last of their life. We do have 4 Witch Elves tracking down the Sparkle Stalkers and the Chosen of the Gods, and a full health Dark Rider for Segos is AFK. It does have to get wrapped in here, because if it could get in front of the Chosen of the Gods and just hold them in place for the Witch Elves to catch up, that could be pretty huge. It doesn't look like Segos knows that they're back yet. Other Shades have rallied and firing. Now I'm starting to feel like the Dark Elves are doing better as more and more Tomb Kings banners fall off across the map. It's just looking like they're going to get whittled down by time. And Segos, forgetting that Dark Rider is pretty brutal. I will say that. Another Rusirian's Incantation of Vengeance takes out a Cold One Knight. Should be the death knell for that Cold One. Doesn't have the leadership buff of Murderous Prowess anymore. Is taking a lot of damage getting chased by Cetra. Sparkle Stalker, ROR, are you actually there? Yeah, it looks like they are actually in this fight. Now they're trying to back off because they do want to kite it out. They don't want to fight Witch Elves in melee, not for long. Still have a Dark Rider just vibing. Segos! Segos! Get it! That's the one that routed at full HP, so maybe he's just... Maybe he said they're dead to me and he refuses to use them for the rest of the game for their dishonor. That's understandable. I would do the same thing. I don't think I'd do it in an important tournament game, but like thematically I get it. Just not wanting to support cowards. I understand. Cetra's going to get a downhill charge onto these Witch Elves. Collision attacks should go hard, but Dark Riders get in the way, so he's not actually going to complete it. He does just get into a fight with the Sparkle Stalkers, with the Ushopti Great Bows. We are getting some terror routes in right when he needed them, down to just a Witch Elf and the Sorceress staying in this fight. And even that Witch Elf's going to leave, so yeah, his terror route took everybody away. And now the Dark Riders that Segos spurned, that Segos said, I refuse to use you. The AI took them over and said, don't worry, sir. We're coming and we're going to restore our honor. As Rusirian's Incantation of Vengeance and the Chosen of the Gods and the Sparkle Stalkers, everybody's trying to light these guys up, but they're the heroes we deserve. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. Shades firing up over the dunes, getting good damage on these Sparkle Stalkers, but a lot of damage coming through. The Dark Riders refuse to give up. They refuse to give in. They will not embarrass the Dark Elves a second time. They will take these Ushopti Great Bows with them. They will take us to a game 5. They refuse to be destroyed. They do get routed. Chosen Gods are still technically alive, but you did good, Dark Riders. You did good. You don't let anybody tell you different. You're the hero we deserve. Chosen the Gods very low on HP, not quite crumbling yet. Eyes of the Desert also very low on HP, and they're going to take a final fight with these Supreme Sorceress of Fire. Their bonus versus large against her pretty middling melee stats should get some damage out. They are going to die. They're getting shot by Shades. They're getting surrounded. We know they're going to die, but they are trying to go out with a little bit of damage left on them. Using that on the Supreme Sorceress. Now, can Cetra carry? Bounce power is dead even. Damage value is also very, very even. Shades are deadly to Cetra, do a lot of damage to him, but he is also incredibly good at cycle charging through infantry and disrupting their formations. Chosen the Gods crumbling to their death. They try and turn around and get one last shot out somewhere. What are you going to shoot at? Last volley from you, 3 models. Hurry up and fire. Dun, 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 dun. 2 models left. And you canceled your shot. You're pathetic. Cetra's getting shot by the Shades. He needs to ignore this Lord. I think he's trying to. But yeah, he can't go for the Lord Snipe here. He has to shut down the Shades. The Shades are the only thing left that can kill Cetra. He needs to stop them. Viserian's Incantation of Vengeance, plus a charge through, and he hits the Sorceress, so good charge there, but I am very worried. Do not take this duel with the Sorceress. You need to shut down the other Shade. Do not sit in front of Shades and try and fight a tiny Sorceress. Cetra, focus. Cetra, kill the other Shade! The Shade is lighting him up. It's taking 1,000 HP off of him while we've been watching it. Witch Elves pop their final Witch's Brew. He's getting distracted. Go get the Shade, Cetra! The Shade, man! Loses another 500 HP. The Shade volley goes wide because his charge animation made them miss. Terror Route starting to come in for all these units. He's got to get freed up. He's got to go get the other Shade. Shades are about to fire and he starts to move. No, he doesn't. He takes a lot of that volley. He's down to 2,000 HP. Go get the Shade, man! Why are you taking all this free damage? Everything is routing. Cetra the Shade! Cetra the Shade! He takes another 1,000 HP as the Shade has just been lighting his ass up. Cetra the Shade! As he starts to chase the Dark Sorceress lady bitch, he takes a shot to the face, and Viserian's Incantation of Vengeance is gonna try to kill the Shade, but you know what else could have killed the Shade? Is the giant cat you're riding! No! Oh, God! That felt unfortunate. That felt a little sus. Oh, Witch Elves did fine. Shades did very, very well. Dark Riders did okay. Cold Knights did all right. And Furies did good. Sorry, not the Furies. The Harpies did good. They did good. Hung on. Cetra 3,200 value. Very nice stuff from him. Sporkle Stalkers and the Ushapti Great Post did fine. Mainly Ushapti held back the tides for a while. Skeleton Horse Archers got their value back. Carrion just disrupted some stuff. I guess it's fine. The Skeleton Warriors died. Cetra just wants game 5. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to game 5. More titles that way. Dire to Shades. All right, fine. We'll get a game 5. Fine. The deliverer of game 5. All right, we'll see what 2 faction Segos picks. He has used Dark Elves. I'm trying to remember. Ogres are banned. Demons of Chaos are banned. So no Dark Elves, Ogres, Demons of Chaos. No Slaanesh. No Bees. No Wood Elves. He played Wood Elves. And then he might have played Beastmen earlier. I don't remember all the stuff he's played, man. I don't know. I don't remember. See what he picks. For Alfredino to counter pick. Oh, you went Kislev, that's right. So you can't pick Kislev either. This might be a very long stream because we're just about to enter hour. We have streamed 3 hours. We're about to enter hour 4. And we have best of 7 finals coming up. Now, for my sanity, for my voice, for my day plans, for my personal life, I hope it is a 4-0 Sexy Boy win. For the hype, for the stream, for the lads, I hope it is a 4-0 Sexy Boy win. But if I had to be fair, for objectively the best content, usually people enjoy a Game 7, so I do have to root for the 4-0 Sexy Boy win. So, a lot of different angles, a lot of different scenarios I'm hoping for in the finals here. A lot of different things, just a lot to consider. A lot of different paths to get to a 4-0 Sexy Boy win. Segos goes Empire and Tomb Kings for the final game. What will Alfredino counter? And why is it Empire? Calling it now, we're going to get Empire, Empire Mirror. Alfredino hasn't been able to play as Empire yet this series. He's going to pick it. Then Segos does not want to take Tomb Kings versus Empire because he's a coward. Empire, Empire Mirror. We do not care about your day life, sir. We just want to watch more video games, Lil Trill. True. Alfredino said dwarves with a question mark. You might go dwarves into Tomb Kings and Empire. He might. Grind that organ. You're gonna grind my organs? That's messed up. Don't do that. Alright, well, these guys do pick and ban. I'm gonna turn my desk back into standing mode and go to the bathroom. I'll be back when I feel like it. Oh, hey guys, that's crazy. Did they just pick Empire, Empire? Who could have predicted this? This was so impossible to predict. I don't think anybody about 2 or 3 minutes ago could have said that this would be the situation we are now in. Wow. After Game 7, the loser will ask for first to 10 money match and force Human Boy to continue streaming. Oh, easy. Say nice things about it, can't handle praise. It's true. I hate praise. That's actually not true. I've been making some videos to try and grow the channel because we have had a hard time gaining subscribers. So I've made some more content that's like generic, I guess. Well, not generic. It's just better for a general audience than multiplayer specific. And man, some of the campaign takes are brutal. They make me so mad. And I know everyone's advice from the history of ever to any internet personality is don't take the comments too seriously. But like, I don't know, man. Sometimes it's wild and I just can't handle it. Like, I almost thought about making a video, but I decided not to because I thought it wouldn't do good for views and also it would probably hurt my reputation. But someone was commenting on my ranged unit video, and those tier lists, I enjoy making them. I think they're really cool, but then like so many of the comments are negative. And the overall like-dislike ratio is good. there's a lot of subscribers. They get way more views than any of my other content, so it's overall positive. But some of these negative comments are just like, you're such an idiot. Like, multiplayer players don't know anything. This whole list is wrong. Beastmen, Ungor Raiders in D tier? Stupid. High Elf Archers in A tier? What the hell? And then I like load into a game, take one High Elf Archer, take one Ungor Raider. They are 25 gold apart in cost. That Ungor Raider did not do well at all. The High Elf Archer one with still like 45% of its HP left. So I'm like, oh, okay. 45% HP versus a dead unit and a 25 gold difference. Huh. Wow. You're right. The unit that just died in an almost even cost matchup is A tier. I'm an idiot. And the High Elf Archer that just won is for sure D tier. I am so stupid. God, I'm stupid. I don't know how I wake up in the morning. Putting pants on is difficult for how dumb I am. It's just like, it bothers me. You can have your opinions. Opinions are fine. But people being like, this list is trolling, or you're a piece of shit, or you're just posting this. You're posting an intentionally bad list to increase views. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Have you used any of these units? And then like, some of the stuff I hear is really funny where it's like, Ungor Raiders are amazing because Minotaurs are good. And I'm like, why? What does that even mean? No, just Minotaurs are good. Like, what are you talking about? If the Beastmen could take a High Elf Archer, they for sure would. They for sure would skip Ungor Raiders. I don't know. And like, am I too hard on Ungor Raiders? Yeah, sure. That's fine. That's a fine take. That's a totally fine take, is say, oh, I personally think Ungor Raiders are a little higher up because of X, Y, and Z. Oh, okay, that's a fine take. Saying my whole list is trolling and that I'm an idiot, that's different. That's messed up. And some of these takes are just so fucking bad. And I get that a lot with like any video I post that has any relevancy to campaign at all. I just get these really negative, really salty comments, and I'm like, God. Campaign players love to remind me that 99.999% of the player base plays campaign, but then also they love to remind me that apparently campaign players are dicks. Not all of them, obviously, but man, there are some salty campaign players that exist. If you post any content that's for them, they like to remind you how much of a mistake that was. How dare I post content for them to enjoy? Oh, God. Why would you make content for me? Go back to multiplayer, you shit stain. Meh. All right. We not care about their life, sir. Got it. Confirm Humboy has his tourney rigged. Yes. So players were on the wrong map. They mentioned it as soon as they started loading in, so they're just gonna reload with the same armies on the correct map. Sorry, I got a message about something unrelated to this. Anyway, what are we doing? Marcus Wolfhart versus Elspeth? That's fine. To be honest, stock is massive in campaign. I mean, okay, but I have never had an experience where the AI doesn't know where my stocked units are. Like, whenever I use stocked units and I try and get a sneaky little thing on the AI is always just, They just happen to want to check right where you are. They're like, oh, I'll just wander off into this corner for no reason. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of stock units here, guys. That's crazy. Wow, that's wild. Where do you rate Burning Chariots? The Chariot tier list I just made the other day, so that'll be coming out soonish. I think, honestly, in the next 2 days. I think I put Burning Chariot either A or S tier. It's really good. I thoroughly enjoy when people ignore the preface set for a discussion. It makes me so happy I could just hug them very strongly until their spine gets rearranged by the love. Yeah. Just spam gyros, lol. Yeah, Olaf, that hurt me, where I was like, oh, hey, are you tired of spamming gyrocopters? And then one of the comments on that video was, why don't you just spam gyrocopters? I'm like, because the point of this video was, hey, if you're tired of spamming gyrocopters. Oh, boy. Human Boy is my favorite YouTuber. He's smart, funny, surprisingly good looking for a human. Thanks, Lil Trill. Even though I am just 3 rats in a coat. 5 shaft spearmen, some melee cav, and kite. How daring we are today. Thanks, Meow Meow. Alrighty, for Alfredino versus Segos. For Alfredino, we have triple Outrider, then some Empire Knights and Spearmen. We do have the Templehof, Luminarch of Hysh, and Elspeth von Draken, Honor Dragon. Wow. Alfredino wants Segos as single entities dead. We have Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna plus the Carmine Dragon Breath Attack with the Templehof Luminarch. That is a lot of single entity sniping. On the other side, for Segos, we have Outriders and Pistoliers, Marcus Wolfheart with Amber Bow and his net, and then we have the Hammer of the Witches, 3 Demigryph Knights with Halberds, including the Royal Altar Gryphites, and a Life Caster with Regrowth. Honestly, I think Segos has this. I don't know what Alfred is going to do about having all this single entity sniping and checks notes just Marcus Wolfheart to kill with it. That does not feel good. No, Olaf, that was not your comment. That was not your comment. I know what you're talking about, and you were trolling. You were just having a bit of fun. I could tell that. There was legitimately 3 or 4 different people across my dwarf formation video, and then a different video. I forget what it was. People who were legitimately telling me to spam gyrocopters. No. I recognize your name when I see you posting. I know you're trolling me. I get that. Anyway, we're into the game. Let's all focus up, guys, as Outriders are chasing down the other Outriders. They do have Firewall moving. You just often don't see it because they don't often get to chase something and shoot at it, but they don't have 360 shooting. But while they were running down Segos' Pistoliers and Outriders, they were just unloading on their backs. That was pretty good damage for them. Other Outriders running forward, getting a 3v1 shot while getting charged by Empire Knights is going to be a lot of damage, but in come the Royal Altar of Gryphites, and this could be an amazing fight for Segos. Royal Altar of Gryphites are ready to just murder everybody in this area. Empire Knights looking to be taking the brunt of their fury now as Elspeth lands, but then thinks better of it and starts to take off as the Hammer of the Witches is poking at her from a distance. Alfredino has gotten a lot of big, impressive damage on some Outriders and whatnot as the Templehof Luminarch takes another shot at Marcus Wolfheart. We've accepted Marcus Wolfheart is dead. Why I thought and still think Segos should be fine in this game and should overall win is the amount of money Alfredino put into single entity sniping and how few single entities there are to snipe. Triple Demigryph Knight with Halberd should be able to push quite aggressively into the backlines for this game. In the background, we have 2 Pistoliers trying to kite out Empire Knights, but they are leading the Empire Knights straight into the Hammer of the Witches, which is undefended at the moment. Marcus Wolfheart, do you have a net right now? I don't know. I actually forget if he has 2 or 3 uses of that snare, but the Demigryph Knights with Halberds are coming back. They need to peel this backline and save the Hammer of the Witches somehow. Empire Knights, thankfully for Segos, do not do a lot of damage, so there is time for the Demigryph Knights to show up, and Alfred might have honestly overextended, having 2 Empire Knights die in the backline for just a little bit of damage onto. There is a beautiful net that should seal the fate of these Empire Knights, though Segos does go AFK for a moment. Loses orders with his Demigryph Knights. One Demigryph Knight needs to go help Marcus Wolfheart. The other Demigryph Knight can continue on, can keep charging these Empire Knights. There we go. They're starting to rout off. No, you don't need both Demigryph Knights, Segos. You don't need both to go fight her. One of them has to go kill the Empire Knights, please. Please and thank you. Save the Hammer of the Witches. Save it. Save the Hammer of the Witches, you guys. Other Empire Knights get charged by the Royal Altar of Gryphites. However, front lines are fighting. No one cares about a bunch of almost dead spearmen, so who cares? Alfredino did lose 2 Empire Knights on the backfield. They're both getting routed off the map, and they will not be returning, as the triple Demigryph Knights need to stop taking free damage from the Temple of Luminarch, and they need to get more aggressive, as they are starting to do now. Elspeth lands in, and these Demigryph Knights are actually going to run away. They don't want to get baited into fighting in front of 3 Outriders. I think that's what Alfred was trying to get done, as Marcus Wolfhard actually gets a really good Amber Bow off. And the Temple of Luminarch only has 6 shots left. It is getting good damage on the Demigryph Knights. It's taking out models slowly but surely, and there's a Fate of Buna on the Royal Altar of Gryphites, a very expensive and good target for that spell. They have a lesser model count than some other things in pretty high HP pools, so they should be kind of okay, but with the Outrider Crossfire and the Fate of Buna overlapping on top of them, those Royal Altar of Gryphites are taking a lot of damage. Hammer of the Witches is back online as Temple of Luminarch almost takes out Marcus Wolfhard. He's probably going to shatter. I don't think he will die. He needs another shot to die. That other shot should be coming in relatively soon as the Outriders of Segos push forward and get some decent damage down, though they are currently shooting at Spearmen, not really high priority targets. And Outriders take the bullet for Marcus Wolfhard. Now, sure, a Spirit Leech from Elspeth can kill him. Another Luminarch shot can kill him, but you're making him at least spend 1 more Luminarch shot, as Empire Knights are coming back into the fore again to harass the Hammer of the Witches and shut them down. Looks like Alfred is going to get this. I've noticed a few too many mistakes from Segos. He is still 50-50 on the bounce power. It's not over just yet, but I am not a fan of how the Demigryph Knights with Halberds were used. I feel like they were used a little too cautiously. They weren't even used defensively, because multiple times Empire Knights have been brought onto the Hammer of the Witches. But Demigryph Knights multiple times have just been kind of supporting or AFK or just kind of standing around, and now they're getting picked off one by one. There's a nice big regrowth onto another Demigryph Knight as it charges forward. Temple of Luminarch's at 2 ammo. Who gives a shit about it? It has 2 ammunition. Just ignore it. You've ignored it all game. It is far too late to engage at Segos. You've got to take out Elspeth. You've got to take out these Empire Knights. You got to do something along those lines. He is going to go charge the Outriders. That's fine. That's good. I really think you just need to ignore the Temple of Luminarch now. Should you have charged it earlier? Should you have used your superior melee capabilities to penetrate the backline earlier? Yeah, sure. But at this point, it's out of ammo. It's not really a threat you have to deal with. These Outriders are a big problem that the Hammer of the Witches could have helped you deal with, but you didn't really defend that one super great. Your Outriders and your Pistoliers could also be charging the Outriders, because if you charge your Pistoliers into melee, the Outriders either have to take a melee fight with you, which is bad for them overall, or run away and then your Pistoliers shoot them in the back, so... The Life Wizard is without Demigryph support. He is going to tear out any second now as he runs away from Elspeth. We are all out of Demigryph Knights. We are all out of Outriders. It was a contended effort, but I don't think Blue has it left in him at this point. Marcus is dead. Infantry is a bit of a wash. And Alfred still has Outriders with a ton of ammo. Still has 1 net on the Temple of Luminarch too. It's out of ammo, so it doesn't have any real capabilities left, but 2 nets left to help lock things in place. Elspeth probably has a Fate of Buna left in her if she even wants to use it on something like the other Demigryph Knight that's coming back. That's just going to be GG. Switch to Witch being hammered, cam 1. I'm catching up on chat. Thomas, you're getting baited by room temp IQ YouTube commenters. I know that, but it is so hard to not respond when someone is just shitting on you, man. It's hard. Blue Empire starting to fall apart. Demigryph Knights are back, and they get a regrowth. So there's 2 Demigryph Knights, and one of them's getting a regrowth at the moment. Elspeth, do you still have Fate of Bunas? And wow, those Outriders still have a lot of ammunition left. 9 and 11 from them. Segos' Outriders also have a lot of ammo, and they are charging into melee, it looks like. Firing as they go. They're also taking damage on the way. They do get routed off as Demigryph Knights come out of the woods. The Outriders are faster. You do have a Dragon Lord who still has breath attacks, right? Still has all 3 breath attacks. What are the Luminarch Chariot stats? 16 and 12 with a weapon strength of 26. So no, not very good. There is a net onto the Demigryph Knights, but why? I don't understand that one. Probably should have saved that net for when your Outriders were in range to actually punish that sort of thing. Rip Secessionist lasting from turn 1 to turn 5. True, he does have the Secessionist banner. Demigryph Knights finishing off some random Empire Spearmen and Swordsmen. And Elspeth does land into the Demigryph Knights with Halberds, but she gave herself Darkwalker, so she currently has 50% physical resistance. And the Outriders are providing Overwatch Fire. That is enough to tear right off the Demigryph Knights. And that's probably le GG. In comes the final Demigryph Knight with Halberd, having to charge into a fusillade of Outrider shots. And Elspeth, I mean, we have 3 breath attacks. I'm waiting for the breath attack on the Jade Wizard, honestly. I'm kind of surprised it took this long. There it is. GG. Why is it Alfredino to use any of his breath attacks? Nero instantly deletes a Light Wizard. Oh, okay, there we go. Think on the internet about all of us being Anon. Some people just know by seeing them roughly where they start and how vibe their opinion. Give your full attention on the internet. You know what? True. Demigryph Knights weren't able to get the most value. They got some here and there. Hammer of the Witches was doing pretty well. Perfect world, replay that game in my head kind of thing. I would either peel the Hammer of the Witches successfully with the Demigryph Knights, like actually pressure the Empire Knights instead of kind of... In the early game, the Demigryphs just seemed lost in the sauce, like they kind of stood around a couple times and didn't know what to do. So either keep your Hammer of the Witches online, or if you're not going to keep your Hammer of the Witches online, then charge the Luminarch and force the enemy on the back foot. Like, get your Pistoliers and Outriders to charge the enemy Outriders. Get your Demigryph Knights, like, one of them to go straight at the Temple off Luminarch, and the other 2 to, like, charge anything that tries to stop you. Then you take that out, you take out the Outriders nice and early, and if the Empire Knights want to fight you, that's exactly what your Demigryph Knights want. So I just feel like Segos wasn't fully capable of pressing the advantages he did have at the start of the game. And he kind of, like, he was still in the mentality, because he took 5 kite units, that he's like, I have to kite. And when the game starts and you're getting out kited, it's like, no, you need to switch to a rush build now. Like, you can't do this kite around with the kite thing. Like, Elspeth, Fate of Buna is very powerful. The Outriders were outdoing you. Temple of Luminarch was helping pick off the Demigryph Knights. Like, all that stuff. Like, it just wasn't going to work. So he had to switch his plan and didn't do it fast enough. So we're into finals. Best of 7. All right. So, we have best of 7 now between these two chumps. As I have said before, I am an impartial caster. I do not care who wins, but it should be Sexy Boy 4-0, because he deserves it. Though he did just make me type his crazy long name, so maybe I am an Alfredino fanboy after all. Oh, that is too many things. Okay, I'm gonna cut the SPB and just do Sexboy 2005. And then we have Alfredino, the Dino of Elf. 0-0. Global bans are Ogre Kingdoms and Dwarves for this matchup. Demons of Chaos are available. There's no stinky meter on the internet, so how do you know if I am a non-shower believer? I don't need to know that information. That is private. That is your right as a citizen of the world to not tell people on the internet whether or not you enjoy showering. But Human Boy, Outriders are so bad they can't hit anything. Okay, when both sides have Outriders, it's kind of moot. Randomly, I'd suggest Dominion 6 to you guys. What? I've never heard of that. You can have thousands of guys in your army and tracking how old they are and how many eyes they've lost in combat or otherwise. That's interesting. All right, Sexy Boy starts off with picking Demons of Chaos, Grand Cathay, and Dark Elves, ban Demons of Chaos. Alfredino goes Wood Elves, ban Grand Cathay. So we have Wood Elves versus either Demons of Chaos or Dark Elves. Sexy Boy should probably go Dark Elves. Demons of Chaos do not have a good time into Wood Elves if my memory serves. Wood Elves have a lot of magic damage. Outriders are strong at AF. Olaf, I would disagree, but respectfully. I'm not an Outrider believer. I feel like they miss way too much. All right, Sexy Boy's going Demons of Chaos. I think this is pretty Wood Elf favored, but I'm ready to be wrong. Show me I'm wrong. Show me. Do it. Do it, coward. You won't. Demons Chaos building up an army. Wood Elves. Alfredino just loaded an army and instantly locked it, so I think he's ready. I think he is prepped. Hyped. But the graphics better than old school Dwarf Fortress. For Dominion 6? I don't know. When did we start? 7:30 my time. When is it now? 11 my time. We've been going for 3.5 hours and we're just now entering the best of 7. Oh boy. Oh gosh, malarkey. Both of our previous series went to all 5 games. This cannot stand. This cannot continue. If this game goes to game 7, I will throw a hissy fit, the likes of which the world has never seen. But we're getting into game 1 really fast, so I appreciate both the players for readying up so quickly, but then Sexy Boy unreadies. Why would you do this? Just ready up, man. Don't you know that every time we're stuck in a lobby, I lose 85% of viewership? That is a fact. That is a statistical fact you cannot deny. Look at this. We're at 111 people. We used to be at 179 people, 100 million people, all gone because you took 5 seconds to build your build. But we're into the game. Oh, barely got there in time. I just want public to say Alfred is a noob. He barely beats someone who don't play the game. Thomas, where's my money? I'll give you the money after this. I'm still streaming right now. Oh, okay. Zegos, you make me angry and mad and angry. So this is it. Zegos, SIPA already secured 33 Steam dollars. Sexy Boy and Alfredino are fighting to see who gets 100 Steam buckaroos and who gets just 33 as well. He's right. As soon as the last match ended, I left, did some dishes, came back. Why only 52 likes, dude? I don't know. Just got back. Did Empire win? No. Spoilers. No. All right, my reputation is on the line. I think this matchup is very Wood Elves favored. Let's find out if I'm right. If Wood Elves lose this game, I will stop the stream and go play more single-player video games by myself. That is the punishment I will take upon myself for you, the audience, for my credibility. I will shut this stream down and go enjoy my life if I am wrong about one thing. For you. For the Wood Elves, we have a mass Vanguard build of 5 Dryads, one of which is the Race of the Frozen Heart. We have a Branch Wraith with Melkoth Mystifying Miasma as our only spell. Then we have 5 Deepwood Scouts, all with Swift Shiver Shards. Then we have 4 Glade Riders with Spears, and the Sisters of Twilight up in the sky. Very strong build versus the Demon's Chaos. You don't have any armor for Seekers to pierce. You have as much magic damage as you can possibly bring, especially in your archers, and then you have some cheap cavalry to feed to Seekers while you shoot the crap out of them. And then aside for the Demons of Chaos, we have 2 Seekers of Slaanesh, 2 Fiends as well, 2 Fleshhounds of Khorne, 3 Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, double Skull Cannon, 1 for the Hellforged Bellowers, and then we have the Exalted Lord of Change with pink and blue fire. Skull Cannons firing in, but they immediately get shot at by Deepwood Scouts, and they are forced to retreat. The Sisters of Twilight are also probably going to throw on single shot and just constantly harass the Skull Cannons, force them back and back and back, and they can't get healing unless they go into melee, but if they come close to going into melee, they get hit in the face with a bunch of Deepwood Scouts. So it is a lose-lose for the Skull Cannons, and they're forced back. The Sisters of Twilight continue to poke them down. Dryads do get into melee nice and quick, though the Seekers and Fiends are coming around the sides. Deepwood Scouts will have to stop harassing the Skull Cannons most likely and turn their attention onto the Seekers. lest they be run down in melee. Dryads having a bad early time, but they will outgrind the blue horrors pretty easily as Glade Riders, as we said before, are being sacrificed. Meanwhile, the Fleshhounds of Khorne get lit up by the Deepwood Scouts and taken out. Seekers also taking a bunch of damage, and the Fiends are starting to get in the back line too. And the Glade Riders are trying to stop them in place. The Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch had to fly into the backline as well to stop these Deepwood Scouts, but they are still firing while in melee anyway. The Demons are taking a lot of damage. Alfredino out to a 2-to-1 damage value lead, only a minute into this game, and the Sisters of the Twilight continue to harass the Hellforged Bellowers, nearly taking them out, and they've barely gotten to fire anything at all as other Skull Cannons are firing at the Deepwood Scouts who are being forced away. Seekers and the Exalted Lord of Change getting a lot of good damage down on the Deepwood Scouts, trying to get rid of them, and they are doing a good job at disrupting these guys. It's just a lot of attrition damage, and Demons hate attrition fights. They like very bursty, very quick fights that they're on the winning side of, but when you get stuck in a knockdown, drag-out fight with all these Dryads and Glade Riders and all this crap, they just have a terrible time. Hellforged Bellowers charge straight into the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart, really, really needing some regeneration and the leadership buff of charging into melee. It's the only way they'll survive for even a little bit longer, but the Sisters of Twilight are going to take them out guaranteed. Alfredino is at a 3,000 gold advantage. Deepwood Scouts continuing to kite away from the Fiends, trying to kill them off. They can't kill the Exalted Lord of Change, but they can kill the Fiends as they run away. The skirmish archers quite good at that. Hellforged Bellowers, demonic instability crumbling, taking them away. A blue horror is about to join them soon. Still have a lot of Dryads, still the Sisters of Twilight with a lot of ammo, and we still have 2 Deepwood Scouts that just killed the Fiends trying to pursue them. The Demons have real troubles following the Wood Elves off the map because of all the 360 magic damage fire. Makes it difficult to track them down. We can see Wood Elves rallying across the map as demonic instability takes out more and more demonic units. Really good overcasted pink fire. Does a lot of damage onto these Deepwood Scouts. I would like the Deepwood Scouts to focus on the Fiends. They're trying to poke the Exalted Lord of Change, but I worry the Fiends would actually catch up to them. Though we do have some Glade Riders trying to peel a little bit. Just take out the Fiends, take the guaranteed damage value. The basic Skull Cannon is now the target of the Sisters of Twilight, who are just this consistent poking machine, keeping those Skull Cannons honest, not allowing themselves to be kited. Deepwood Scouts look like they might actually take out the Exalted Lord of Change, while Fiends and the Fleshhounds are stuck fighting random Glade Riders. The Exalted Lord of Change tries to get back in the sky. He's going to take off, and if the Deepwood Scouts shoot while he's taking off like that, they do miss every shot, but Army Losses does not miss, and it will take out the Demons of Chaos. Got him. Ugh. This Demons of Chaos build is illegal? No. 2 Skull Cannons, 1 being ROR. I forget if Skull Cannons are limited 1. I haven't been super plugged in recently. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's somewhere. I don't know. Either way, it lost, so who cares? I'm just going to move on. I haven't taken a look at the unit limits for a while. I don't see it in the post. See, Seekers of Slaanesh are limited to 2 for Demons of Chaos. So, I don't see it. Okay, focusing on the unit values instead of trying to track that down. Seekers, not a ton of value. The Exalted Lord of Change did fine. Fleshhounds did okay. Fiends got mostly crushed, and Skull Cannons got picked off by the Sisters of the Twilight. Sisters of the Twilight, 1,500 value for them. Deepwood Scouts, mixed value depending on where and when they got caught. The Glade Riders did fine, but that's GG. That's GG, son. Alfredino with a quick 1-0. Already destroying my predictions and hopes for the Sexy Boy 4-0 sweep. ROR is limited to 1 in fruit. Gotcha. It's in fruit. That's why I can't find it in little blurb. True. We're now at 130 people watching, and yet my subscription count has not gone up since the Second World War. This is crazy, as Phoenix King is saying in the chat. Please like the stream, but also please subscribe. Liz. Liz! It's depressing, man. It's depressing out here. Get a video with like 10 million views and we get no subscribers from it. We need them subs, dude. That's all CA cares about. CA has told me, they said, Human Boy, we will never work with you again until you stop swearing on stream. And I said, yo, what if I have 60,000 subs? And they go, you're in. You're in, boy. You get them 60,000 subs, we will host official tournaments with you instead of Dav Plays. Who? Who is that? Who even is that person? Don't know him. Turin. Who is that? Who the hell are these people? Who are we talking about? Don't know. Never heard of them, but they have more subs than me. They get all the events. Oh, there's a DLC coming out, and we want to run a multiplayer event with multiplayer people for multiplayer reasons to hype up multiplayer. Let's go get Joe Schmo. Let's go get a fucking nobody. You know why? Because he doesn't swear. Because he's PC. Because he's family friendly. Let's go get him. Oh-ho. Not on my watch. 60,000 subs. Then we can force them to get my swearing ass on their streams. We can do it. I've also been trying to tone down the swearing. There, I swore a lot in that little bit because I was doing a bit, but I have been trying to tone it down. I know people like it, but also it is easier to get things done when you're not rated R. I joke, but it's not even just CA. I do get some comments from like just adults that watch my content. They're like, dude, I have kids, so I like your content, but when you're swearing a ton, I have to turn it off. So you do a mix. Maybe drop less F-bombs. Maybe stick to a little more light version of swearing. Cut down on the frequency. There's a compromise. There's a compromise out there for everybody. Now, there are picks and bans going on, as I've been diatribing about nothing. Alfredino goes Demons of Chaos, Tomb Kings, and Tzeentch. Ban Grand Cathay. Sexy Boy picks Kislev, bans Demons of Chaos. So we have Tomb Kings or Tzeentch versus Kislev. We'll see what Alfredino wants to do. That's 50 push-ups for you now? Never! Anyone know when Turin is streaming? Hey, Scotch, hey. Hey. I don't know, probably like in 10 hours. Dude streams super late at night. What up, Cuden? Good to see you. The games have been mixed today. Some have been snoozers. I'm not going to pretend every game is a banger, but there's been a lot of good banger games. Been a lot of good bangers. All right, Alfredino goes Tomb Kings. We have Kislev versus Tomb Kings. Gotta do Dom to steal subs from Turin. I don't know. I've mixed in some Dom here and there with like the World Cup and stuff. Fine. Also, father, but I feel like my son can take your bad language. He's 24 years old after all. Nah, dude. Nah, I gotta shut it down. True. Usable and vampire counts are in the game. You can say what the heck. That's pretty good. Pretty good, meow meow. Dropping fudge bombs. Yeah. I bring it up just because it has been a topic of conversation where I've been trying to lighten up on the swearing, and some people are like, I only like you because you swear. Well, not only, but just giving my reasons. It's not all. Daddy CA is messaging me daily saying, if you don't cut it out, we'll ban you. It's like, I have had conversations with them. They have said that's one of the things that they don't like. So that's fair. But I have also had other sources say, you could lighten up a bit. So we're working on it. And yes, I dropped an F-bomb in the rant about swearing, but that was kind of for comedic effect. Luigi? Maybe I'll just move to Australia. Actually, I couldn't hang, dude. I couldn't hang. I hate spiders. Hate spiders. Couldn't hang in Australia. They're too big. You stop swearing, it's instant unsub. Dang, dude. Dang, Cuden. do that to me? I can't believe it. All right, how are we doing on these builds? I have a blocker up so I can see. Alfredino with a 0 gold spend. He's locked in. He's ready to go. The other side, Sexy Boy, not quite ready to go, but I do need to remind Alfred to switch the map. Ooh. All right, it's 2-0, guys. It's 2-0. Alfredino's got it. Sexy Boy with a 5 gold remaining build. That kind of inefficiency just cannot be tolerated at this level of play. It cannot be. Alfredino's 5 gold advantage, going to carry the day. Damn, 2-0. You hate to see it. You can't say Luigi anymore. The Google's going to ban you. That's unfortunate, because my 2 favorite Mario universe characters are Waluigi and then Luigi in that order. If Major Kill can do it. So wait, I'm trying to cut down on swearing and you want me to emulate someone who's called Major Kill? As in violence upon other humans? Nope. Can't trick me. Not falling for that. Talking about swearing, not the Aussie? No. We're just talking about Aussies now. You just spoiled the Sexy Boy has 5 spells, 2 spells instead of 1? Nah. He's also got units with 5s in them, like Things in the Woods and Kosovo Dervishes. The Dervishes. All right. For Sexy Boy, we have Ice Sheet and Death Frost on Tsarina Katerin with Arcane Conduit and then her 20% damage resistance if she's cast a spell recently ability. We have 3 Things in the Woods, a regular Frostworm to complement Katerin's Frostworm, 2 Kosovo Dervishes, a front line of 4 Kislev Warriors. Yes, 5 Kislev Warriors, 2 Kossars, 1 has a spear, and a little Grom. I also I really like that to counter double cat, they brought double ice cat. That's pretty funny. No violence allowed in Total War. Major Kill has no official support from CA or Games Workshop. True. On the other side, we have Skeleton Horsemen and Skeleton Horse Archers, 2 of each. Front line of Nakar Warriors and Skeleton Warriors, backed up by some Spearmen. This is a lot of Tomb King's infantry from Alfredino. 4 melee Ushabti, the Chosen Gods, Ushabti Great Bows, ROR, and Cetra, the Mother Nehekin Imperishable. One time years ago, my late pet dog was sound asleep in the sun 2 feet away from a tiger snake that was also sound asleep but not giving 2 Neheks. True. Well, I'm glad your dog's all right, dude. Unless you buy the Swear for the Nehek God DLC, now only $4.99. Will, I honestly for a while thought Land Down Under was like their national anthem when I was like 12 or 13, but still, I was fooled by similar beats. I come from a land down under, dun, 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 dun. Or something, and men plunder. Remember the plunder part, that's all I remember, because I like plunder. Can you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. It's not their anthem, right? See, we all get it. Little Grom has the range advantage here. He's probably going to shoot at the Chosen of the Gods the entire game. This forces the Tomb Kings into them. Now, Alfredino only has 1 dedicated ranged unit, so it's not like he was exactly intending to super kite Kislev. But I'm sure being put on a timer is not what Alfredino wanted, as Little Grom's going to keep firing at the Chosen of the Gods. What in the name of Patraz's Tomb King build? It's great. That's what it is. Little Grom's trying to hit dodging live Chosen of the Gods on their home field advantage of playing in the desert. Can he possibly hit such a unit? But he switches target. The old Uno reverse card switch onto the Ushabti that aren't dodging. Fire, 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 fire. Like, seriously, fire. Oh, but then he switches again onto the Chosen of the Gods. Major MLG plays. There's the shot, but it still goes on to the other Ushabti. You can't predict this man. You can't do it. Alfredino's watching the big arrows, but the big arrows are just a lie. Little Grom shoots at who he wants to shoot at. You can't dodge. You can't dodge that. I said, do you speak my language? Another little Grom shot. Another 2 Ushabti dead. He just smiled and handed me a Vegemite sandwich. And he said, oh, you eat garbage too. Okay, moving on. Enough making fun of Australians. 2 more Ushabti dead. Little Grom overpowered. Who wants artillery buffs? Why would you want artillery buffs when this one specific artillery is so overpowered? Why would you want the whole unit class to be doing okay? As Kossar spears stand their ground and fire at Tzeentch, the Imperishable was also hit with a death frost from Tsarina Katerin. Little Grom continues to punish the Ushabti as the other Ushabti take the bullet for Mr. President. Get down, Mr. President! Chosen the Gods get behind their friends. Their friends take a lot of damage for them. Kislev is loving this early game, and Tzeentch has to dive onto Kossar's spears, the most elite spears Kislev has to offer. Besides, you know, Ice Guard. Now Cosified Dervishes and Tsarina Katerin taking a fight with Tzeentch the Imperishable. Tsarina is a better duelist than Tzeentch. The anti-large armor piercing is very good, while Tzeentch has like bonus versus infantry stats, and 38-38 isn't that impressive. So Tsarina will unironically win this. And Kislev is kind of slapping right now. Little Grom continues to punish the Chosen the Gods, making them a non-factor. Tsarina's sniping out Tzeentch, and the front line is going fine for Kislev for now. I mean, the Nekar warriors and stuff will get through it, but big who cares. You have a lot of things in the woods. You have double Frostworm to deal with these infantry in the late game. For now, you're doing fine. Things in the woods continue to duel with Ushabti. Melee Ushabti, not the great bows. There's no great bows here. And Tzeentch continues to try and run. Katerin is not about to let that happen, and Tzeentch might actually be getting into 2v1 territory as he gets a little too close to other Frostworm. I see a big red arrow coming over. It looks like he's going for the Ushabti, but that just drags him a little bit closer to Tzeentch the Imperishable. Could he come over? Yes, he does. We have the double Frostworm on Tzeentch combo, and Tzeentch's like, nope, 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 let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out of this place. As he tries to find on top of Ushabti, Little Grom gets to safety where he's trying to fire at, I don't know, Tzeentch apparently. He wants to shoot him point blank range. Get him. Get him. Get him. You can do it. You're not obstructed. You ain't obstructed by nothing. Fight. Take a shot. Meanwhile, Cosified Dervishes chase off the Chosen Gods, but I really want to see if Little Grom is just waiting for the kill steal. He totally is. He's just waiting for it to get low enough that he can claim the credit. Death Frost takes out Tzeentch the Imperishable. Tzeentch's crazy low. Alfredino has totally lost this game, but I just care if Little Grom steals the kill. 60 HP, 0. Nah, Little Grom didn't do it. He was obstructed. He was actually obstructed. He wasn't just trolling me. Rip. Poor Little Grom. But the Cosified Dervishes should be able to finish off the Chosen the Gods. Other Ushabti are fading away. A lot of the infantry are in crumbling territory because Tzeentch left them behind, and they are all scared and afraid. With things in the woods and 2 Frostworms, we should be able to kill all the infantry by cycle charging. So all Sexy Boy has to do to win this game at this point is kill off the Ushabti, take out any mass, and then your mass units can kill infinite infantry with cycle charging. No problem whatsoever. I do think this is doomed, memes aside. I think Alfred is too far behind and has lost too much of his carry potential. His Chosen the Gods are dead. I mean, pretty much. Tzeentch is dead, and after that you just have chaff on chaff on chaff, and they're not going to be able to do it. But these things are not inside the woods. I know, but it's their name. I have to say that. Legally. Theoretical possibilities for Little Grom, mostly, yeah, the only good thing it shoots monstrous infantry. Little Grom shooting is one singular good target, monstrous infantry. Yeah. Things in the sands. I will say, Little Grom did very well in a replay where he was shooting at a Necromancer on a Hellsteed that was just flying around, and he hit it like every time. It was kind of crazy, so yeah. Maybe don't talk bad about Little Grom. Still, we have 2 full health Frostworms. Little Grom's still full health and a good amount of ammo as he's firing away. Sure, the Kislevite infantry is all dying. Sure, the things in the sands are not doing too great either after all this grinding, but I really don't think there's enough oomph left from the Tomb Kings to kill the single entities. As they're just gliding through them. Sends those Ushabti flying, kills 2 of them with 1 swing as they crumble away to nothingness. The crumbling is really helping Kislev out a lot because they just want to They just want to do shock damage to things and get them to off themselves. I don't know if the Ushabti summon has been used yet. I don't think so. Usually at this point, if there's no ranginess you really want to shut down, you save it. Oh, like right here. You kind of save it for the late game when you have a single entity stuck in spears, and then you can summon Ushabti and lock them in those spears, but Alfred's just going to chuck them out. Feels like he needs them now, as Kislev halberds have Buyer Blood popped, but after that they will be on their own. Grom meta reborn? Like Grom the Paunch? Little Grom gets a shot down on Nekar Warriors, still has 10 shots left. And as for the enemy mass that we were talking about being so important to take out, we have one Skeleton Horseman, which is a 400 gold chaff cavalry. That is about 1/3, 1/4 HP. And then a summoned Ushabti Greatbow that isn't even real. So we are down to just infantry at this point. You have 2 Frostworms continually cycle charging. I'm not seeing it. Does the Skeleton Horseman fade away? Little Grom's officially free and clear to kite. He has superior speed to all of the Tomb King's infantry options, so if he gets caught, it's his own dang fault. And Zarina and the other Frostworms should just be cycle charging. Ushabti will fade away in 18 seconds, it looks like. Yes, those will be gone. And then army losses should actually be pretty close. If your full health Ushabti fades away with the army with the bounce of power this bad, I actually expect it to just lose. So let's see. Let's see if I'm right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is that army losses gone? It is! Let's go! He's a genius. You just can't do it. How long has he been casting this game? 4 years? 4 years in May of me casting Warhammer 2 and 3 multiplayer, and you still don't think I know exactly when army losses is coming? You don't think I can guess how much a summon's capture weight is because there's a little bit less because it's a summon, but there's a lot because it's a full health Ushabti in this late game? You don't think I can figure that out? You don't think I got the big quick math brains to quickly figure out the percentage differences into the 2 armies? Then you are wrong, son. You are wrong because I'm on lock. I always know when army loss is coming. I always know. Do you have a Tzeentch caster flying through the air on your Demons of Chaos, but you're losing one of your Skull Cannons? You still have a half-health Fiend. That is not enough balance of power. You are getting army lost. Are you in the late game with an Ushabti summon fading, and all you have are random Skeleton Spearmen with a total value of around 1,200 gold versus 2 Frostworms with a combined value of 3,000 gold? That is not enough balance of power. You are getting army lost every time. Every time. Gah! But 1 went down for Human Boy. 1? That was worth at least 2. Alright, good win by Kislev. Taking down the Tomb Kings. Metafaction says what? Little Grom, Frostworms are going to Cathay getting most of the value. On the other side, Tzeentch, the Imperishable, got shut down pretty quickly. Skeleton Warriors just kind of flooded the backline, but weren't able to do enough damage quickly enough. Skeleton Horse Archers and Skeleton Horsemen did okay. Melee Ushabti had pretty rough go of it, and then Chosen Gods got nothing done because Little Grom had their number. Swear to drive your point home. I'm avoiding it. Venerable Human Boy, please shine your army losses wisdom upon us. That's my only wisdom, is I know when army losses are coming. That's it. Sexy Boy is on the board. Now my 4-0 Sexy Boy dream is done, but a 4-1 is still possible. It's still possible, my friends. I need some sort of liquid to drink for my poor little throat. BRB. I'll return when I feel like it. I'm back. I got a ginger beer. That's fun. This stuff is like pure sugar, and it always gives me a headache, but also I need something to drink. And I can tell I'm running low on calories because I'm kind of like dragging a bit. Chat, I have questions for you. You know I've been down in the dumps, right? You know I've been clinically depressed, crying my eyes out every day. You know our viewership is down, okay? You know our viewership is down. My basic videos, either I cast a replay and it gets no viewership, or I do a video that takes a lot more effort and I get a bunch of negative comments, okay? So that's not going well. We know my stream viewership is averaging about 25 people watching at any point in time on a stream, right? We know that. We know all these things. So everything's going poorly, very poorly. How do we turn it around? So chat, I need your video ideas. Pitch me some video ideas that are going to get the big viewership, the big numbers. Go, fix it. Fix it. From Aldi's, they got spicy ginger beer. Spicy ginger beer is dope. That stuff's awesome. This is not. This is Bundaberg ginger beer. Australian family owned. Oh, it all comes around. I actually didn't plan that at all. This is an Australian family owned ginger beer. Let's go. For game 3, Sexy Boy picks Grand Cathay, Tzeentch, and Dark Elves. He bans Lizardmen. "24-hour feed stream." Yes. You didn't cast enough replays. Please cast more, to be honest. Vertical Cliff, that specifically is because I am incredibly bored of this patch. That one is just this patch specific. We will cast a lot more after the patch. I've just exhausted all the replays in my Discord, looking through them, and it's like, there are some, we talked about this at the very start of the stream, but there are some that are close and like good games, but I'm just so exhausted of talking about the same matchups over and over that I've been skipping them because I'm not interested. Yeah. So that one's mostly just a patch thing. Pick the biggest Warhammer streamer generate artificial drama. I am having Legend of Total War's baby. All right. So Peter, whoa, that is a name. Peter Korasansky. I got you, dude. Play Old Realms Bannerlord mod. I saw Turin playing that. It looked pretty fun. Multiplayer campaigns, Marla Springer. That is a great idea. I should get back into that. I've thought about that a couple times. I remember the old campaign streams we had with the boys was really good. Turning around a sarcastic fan base is tough. Tell everyone who leaves a comment to /S at the end. You can actually tell what's real hate. Meow meow with the best advice I've gotten all day. Beans. I think he means toe beans, but beans. I'll put up a poll. If we get 75% or more vote for cat in the next build phase, I will turn on the camera and go get the cat. Custom siege battles. Was that versus like AI or versus like people? Do play-by-plays your decisions during a battle, Bando? I could do that. Bando, if you didn't see, there was a video that launched today during this stream because I schedule every one for 8 in the morning my time. There was one where I was playing Kislev versus Warriors of Chaos in quick battle, so I went through all my decisions there, yeah. But I can try and do more, yeah. Mr. Beast's reaction slop while a battle runs in a tiny window that you can completely ignore. PvP massive sieges on huge modded maps. Whoa. That sounds intense. For the picks and bans, we do have Khorne versus Dark Elves. How we got there, if you care about the pick and ban strategy, is Sexy Boy picked Grand Cathay, Tzeentch, and Dark Elves, banned Lizardmen. Alfredino picked Khorne and removed Tzeentch, so it was between Grand Cathay and Dark Elves versus Khorne. Sexy bone with Dark Elves. Have a Gladiator stream weekly. Grievin, I am hoping to do Gladiator soon. Can't guarantee when, but soon. I have an appointment for Hazel on the 19th. Otherwise, I'd do that because Wednesdays I have off work, so I usually try to stream them. But I don't know, maybe next Sunday. Can't believe you never saw a Milk and Cookies video. I have. I haven't seen the giant custom streams that you're talking about, Big D, but I've seen like an offhand video here and there. Not even joking with the Gladiator, the stand-up comedy role-play bits are pretty unique in my opinion. Yeah, dude, I love Gladiator. Gladiator's great. My case is that Domination had crap maps to start with and CA didn't fix them for a long time, so they had to make their own to keep the community alive. Yeah. Turn put in a lot of work to make sure Domination survived. Because he didn't personally make the maps, but he made the space for a community to make the maps, get together, and play the games on the maps. Right. Sego's When Clone Wars live reaction. Right now, let's go. Throw on Clone Wars up in the... Someone was mentioning you just have the dog or the cat in the camera. Just have the camera setting up, but it's actually just the Clone Wars playing. And then I'm losing my mind at it in the corner while Total War is going on the main screen. I don't even comment on the Total War. Yeah. I think the hard part about the videos being more like cinematic and stuff is then we'd have to go down to like one video a week or two videos a week. Because I can just get a ton of regular battle replays cast and keep up with the one a day benchmark we've set for ourselves these last years. But I don't know. Not everybody fully understands how like YouTube works for certain people. Like this is my second job. I do have a 40 to 50 hour a week laboratory job I work at to keep the lights on. This is what I do whenever I am not at work, walking the dog, or hanging out with my wife. I am here doing this. Which actually was why the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks where I wasn't live streaming was so... It was hard to come back because I was just playing my own games. I played Fury. I wanted to replay that for a while. Played Fury. That game was awesome. Been playing some Remnant 2 because I got that game when it was new and I still haven't finished it. So yeah, I've been busy with Total War stuff. So since I was bored of the patch and it was my birthday week, I just didn't stream for a while. And I played some of my own games and that was really nice. And it was kind of hard to rally back into making content and back into streaming where I was like, without a patch, I don't know. We talked about that at the start, but now there's 120 people here when back then, when I said that there was 20, but I'm just like, I play a ton of Total War. I love this game. I think this game is great. And it's really easy for me to make a video a day and do 2 streams a week when I love the game and I just want to be playing it. So then I just turn a camera on and just do what I love doing. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just being honest. I am very burned out on the current patch. So then it's hard for me to rally and like, yeah, let's go with my limited free time, make a ton of content. Wow, let's go do that. When it's like, it's easy to do that when it's what I would do with my free time anyway. I would just be playing Total War with the camera off, so who cares? But now, if it's actually something I don't want to be doing, it's like, I have to go make a video. So it's hard. We did make a bunch of those lore videos and build guides and stuff, so at least we kept the content diverse. That kept it interesting. But just casting replays on this current patch, I'm really burnt out. Fury, what's that? Fury, F-U-R-I, is this like techno cyberpunk looking fighter game where there's no minions, there's no levels, there are just 9 boss fights and that's it. Like there's cutscenes in between the boss fights, but you're this like robot cyborg ninja guy who's in prison for mysterious reasons. And I don't want to spoil it because the game is just great. It's actually a great game. You should go try it if you haven't. But you're a cyborg ninja that's in prison. You don't know why you're in prison. And some guy lets you out and hands you your weapons and says, to break out of prison, you got to kill all the jailers and you fight these bosses. And the plot is revealed to you as you destroy the bosses. And then at the end of the game, you make a decision about what you want to do. So, yeah. But it's just really intense, mechanically inventive boss fights. So, yeah. They put all of their energy into making the boss fights great. Because the boss fights, you can beat the bosses a lot of different ways. Like, you have a pistol that can be charged up to do one intense shot or just fire a bunch of tiny shots. You have a sword that can be charged up to do a big, like, leaping slash, or you can just slash regularly, and then you can parry stuff. And with those combinations, you can beat bosses, like, many different ways. And, like, every attack they do, you have, like, 3 or 4 different ways to counter the attack. I love it. It's a great game. It's a bullet hell? Yeah, it's a bullet hell, for sure. But we have a game. We have a game. Relatively long build phase, so I got distracted talking to chat. For the Dark Elves of Sexy Boy, we have 3 Scourge Runner Chariots, 3 Dread Spears, and then Dark Riders and Cold Wind Knights, Cold Wind Dread Knights as well, and then a Sorceress of Fire with Burning Head and Cascading Fire Cloak. For the Forces of Khorne, this is a very Khorne versus Dark Elves build. You're going to get kited. You know you're going to get kited, so you don't even bother taking infantry. You just take mass mobility. Bunch of Chaos Warhounds, the Fleshhounds ROR, then Blood Beasts. Wait, are they Blood Beasts of Khorne? Yes, Blood Beasts of Khorne, Minotaurs, Valkia, and the Hellforged Bellowers. You know infantry is not going to matter. Just don't take any. When is the next patch dropping? Tuesday, March 25th. They officially announced that. Near boom. Big skull cannon shot onto those Dread Spears. Remnant 2 is great. I'm enjoying it. That's the thing, Human Boy. I love your junk, but if you want to get more views, you'll need to pull out some kind of videos like Actual Thought and Polished Gladiator Tournament. Okay. Alright. Okay, always. Still, the Skull Cannon is kiting around. Still, the Chaos Warhounds are moving in a bit, getting some skirmishing down here and there. You could do some challenge streams. I've tried campaign challenge streams in the past. Yeah. I think I have to do multiplayer. Okay, I gotta stop getting distracted by chat. You guys are too interesting. Stop it. Stop it. Shush. We have lost 1 Dread Spear already with the combination of a Skull Cannon and dogs charging in. And I think on the Khorne side, we just took a lot of damage on one of the dogs, but it is pulling back nicely. Elsewhere, the Dark Elves are starting to get aggressive with some of their mobility as the Skull Cannon minorly friendly fires the Blood Beast, but doesn't do that much damage. Now the dogs are going to leap onto the Dark Riders. The Cold Wind Knights coming in to countercharge them. Should kill the dogs nicely. There we go. Good impact damage from those Cold Wind Knights. And this is a pretty good fight for the Dark Elves. They have Dread Spears in position to help out. Dark Riders and Cold Wind Knights getting good damage. And the Skull Cannon still trying to just kill off any Dread Spears and force this to be a pure mobility versus mobility fight, which Khorne, I mean, their whole build is mobility, so they should win that just by raw numbers. The Scourge Runner starting to fall back. 1 did overextend a little bit and get caught by the Minotaurs. It's still trying to get out of here, but it lost a model in the process. It's down to 3. So 3, 4, and 4 for the Scourge Runner Chariots. And Khorne in the melee with the Dark Elf Cavalry is winning. Cavalry is taking more damage than they are dealing right now. They haven't quite got Murderous Prowess yet. Without infantry, it's very hard for them to get Murderous Prowess, but they finally got it, so they get extra stats, which kept these Dark Riders in for a little bit, and it will give the Cold Wind Knights a lot more damage. As that Hellforged Bellower is just definitely mostly friendly fired its own guys rather than getting real damage onto the Cold Wind Knights. Then jumps in on the Cold Wind Knights, get a little bit of healing, but mostly wants that ammunition back. Balance of Power's damage value is very even. The Dark Elf Bleak Spears, yes, Bleak Spears. That is a real unit that exists. Dread Spears are very, very low, so soon the Cold Wind Knights will be forced to fight all by their lonesome, and Valkyrie starts to chase down the Caster Lord to get a little bit of damage out there. Meanwhile, Scourge Runner Chariots continue to fire at the Minotaurs, but unfortunately for them, they are firing through trees, so a lot of their bolts are ending up lodged in these trees, not fully getting through all the way. So they will want to get out of those trees, get better firing angles soon. Khorne is running out of gas. All is not well as a burning head goes through to get rid of the dogs, but the overcast damage plus Valkia beating up on the Supreme Sorcerers of Fire is getting her very low, so close to losing that Lord for the Dark Elves, who are falling behind in the balance of power now. Khorne continues to churn and grind through these guys. But what I was going to say is the Dark Elves are running, not Dark Elves, Khorne is running out of gas. Minotaurs are very low. We have one healthy Minotaur, a full health Hellforged Bellowers, and a full health Valkia. But the Scourge Runners can actually, with the amount of ammo they have left, if they use it well, they can kill the Hellforged Bellowers and that Minotaur and leave just Valkia. And then Valkia in the late game, I mean, we've seen the trailer. We've seen how it goes. Yeah, all the Scourge Runners turning on to the Hellforged Bellowers. This should honestly kill that unit, as the Cold One Knights are trying to keep up with it as well. It's also getting shot by all those armor-piercing missiles, and it'll just start to demonic instability crumble. Dark Elf Lord needs to get away, needs to force Valkia to chase her across the entire map and just expend a ton of resources and time to kill her off. Cold Knights have to dip into Chaos Warhounds. They're going to get charged on the sides. They needed to take a frontal charge if they were going to be okay. Dark Elves falling behind in the balance of power a little bit. They still have a half-health Cold One Knight that will help in the late game. For Khorne, it's down to half-health Minotaur, half-health Hellforged Bellowers, and a full-health Valkia. Firecaster is back. The Blood Beast getting pin-cushioned by these Scourge Runners. 6 volleys, 5 volleys left for them. Hellforged Bellowers getting a shot off onto a clump of cavalry. A little bit of friendly fire on their Minotaurs, but mostly good shots in. So the Scourge Runners gotta hurry up. Kill the Minotaurs. Gotta hurry up and kill the Hellforged Bellowers. Force Valkia to be all alone. Firecaster going to get attacked by Chaos Warhounds. Does she use a predictive Burning Head to save herself? It does not look like it, so those dogs should rip her to shreds. She doesn't have the armor to deal with them, so the Chaos Warhounds will actually kill her very, very nicely. Minotaurs getting killed by the Scourge Runners, pushed away. Cascading Fire Cloak just as the Cold One Knight started to rout. Scourge Runners go into melee to run over the dogs and save their caster, who did not take any damage from the dogs' charges. They didn't quite catch up to her in time. Elsewhere, Khorne has some rallying units. Hellforged Bellowers take a point-blank shot onto the Supreme Sorceress of Fire, down to 60 HP, down to 56, 52, 48 as she stands in fire. She will get away. I don't know if she rallies with that low of HP. Elven Lords are very cracked on leadership, so I don't know how that goes. But Hellforged Bellowers trying to get another shot off onto her while the Scourge Runners screen, and at point-blank range, they should be able to kill the Hellforged Bellowers once and for all here. So that should be the end of those guys. They do get a shot through, tracking down that Dark Elf caster, getting rid of her. Hellforged Bellowers getting shot all the way to the bank. 800 HP left on them. The Scourge Runners are not giving up on this. The last of their ammunition they are going to use, making sure the Hellforged Bellowers die. Its leadership's too low. Demonic Instability will take it out. That is important. That is a big healing a nuisance that is taken off the field. We have some Cold One Knights rallying. Cold One Dread Knights might rally, but the shock of losing your Lord is a lot for the Dark Elves to deal with right now. Scourge Runner Chariots, 0 ammo, 1 ammo, and 1 ammo here as they keep trying to pick off the Blood Beasts of Khorne. Minotaur's also coming back in. I don't know if they have the strength to kill Valkia. I think if Valkia was off the map, this game would be, like, super close. Probably Dark Elves win it just because of their HP on the Scourge Runners. I get that, but, like, with Valkia, I don't know if there's 3 Scourge Runners can take her out. Minotaurs are about to get a charge. They will get a leadership buff as long as they charge in, and big damage onto the Scourge Runner Chariots, but tier 2 armor ability of Khorne, clutch timing to keep these guys in it, because they were about to run out of, like, the impetus of the charge keeping them in it, and then they were going to just, you know, get scared and run away again. But they're fighting on top of spears, dread spears, bleak spears, some might say. They're not taking a lot of damage. Scourge Runners kiting away, waiting for that Unbreakable to fade as they chase down the Chaos Warhounds. And they're also trying to buy time for some of these guys to rally, as the Lord is Dead debuff will get less intense over time, I believe. I think so. Now I'm questioning it because I'm on stream, but we'll see if some of these guys can rally, and then you can stop them and let them get their vigor back. That one's at -2 leadership and awfully close to the white line. Chariots trying to engage something without letting Valkia get free hits on them. These guys now surround Valkia as this other Chariot's going to charge down the Chaos Warhounds, gets good impact damage, and wants them to rout so they can chase them and the Minotaurs off the map. Valkia is taking some damage, and here we get some Dark Riders back, but the Cold Knights are not going to rally in time. They go off the map. We have some Blood Beasts barely clinging to life. And Chariots do have bonus versus infantry in melee, which Valkia is. So what do we have left? Some more Dark Elf units shatter. The Dark Riders that were thinking about coming back shattered off. Dread Spears trying to return to the fight as well. 9 leadership for them. Other Scourge Runner Chariots coming back as well. Not chasing down the Minotaurs, who will come back. And if you have to take a charge from the Minotaurs, we saw how much damage that does earlier. So -4 leadership, I actually think they might come back. Damage sustained and exhaustion is keeping them routing. Might be too much. Valkia is trying to get into the sky right now, but not having much luck of it, so instead she just gets pushed around by the Scourge Runner Chariots. The Blood Beasts have rallied. I don't know if Alfredino sees them, which I don't know how he couldn't see them. You have 2 whole units on this battlefield. How do you not know the Blood Beasts are there? Sorry. I know I'm focusing on them a lot. He has to be attacking with them, technically. Valkia does not obey the attacking rule while there's multi-entity models alive. That's a relatively new change that I disagree with, but I'll enforce the rules as they are. So technically, he needs to be engaging with these blood beasts. I understand he's trying to rest them for vigor, but just saying that the rules team changed the thing, so now you can't obey the attacking rule with single entities while multi-entity models are around. So he's starting to come back into the fight. Valky is just getting pushed around by Scourge Runner chariots. Infantry Lord things. But she is getting occasional shots in. One Scourge Runner is actually going to rout. Bounce power tips pretty far against the poor Dark Elves. As they try and set up a surround onto Valkia. She's not amused, just T-posing her way through it. Everything just works. All of it just works. Valky gets another good shot on the Scourge Runners. They just don't have the damage to deal with her at this point. The Blood Beasts are going to get one good charge. They'll do some damage, then they'll rout, but it should be enough to cause army losses, and GG. That's not new, Human Boy. It's not written any different, it's just the interpretation was finalized, or that's how you should interpret it. Scourge Runners, really good value there. Just not enough. Colder Knights also did pretty well. Firecaster. The Firecaster was a bit odd. I don't know. Because this matchup, like, Khorne has been spamming mass cavalry for quite a long time here. Or monstrous infantry or whatever. So I don't know why we bothered with the Burning Head. Seems a little odd. This is why Conquest is superior game mode, no rules. I mean, I don't know what would have changed there. Can't tell. I don't know. Some people mean that. Some people are just trolling. So if you're just joking, then my bad. I missed it. But I don't know. I don't know what that would have changed. Rules or no rules. Conquest would have just. You would have just sat there. Anyway. All right. DQ from the rule break? No, not really. The two players are talking about it in their chat, and Alfredino pointed it out, and Sexy Boy said, I don't really care, so it's fine. Can I hate both builds? You can, but that Khorne build is pretty much how you have to play this matchup. Oy, Dark Elf full cav kite versus Khorne is pretty well established at this point of how to play that matchup. Brain is too small for land battle rules. It is what it is. I mean, Conquest exists. It's supported on our Discord and our ladder. There's lots of tournaments that run it too. It's fine. All right, Cat got a lot of votes, so gotta go find a cat. Oh boy. Where's the camera thing? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then we turn on source. Make sure my audio isn't coming through the crappy camera. Video capture device, okay. Boom. What up? It's me. Wow, crazy. Move this over here so you can see if they switch factions. All right, I'm gonna go find a cat. Ugh. Whoop. Ugh. We got the boy. Here is the boy. Hello, boy. He says, I'm old and you woke me up from my nap. No. This is Ed. Ed's a good little old man. He's shedding a lot. You can see the fur flying off of him. Because we're transitioning from winter, aren't we, buddy? Looks like we have Demons of Chaos versus Grand Cathay. How that ended up happening is Alfredino went Beastmen, Demons of Chaos Empire, banned Tzeentch. Sexy Boy went Grand Cathay, banned Empire. So between Demons of Chaos and Beastmen to fight Grand Cathay, Alfredino went Demon. Ugh, hairs everywhere. Your little hairs everywhere, little man. Little mensch. Oh. Get those side of the face scritches down the back of your neck and then the ears. You're a spoiled little kitty. You're a spoiled little kitty. Alright, say goodbye to the people. Goodbye, people. Ah. Pop. Yo. Yo! No more camera. Ah. May your kidneys be healed and naps be glorious. Yeah, dude. I have to let you know that your cat is better. Probably true. Why that guy? That's the joy of the internet, is you can enjoy cats from afar. You don't have to poison your body with cat dander. So Grand Cathay, Demons of Chaos. This is a best of 7, not a best of 5. So Alfredino is not 1 point from winning. He is 2 points from winning. We're at game 3 out of possibly 7. Well, we're starting game 4 out of possibly 7. That face you made when you cut the camera would make a great thumbnail. I have great faces. And my cat-based shenanigans got us through another build phase into the game. For Alfredino and Demons of Chaos, say it with me, kids. Seekers, Heart Seekers, Fiends, and the Skull Cannon ROR. The crowd goes wild. Ah, ah, ah. I love the Skull Cannon. Ah, Seekers are great. Ah, wow. And aside for Grand Cathay, we have Peasants. Peasants. No, I have no issue with the Grand Cathay build. It's fine. Peasants are fine. Peasants! Ah! I like the peasant strategy. It's good. Peasant long spears are incredibly effective versus all demonic units. You don't need armor piercing, so then you just rely on their very high stats as long as they're near something that provides harmony. It's quite solid. Fiends especially hate dealing with peasant long spears. Poor Nurgle left out of the demon build. Yeah, Nurgle's not very good right now. Their demonic units are quite terrible. When people play Nurgle, they usually stick to their mortal roster, except for, obviously, their Lord is sometimes demonic. And then Angels of Decay. That's it. For the Grand Cathay build, we do have 5 Peasant Long Spears, 4 Peasant Archers, Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon with just his Dragon's Breath attack, 4 Peasant Horsemen, 4 Onyx Crowmen, or 3? 3 Onyx Crowmen, one of which is the Emperor's Crowman. Then we have 2 Great Longma Riders, one of which is the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. Aside for the Demons of Chaos, we have Seekers and Heart Seekers of Slaanesh, one of which is the Eternal Entourage, 2 Fiends, Exalted Keeper of Secrets of Slaanesh with double Rampage, Seductive Glory, and then Pavane of Slaanesh. Then a bunch of Blue Horrors, and of course, the ROR Skull Cannon. I have to issue a formal apology again. Now I get why this patch is boring. Yeah. I think it was fun. I think it was a good meta. It's just anything gets stale after 3.5 months of being the same. So, yeah. I'm not going to pretend. I really don't like the rose-tinted glasses some people put on where they're like, man, patch, I'm making this up, but patch 3.17 in Warhammer 2 was peak content and it was perfect in every way and everybody loved it. And I'm like, dude, I've been playing competitive Warhammer for 6 years now. 2 years before I made a YouTube channel, streaming for 4 years. I've been playing competitive Warhammer for 6 years now. People have always complained about the meta. Always. Every time. Because there isn't a single meta that every player enjoys. If your play style is on the out, you're going to be upset. But that being said, I would also say any meta gets boring after being the same for 3+ months. While this was a fun meta, this was a good meta, it was really cool to see single entities start doing well. Because if you remember, saltiness aside, single entities in general have not been having a good time in Warhammer competitive until this like last year. So single entities being strong was cool. Seekers were terrible before this patch, and now they're strong, which was cool. But it's just like, you know, you just eventually get over it. You're like, all right, I want to see some new units being good, new factions be at the top of the roster, new strategies be at the top of the rosters, things like that. Segos, I think you might be trolling because I remember you wanted to delay until the next patch because you were bored of this meta. So you, sir, are a liar and a fraud. But I digress. Grand Cathay moving up. The Hellforged Bellowers just wants to kite. So Khorne and the Demons of Chaos are going to try and prolong the start of this game as long as possible. They're going to keep falling back and allowing the Hellforged Bellowers to fire. There is no reason for them to engage in melee combat before the Hellforged Bellowers has used all of its ammo or they are cornered. Because Grand Cathay right now can't trade back on damage because their archers are too low range, so why bother taking a melee fight? I do say I don't know why Alfredino is bothering to shoot at flying units. I guess he's just thinking the peasant long spears and archers are so low quality that who cares, but I don't know. As we just saw, the Hellforged Bellowers doesn't do that much damage to flying units because the vortexes is a lot of what makes it overpowered. And the vortexes only appear on the ground. Significantly more damage on the peasant archers there. Alfredino is angling forward for a bit of a fight. Looks like he wants to pick off these peasant long spears that are out of position. Or at least he views them as out of position. Now they are crazy cheap peasant long spears, but these guys are not getting buffed up by Harmony, so they don't have that extra leadership, don't have the extra stats. And Zhao Ming is coming in to say hello while the Hellforged Bellowers get a good shot on the Onyx Chrome, and even the ground-based vortexes poked peasant horsemen a little bit, a teeny tiny bit. Oh, Segos is calling me a fool. Oh, ban him. Mods, get him. In comes another shot from the Hellforged Bellowers, another good shot on the Empress Croman. And they fall back. A bit funny because the first game was interesting. The competitive scene was Age of Empires 2 and barely had any changes for like a decade. Yeah. But Age of Empires 2 is a little better balanced at any moment in time than Total War Warhammer is. Total War Warhammer is very peaks and valleys balanced decisions. Like, if you go 3 years in the past, completely different units are strong and completely different units are weak. Whereas Age of Empires, I feel like they don't have units that are like crazy terrible. They just have units that are suboptimal. Anyway. Peasant Long Spear is getting hit with the Hellforged Bellowers. Hellforged Bellowers continue to fall back. Only have 3 shots left before it's going to have to go into melee to get any ammo back. I mean, even this patch, right? The only hotfix we got on this patch was changing the Mangler Squigs so they're objectively terrible now. And it's like, in one patch, a unit went from the best unit in the entire game to being objectively terrible and worthless. And it's like, yeah, that doesn't happen in other games. Zhao Ming's finally getting a bit of a fight in, charges in with his breath attack, and the Onyx Croman Arwar is almost dead. The Hellforged Bellowers was not quite able to truly finish it off. 4 leadership, all that's separating that thing from a terrible death. And actually, it needs the Harmony as well. If it had left the Harmony bonus, it would Demonic Instability crumble, which is pretty funny. Hellforged Bellowers, 1 shot left as it rips through a bunch of these guys, but I suspect we have a rampage coming in for Zhao Ming now that he's surrounded by fiends and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. This might be a pretty quick win for Alfredino if he is able to kill the Grand Cathay Lord here, which is quite possible, especially with a rampage. I haven't seen this lady use a rampage, but it might be on cooldown. Who knows? There it is. Seductive Glory, minus 29 melee defense from her 2 different debuffs. 21 melee defense on a rampaging Zhao Ming surrounded by fiends and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. That is a terrible time for the Grand Cathay Lord. Meanwhile, the Eternal Entourage taking a lot of damage, so that is good for Grand Cathay. They're finally getting some back over there, but Alfredino is up 2,300 damage value in very early states of the game, so definitely feeling that damage difference. And Zhao Ming is about to get his big heal any second now. But that is all the healing he'll get for the game. It does not come off cooldown or anything like that. Grand Cathay's front line of peasants and peasant horsemen getting pushed back. Fiends already onto the peasant archers. Zhao Ming almost getting his heal. There it is. What is getting cast right now? Oh, you're the Demons of Chaos. You're not Slaanesh. Right. So it looks like a bolt of change is coming for him right now. Unfortunately for Slaanesh, he did, Demons of Chaos, he did have his ward save up at the moment, but still, it looks like it double hit him and still did do a lot of damage as the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is chasing him down. Bounce power is heavily against Grand Cathay right now, and I for sure agree as the Demons of Chaos are blitzing through these guys right now. Look at all these units running away. Zhao Ming might get to safety as some Peasant Long Spears peel for him, and he's back up in the sky, so he'll be fine, but not like he can land or really do anything for the rest of the game either. Grand Cathay's just out of it. We still have the Righteous Lance to Wei Jin with a decent amount of HP, 1 healthy Crowman, a couple Spearmen here and there, but that is it. For the Demons of Chaos, you still have the Hellforged Bellowers, full HP and recovering ammunition. You still have a couple healthy Fiends, right? Yeah, 2 healthy Fiends, full health Exalted Keeper Secrets. Everything else is looking a little tattered. Blue Horrors still have some ammunition, some HP here and there. The Heartseeker ROR is almost dead, but that's not, like, enough. There's the Heartseekers trying to escape from the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. Run, Heartseekers, run! Is that a cat, a good cat, or a stinky? Mixed. Kind of like all cats, he's pretty mixed. He has his stinkier moments. So the Hellforged Bellower is just getting more ammunition. I wonder what they're going to shoot at. Probably the Righteous Lances. Probably. Though I don't know if he wants to friendly fire his own Fiends, so maybe he'll just hold his fire for a second. Army Loss is going to take out Grand Cathay, though, and that'll take Alfredino to a 3-1 lead. All right, for Grand Cathay, it was a pretty one-sided game, so I don't expect to see a lot of value out of these guys. So far, everything has been getting punked, and the Onyx Crowman turned out to be the only things that really got any good value. You know, said the Exalted Keeper Secrets did fine, Blue Horrors did okay, Seekers did pretty well, Heartseekers did not, but the Fiends and the Hellforged Bellowers did more than enough. GG. Alfredino's now on game point. We are on game 5 out of potentially 7, but to get us to that 7th game, Sexy Boy's gonna have to win 2 in a row, which versus Alfredino is a tall order. I have gotten many messages. Why would they message me? What do you want? All right, I caught up on my messages on my phone. Did I miss anything? What happened? Who's around me? I wonder if TCA tested Seekers when they buffed them. Probably not. For game 5, Sexy Boy goes Khorne, Beastmen, Slaanesh, ban Beastmen. What will Alfredino counterpick? How long have we been streaming now? 4.5 hours? Going towards 5 hours? Okay. All right. No, that's fine. That's okay. I don't have anything left. I don't have anything else to do today. You guys take your time. You guys do whatever you want to do. I'll just live here. I'm not upset. I'm not angry. I'm furious. That's fine. I gotta make more content before the new patch comes out so people get videos that aren't just my lore videos over and over again. Free. Alfredino goes, Nurgle bans Beastmen. So we have Khorne or Slaanesh versus Nurgle. That is really rough, no matter how you slice it. Those are not good matchups. Now, maybe they've changed. The old Nurgle blob with Kugath doesn't work as well after Khorne got their DLC units. It's still very good versus Slaanesh, so I heavily expect Sexy Boy to go towards Khorne. Slaanesh is cursed. You probably can't win that. Yeah, he goes Khorne. Aw, Segos, that's the first nice thing you've ever said about me or anyone. Thanks, buddy. Khorne Nurgle! Khorne Nurgle! DLC for the second most played factions. Might get some love overall, but whether it's the Skycutters or Balance for Warhammer, Barons or World War II fighters remains to be seen. Yeah, I really don't love the propensity for CA to keep adding flying skirmish units in Game 3. I would, like, I know I'm unpopular. I know nobody likes me. I get that. But I would argue Changebringers, the Thunder Barge, the Burning Chariot of Tzeentch. Honestly, the Angels of Decay are kind of like a flying chariot. I do not think those are healthy additions to the game. I do not think people like those. And I wonder if the Skycutter would also be pretty freaking toxic. And also their propensity to add more single entity skirmishers like the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch and Nurgle, I don't think people have generally enjoyed. I don't think people have enjoyed the Skull Cannon ROR. I don't think people have enjoyed the Thunder Tusk. Or the Steam Tank buffs people might enjoy, but that's probably more campaign players. Multiplayer players are pretty over the Steam Tank. Landship is pretty unpopular in multiplayer. So a lot of single entity shooty shoots, whether flying or not, I would argue have not been a positive addition to the game. So I don't know about a Skycutter. Tabletop RPG aren't lore videos. People love tabletop RPG videos. I don't think that's true. I tried playing with the sweats this weekend and went 1-7. How to get better? Hang out and voice chat with some of them. That can be pretty helpful. Submit your replays in our replays advice channel in our Discord, where people can weigh in on your replays and give you some pointers. Yeah. Depends on which people you're playing, because sometimes it's just like the skill diff can be a lot to deal with. But probably picking 2 or 3 factions you really like and getting very good at that faction can help you a lot, rather than trying to learn every faction at the same time. It can be really rough. So I would become a specialist first and then broaden out from there. Burning Chariot is good now? Yes. They are very good. You forgot that CA designs units for people to slobber over big damage numbers at the end of campaign battles, not balanced for multiplayer. Possibly true. But also, like, I don't know. I don't jam those things in campaign. Because that's the thing I don't understand about arguments. And I know you're not arguing with me, I'm just kind of talking to myself at this point. But when I argue with, like, certain individuals about the Thunder Barge, and they're like, well, you don't understand. It's not for multiplayer. It's for campaign. You're just a stupid, dumb idiot, and Thunder Barge is balanced. And I'm like, dude, even campaign streamers hate the Thunder Barge. And they're like, no, all you streamers are dumb and you don't like fun. And I'm like, okay, have you had to fight the Thunder Barge? Or have you always been bullying AI with the Thunder Barge? Have you had to fight a multiplayer campaign where your opponent has a Thunder Barge? Or has the AI gotten to you with an army with 3 or 4 Thunder Barges in it? And the player's always like, no, but I would be fine with it. And I'm like, I encourage you to find that army. Because late game dwarves rolling up on me with multiple Thunder Barges is asinine. It is terrible. Because it's one of two things. Either it messes up the auto-resolve so badly that I have to fight a battle against dwarves that I don't want to fight. But I have to, because I'm about to lose with a superior army because the Thunder Barges count for a lot of bounce of power. But I'm like, Dude, I have 8 rattling guns. I can shoot down your stupid thunder barges. I just don't want to load into the game and churn through a bunch of dwarves just to prove that I can shoot down your thunder barges. And the auto resolve is like, I don't know. It looks like you're going to lose. I'm like, fine, I'll load in and kill your stupid thunder barges. So it sucks. Or you're playing an army that can't deal with thunder barges and you're like, oh, great, I auto lose because he has 4 thunder barges. It's just a bad unit design. I'm sorry. It is just terrible. If they want it, they should make it like the Dreadsaurian where you can only have 1. I don't know why you can only have 1 Dreadsaurian, but you can have multiple thunder barges. It's stupid. And I know they're like, power fantasy. Then why can't I have a Dreadsaurian power fantasy? Why is that limited to 1? But the thunder barge, whatever, take as many as you want. I hate it. It's terrible for campaign. Now, if you were limited to 1, then I think that's fine. I think it's still terrible for multiplayer design, but that one I can acknowledge CA isn't balancing for multiplayer, they're balancing for campaign. And I think limiting thunder barges to 1 is fine for a campaign. But the fact that the dwarves can roll up on me with 3 or 4, just, ugh, I hate it. Sad Ranch Braventail noises. You play Words Cast and learn multiple chaos factions at once. True, Hayseed. Till they finish the dwarf campaign and then start another Empire game, get rolled by an AI stack with 10 of them. The hardest thing when playing against pros is learning to pick band matchups. I feel like I lost the game before I've even started building an army. Yeah, that can be pretty difficult for sure, Twist. There's some things that everybody agrees on are bad matchups, but there are a lot of things, like if you've been in this chat for yesterday's stream and today's stream, people go back and forth about whether Khorne or Tomb Kings is favored in the Khorne Tomb Kings matchup. There are a lot of matchups where people just are heavily opinionated, and there's no consensus. So, I don't know if you should beat yourself up too hard for getting into quote-unquote bad matchups, but there are a couple that like everybody agrees are terrible. Dinos are rare, blimps with guns. Oh, sorry. Dinos are rare, blimps with guns are not. Fair. I'm a troglodyte, but I'm still not sure these people are allowed to vote. As to Olaf's point, the Thunder Barge is legit weak at this point. There's just... The problem with the Thunder Barge is it's a checklist unit, and checklist units are bad. Sorry, my mods are messaging me some stuff. Okay. What was I saying? What was I doing? Yeah, Thunder Barge are a checklist unit. Checklist units are generally bad for the game, where it is, if you have thing to counter it, check box, you win. If you don't have thing to counter it, check box, they win. That's just not interesting in like a strategy game, right? It feels too coin flip RNG type thing. People that say I could win, see I should just patch the game and let the AI Skaven use the player ability that wipes out half your army with no interaction. Yes. Yes. You can say the same about Stank and other SEMs, though. Not all SEMs. Like, you can have... If you're trying to deal with a Dreadsaurian, you can have Plague of Rust and Foot Archers. You can have Armor-Piercing Missiles. You can have 2 single-entity duelists to beat it, because it'll beat anything 1v1. You can have Armor-Piercing Cav or Halberds that can chop away at it. Like, there are a lot of options you can do against the Dreadsaurian. Dreadsaurian's still strong, but you have options. The problem with the Thunder Barge is because the unit type is a flying ranged chariot. It's a flying ranged chariot, so that takes out a lot of the other things you can say that normally you can counter it or soft counter it or meet it blow for blow. You need flying units and ranged to counter the Thunder Barge. You flat out need it. And it's like, okay, what does Slaanesh do? Slaanesh has limited flying units and almost no ranged. Oh, Slaanesh just loses. Okay, cool. What does Norska do? You have limited flying units and limited range. Oh, Norska just loses. Oh, okay, cool. And you might be like, well, you can grab like 4 Marauder Hunters with throwing axes or javelins and Plague of Rust and kill it and stuff. Yeah, but the dwarf player also has an army. They cannot just fly it into your range units and die. Like, you can have a dwarven box beneath it that if you get close with your Marauder Hunters or your Marauder Skirmish Cav or whatever, their Thunderers or Quarrelers can shoot you. And meanwhile, the Thunder Barge rips apart all your melee units that come in, so, yeah. It's pretty toxic against a lot of factions. Some factions can deal with it, but the ones that can't just have a bad time. We're into a game, though. Khorne versus Nurgle. Very thematic matchup. Very nice. Like it. And I like seeing not a Nurgle blob, so that's cool. I am legit excited again. We have 4 Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes. We have Karanak, a Bloodthirster, and Valkia the Bloody. In the trees, we have the Bloodwake Berserker, Wrathmonger ROR, and then 2 Minotaurs of Khorne backing them up. Pretty small Khorne build. Only 427 models total. On the side for Nurgle, front line of Pestigors, back line of Marauders. Some have great weapons, some don't. We have the Barons of the Bog, Poxrider ROR, a Chaos Lord of Nurgle, a Sorcerer of Nurgle with just Fleshy Abundance, and then we have the Angels of Decay, Death's Heads, the Noxbringer Soulgrinder ROR. And that is looking like it. I am nervous for this Nurgle build. I don't know if they have the killing power to kill the Bloodwake Berserkers and 3 single entities. I feel like you should always have a counter to something like a Changebringer, range and melee, otherwise you're asking for it. Oh, maybe. I'm just saying it's not fun unit design. I'm not saying it's impossible to deal with. My whole argument is it's not fun to deal with, not that you literally can't. Yeah. Anyway, I digress. Valkia tried to land for a brief little stint of combat, but she's now getting chased off by a Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, and she's trying to path back. She's just getting pushed by this horse around. Meanwhile, a Bloodthirster gets surrounded by the Barons of the Bog. Karanak is thinking about coming in and hanging out, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen, so might be overextended here from Sexy Boys. Now the Bloodthirster is surrounded by the Barons and the Rot Beast Chaos Lord. We got netted by Karanak, holding him in place, allowing the Bloodthirster to get to safety while the Angels of Decay are going to fire down at him. The Angels of Decay, I did mention they're the only demonic unit of Nurgle that I think is any good, and you can already see why. They do a lot of damage to the Bloodthirster. Flying Skirmish. Flying Skirmish, anybody? Anybody talking about Flying Skirmish or something? More Flying Skirmish units that were relatively recently added, and they are very, very powerful. Valkia still cannot get off the ground from this Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, but it looks like now she will finally be able to, just as the Angels of Decay fly over to deal with the Bloodthirster, who did finally get back into the sky, and then the Angels of Decay miss every shot on him, so he gets through that with literally no damage. Meanwhile, Karanak on the ground, surrounded by the Barons of the Bog and the Chaos Lord of Nurgle, so he's going to take a lot of damage. The Plague Drones will want to get out of here. They're much better at range than they are in melee. Their melee stats are okay, but that's just not where they thrive, especially not versus Khorne. There's other stuff going on the ground, I suppose. Bloodwake Berserker's about to finally get into melee combat as Minotaurs beat them to it. Minotaur's trying to keep the Noxbringer at bay. Meanwhile, the Skirmish Cav of Khorne pushed back by various melee infantry, but also the Noxbringer's been shooting at them and all that stuff. Karanak is down. Alfredino's out to a pretty darn early lead, 2,000 damage value, and a more significant lead on the balance of power. One of the Minotaurs is already dead. The other one is fine with the Bloodwake Berserkers. Bloodwake Berserkers can legitimately kill all this infantry pretty easily, but the Bloodthirster now lands on the Chaos Lord and the Chaos Hero and the Barons of the Bog and these Marauders with great weapons. It is a bad time for the Bloodthirster. And the Angels of the Decay are either going to dive down into melee to try and hold the Bloodthirster in place? No, they were just flying down a hill, so then they had to get lower to the ground. I see. I see where I have gone awry, how I am a fool. This is looking like Alfredino's win, going to pilot Nurgle to a 4-1 victory. I don't know how Khorne can turn it around from this point. Losing Karanak, losing the Bloodthirster, losing one of your 2 Minotaurs, it just feels like they're too far behind. Damage value is extending to an almost 2-1 lead, which is pretty darn intense at 4 minutes in the game. Early on, when you have like a 2-1 lead, it's kind of like, haha, whatever, the game's only 1 minute in. But at 4 minutes in, I mean, we're talking 7,000 to 4,000, not 1,000 to 2,000. Curse of the Slug trying to slow down some of the Skirmish Cavs so the Angels of Decay can catch up to it a little bit. Not quite able to. Pestigor is going to run straight at those guys, and I mean, if you fight them in melee, they'll get some damage out. If you don't fight them in melee, you have to use the throwing axes on the Pestigors, so kind of a win-win for the Pestigors. And the last healthy Minotaur was trying to get onto the Soul Grinder still. Not quite able to just yet. Running away from the Barons of the Bog and other infantry. And the Bloodwake Berserkers, like I said, they can actually kill all this infantry without much issue at all. They have 63 kills. They've taken very little damage back. They slap pestigors around. I love the Bloodwake Berserkers, man. I think they're so funny. One of the few elite infantry that actually gets played. They're crazy expensive, but they can kill infinite chaff infantry. They're just pretty weak to getting shot by archers or spells or something. Pestigors get routed off, both by getting killed by the Bloodwake Berserkers and the rear charge in from the Minotaurs. Now Valkia is back on the ground, taking another 2v1 against heroes, and there are Marauders on the ground helping out as well. And Valkia, there's just so many debuffs whenever she lands near these characters. You have Icon of Eternal Virulence, Poison, Curse of the Slug, that's an army ability, sure. But it's still a lot to deal with as the Marauder Horsemen charge into the Noxbringer and the Angel of Decay, get quickly terror-routed off. And army losses is looming. Really, the Bloodwake Berserkers are all that's keeping Khorne in this game, and that is not nearly enough to do so. They get knocked out. Did I miss any absolute banger games? There were some good absolute banger ones. Hell yeah, dude. Remember characters in the Gotrek books pissing themselves when the dragon showed up? That's gonna virtually one-shot the barge. Yeah. No, you're right. The Thunder Barge was very weak to that dragon attack, and they were super scared about it. Pretty decisive game there, so not gonna see a lot of value on the Khorne side. For the Nurgle side, I was happy to see not a Kugoth blob. So as far as Nurgle builds go, this was very honorable and still a decisive win. So Alfredino piloting what is generally considered to be a low-tier faction to victory. Certainly impressive indeed, and a 4-1 victory for a player I ranked as the highest in our tournament here, so I feel justified. Nice job, Alfred. Thank you to Sexy Boy, Segos, and Sipa for playing in our top 4 player finals here. Hey! Good stretch. Good games, lads. Good games. While I never tire talking to my wonderful chat, who are always so nice and not at all trolling me and never arguing with me, they're always great. They always just admit that I am right. They just blindly agree, as they should. So it's always a pleasure to hang out with you guys. Tequila Sunset's going to be streaming soon. You should go check that out. I'll probably raid him as we sign off here. So, yeah. What do we got? What do we got coming up? Videos. As far as streams go before the next patch. Next patch is not this week, but the week after. Saturday, I have JP's New Player Conquest Tournament. And nothing else scheduled. I might try and slip a Gladiator stream in here and there, but I don't know exactly when I can do that. Wednesday, I got to take Hazel to the dermatologist at 1. And it's kind of right in the middle of peak streaming time. Because I was like, do you get back at 2? Do you start streaming when all the Europeans go to bed? Or do you stream before that, before the Americans are awake? So it's like, I don't know. It's cringe. Everything's cringe. We had some good games today. Yeah! And spoilers for anybody who's going back and watching the content, but we did get 2 semifinals that went all 5 games. And the finals went 5 out of 7, so no shoutouts today. GG's, lads. GG's. See if I can raid Tequila, or if he doesn't have his stream planned yet. Redirect. Tequila Sunset, yeah. Alright, he has his faction war upcoming, so it starts in about an hour. Go grab lunch, come back, watch Tequila Sunset. Bye!